We need to decide if we're staying here,
he says.
If we are, we need to light fires. Keep the animals off. If not...
You are not safe, Thessa interrupts. Not in these woods, not alone. Let us come with you. Let us guide you. Her eyes linger on my dagger in a way that I really don't like. Locke is right. The rotting ones grow in number every day. And what we have just done with the sand thrall will have angered them greatly. Rotting ones? I query. I've only just got my head around the idea of Miakurs being real, and the quiet ones. The Sannings. There can't possibly be a fifth race I haven't heard of. Rotting ones are what Caroline would have become, had we not been here to save her, Thessa says. And what you are likely to become if you stay any longer in this place, unless you have someone to guide you, someone who knows these parts well. For people who only a day ago were ready to let my friend die, their sudden eagerness to help stinks of desperation. And cynically, I think I know why. And what would you want in return for your guidance? I ask. Assuming I can't guess, I add, tapping the knife at my side. Is it really such an ask? Thessa questions. We could always just wait until you are dead and take it from you then. I'm sure it won't take long. This blade is mine, I say stubbornly. I will not part with it again, and I wouldn't threaten me if I were you. I've got more than enough power to end you myself, rotting ones notwithstanding, and I'm not alone either. Her bravado dims as she casts her gaze down my line of friends. Kyor's smirk is firmly in place, while Reuben has a small flame smoldering on his palm, just to make a point. I'm not sure he can have much magic left after that fireball he hurled into the tree, but I appreciate the effort. It definitely works. I'm not heartless, I continue. You cannot have my weapon, but there are others. I know of another who carries a blade like mine. If you help us, I will tell you who. I'll even tell you where to find it. The High Priestess Mila stripped the magic from my family and me, and she designed the trials and the Retterheld that killed my fellow Retlings. She left Locke for dead. I have no hesitation in pointing the quiet ones in her direction. And how do we know you're not lying? Stide growls. You lied before. No, I didn't. Maybe I tricked you, but you should know better than to take advantage of desperate people. The moment the tables turn, they'll do the same to you. But hopefully that lesson has been learned. What I'm saying now is the truth. I know the location of another blade, exactly like this one, and I will tell it to you, once you help us. We could go to the city now, Thessa responds. Find it ourselves. This time I laugh out loud. Oh, yes, and which city is that? Galrak? Durain? Rowell? Rohelm? I'm sure you'd have no issue going unseen through them all and finding the single person out of the hundreds of thousands of people there that has the dagger. Assuming you even could, it would take years, if not decades. Get us all out of here alive, and I'll tell you. A silence falls as Thessa and Stide exchange glances. Stide finally nods, teeth gritted. Fine. Any more tricks and we will leave you here on your own to suffer the wrath of the gods.
Any trickery from you and you'll be dead before you draw your next breath,
Kyor says. It's the evenness of his tone that makes the threat so deadly. He won't hesitate to kill them both if they misstep. Then it is agreed, Thessa murmurs, sounding annoyingly triumphant, leaving me feeling like we've somehow misstepped. We will guide you through the forest.
All the way to the Harathian Pass.
Reuben interrupts. He's right. Whatever these rotting things are, there's a good chance they're not limited to this area. Up to the Harathian Pass, I repeat, only to feel that pressure at the base of my spine. The ring doesn't want to be forgotten, but there are only so many times I can risk our lives, and I now have hundreds of other heirlooms back in Rohelm. Yet something tells me this ring is different. It's important. But so is staying alive. Thessa and Stide share one more look before eventually dipping their heads in agreement. Fine, Thessa says, but we need to leave, now. We don't need her urgency to spur us into packing in haste, nor do we need Locke's hearing to note that the shrieks are coming ever closer. Chapter 31. There are too many of us for the horses, forcing us all to double up. I sidle up to Kaz, Can you ride with Thessa? I ask her. What? Why? I keep my voice low. You're the perfect person to question her. You know more about the Sannings than any of us, and you'll know if she's actually telling us the truth or not. See what you can find out. She agrees, and Locke doubles with Benny, leaving Stide with either Kyor or Reuben. And the way she's looking at Kyor and Elska makes me bristle. I push it down because it's ridiculous, but nonetheless. Stide, you go with Reuben. Her gaze flickers between the two men, as if she's genuinely weighing up whether she's going to agree with me or not. But then she offers a small shrug and walks over to Reuben's horse. Reuben hands her the reins and comes over to me, clearing his throat awkwardly.
I thought you should know. Kyor didn't leave your side, Rose. The whole time you were out, he was taking care of you, watching over you. I don't know the ins and outs of your fallout, but...
He grimaces.
He does love you. Even I can see that.
Why are you telling me this? He offers me a lopsided grin.
I'm out of the running, right?
I wince, but nod. It's harsh, but he was never truly in the running. Not in my eyes. Reuben is my past. Kyor is my present. The future? That remains to be seen.
May as well see you with the prince, then. At least that way I know you'll be taken care of.
I glare. I can take care of myself.
True.
He agrees equably.
But Kyor would treat you like a princess. Literally. And if I can't have you...
He trails off with a shrug.
It would be great to have a buddy who's queen. I'm just thinking of advantages, you know?
He winks cheekily before turning back around to mount up. As I watch him go, I see the friendly smile on his face as he greets Stide, trying to set her at ease with sharing a horse with a man she barely knows. My heart aches at his goodness, and I wish it could be different. Wish it could be Reuben I dream of, but it isn't. I turn to Kyor, my stomach fluttering. He watched over me while I was injured. I'd be lying if I said the thought didn't warm me.
Elska reckons we can make up some good time this morning,
he says as I mount the wolf and wrap my arms around him, telling myself it's for safety on the ride and nothing else. At least this way, sitting behind him, I'm spared the torture of him pressing up against me again. It gives me a modicum of control, or at least the pretense of it.
She says the route up ahead is fairly flat.
Kyor continues as Elska begins to walk.
Easy for the horses.
That's good, I reply, realizing how detached my voice is. And for once, it's not to do with him. It's just my head is too full to add whatever's going on with us into the mix. Besides, easy is great. But what I want to know is whether it will lead to my mother's ring. I know that this detour has taken longer than any of us wanted. But every time I think about abandoning it, that pressure returns to the base of my spine as if it's pushing me towards it. And the thought of giving up, when I can feel in my bones how close we are, causes an ache. A deep ache that starts almost as soon as we move out of the camp and isn't helped by the rain that begins almost immediately. I think we're going the wrong way, I tell Kyor as water runs down my face.
This is the way to Galrak,
he tells me.
Elska knows where she's going.
The pressure strikes again, this time so sharp I have to fight not to gasp. No, we need to stop. I release my grip from his waist, sliding to the ground before Elska even has a chance to pause.
Thorn!
Kyor yells after me as I race away from the group, water splashing in my footsteps.
Rose!
What's going on? The others yell after me, but their voices are blocked out by the pressure that's now heightening into something entirely different. Something almost euphoric. My heart is all the way up in my throat, adrenaline surging through me and blocking out the cold chill of the rain as it beats down around me. I'm near it. I know I am. With a feeling like bright white light filling my spine and abdomen, I drop to the ground and run my fingers through the waterlogged leaf litter, only to come back empty. Once, and then again. I need it. I can feel it more than ever. I need the ring. William and Kay need me to find this ring. I don't know how I know it, but I do. My pulse drums in my ever-drying throat as my fingertips finally brush against cold metal. Triumph and relief surge through me as I lift my mother's ring up from the sodden ground it rested in. By the mother, you found it! Kaz stands over my shoulder, as I rub the mud from the piece of jewelry, revealing the stone beneath it. The blue is even more beautiful than I remembered. "You actually found it!" "I did." The words slip from me as a whisper as I slide the ring onto my middle finger. Another surge of that white energy ripples through my body, this time strong enough to make me gasp. And my sight is lost, a crisp, icy pattern burning into my retinas. William's skin. It's the pattern on his skin, I'm sure of it. "Rose?" Kaz questions. "It's fine." I shake my head, trying to brush the moment off, though the vision remains a fraction longer. "Just happy, that's all," I lie, my eyes fixed on the stone. I've never worn it, I realize suddenly. I'm not sure why the ring passed to Kay, as I don't remember it being an explicit bequest from my mother, but maybe it was because she was the one of us who cared most about pretty things? Regardless, it's the one piece of jewelry Kay wore day and night without question. But if she ever felt anything more than simple sentimentality towards it, she never told me. So, either this, like so much that's happening to me right now, is new, or Kay has been keeping things from me since before the Rudder held. Strange as it is, given recent events, I'm still leaning towards the former. She wouldn't hide this from me. As I stand, Kaz looks at me with her brow creased. "You know this means that these things that are happening to you, visions or slips, whatever you want to call them, they're real. They really are trying to tell you something." I stare at the ring. She's right. I can feel it in my bones. For once, I'd love it if whatever the gods were trying to tell me was clear-cut, like words on a letter. No games, no guessing, no risk to my family or me. I guess that's too much to ask for. I'm just glad I got it back, I tell her. While the rest of the group remained on their horses, they've all seen what I've found, and no one speaks as I head back to Elska. The rain is yet to let up, though the wolf's dense fur is still surprisingly dry, and this time I sit in front, Kyor's body sheltering mine from the worst of the inclement weather. It's far more dangerous for my heart, even if his arms rest perfectly respectfully at his sides.
Those are some pretty steep hills in front of us,
Reuben says after a while.
Are you sure the horses are going to be able to make it up there? We're not going that way.
Kyor responds curtly. We need to go northwest, Kaz argues. Those hills are northwest. Kyor shakes his head.
No, they'll take a day to cross, at least. And with this rain, it's better we go a little wide, as the horses could easily fall on the wet earth. Rock slides could also take them out.
No one questions his decision further.
Elska says it gets easier up here,
he says, as we're both forced to duck beneath low-hanging branches. But luckily Kyor's right. As we break through the line of trees, we find ourselves in a far sparser part of the forest. Not only that, but the rain clouds seem to have passed too, settling over the higher ground instead.
Elska is restless. What do you say to having a run?
He whispers against the shell of my ear.
I'll have to hold you tight for safety reasons, of course.
Of course, I say, fighting the grin that I'm grateful he can't see. After the last couple of days, a bit of careless sprinting on a wolf feels like exactly what the healer ordered. I brace myself, ready to feel the lurch of the wolf beneath me, but before she moves, a shout comes from behind us. Stop! Everyone off! Off their horses! Now! I twist my head around, and even though my view is partially blocked by Kyor, I can still see Stide racing towards us. What have you done, you stupid boy? She says, glaring at Kyor. You have brought us to a hool, the home of the Vata. It is the first time since I took back my dagger that I have seen such emotion from the Sanning, who stands directly in front of Elska, yet seemingly unaware of the manner in which the wolf is baring her teeth. She doesn't love Stide calling her rider stupid. You cannot walk across their ground, Stide continues. The old burrows are here.
I'm sorry, did you say Vata? As in the goblins?
It's Reuben who asks, and he's not trying to hide his incredulity. I understand his skepticism. In the slums, they mutter that all the creatures of myth are just that, myths. Father always told me such beings were real, though. And since facing a Jotun and a Kraken, I am much more open to the idea that the creatures of folklore are exactly as real as he claimed. But even in folklore, in terms of dangerous creatures, the Vata are hardly up there with the Miakur or the Jotnar. They're a pest, a nuisance, nothing more. Everyone knows that. In fact, I'm pretty sure you need to be more scared of some of the starving rats in the slums than you do of these creatures. Sure, the tales say they like a bit of mischief. In our house, the Vata always got blamed when socks went missing. But after everything we've been through these past few days, a little harmless humor wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
We'll leave an offering.
Kyor says, unperturbed.
I'm sure we have something in our bags we can give them. Maybe one of Rose's tinctures. That'll ensure they leave us alone.
Why are you not listening to me, dog boy? Stide barks back. It is not the Vata you need to fear, it is their burrows. She waves around us. Look at the size of the horses, the weight of you with your big city belly. It is not safe to cross. Behind me, Reuben and Benny fail to stifle their laughs. I can't imagine anyone has ever accused Kyor of having a big belly, let alone called him dog boy. I feel the crackle of his annoyance and static against my skin, and yet he manages to keep it in. Stide, however, is clearly fuming at Kyor's nonchalance. She's right. Thessa's voice is far more measured than the other Sannings. These lands are unstable. Can't you feel it? She looks at me as she asks the question, though I've no idea what I'm meant to feel. Not from up here on Elska.
So what do you suggest we do?
Kyor asks in exasperation.
You want to turn around and find a different route? Yeah.
Benny's voice is low and wary.
I'm not sure that's going to be possible.
My stomach tightens as I twist around to see what he's talking about, only for my jaw to drop. Where in the gods' names did that come from? I stare at 12 feet of smooth stone wall. Solid, opaque, and utterly impossible considering we just passed through that spot only moments ago. Vata magic, Stide hisses. Vata magic? Kaz questions. I can tell from the tone of her voice that this is something she knows nothing about, and she doesn't like that one bit.
Illusions, right?
Benny asks.
That's what I read. Fucking hell. Are there any mythical creatures that are, well, myths?
Reuben mutters. None of us respond. We all know the answer. I was so focused on finding the Isin that I neglected to worry about the dangers of the journey itself. Navigating land riddled with goblins' burrows wasn't something I'd anticipated. Still, I've dealt with illusions before. Siren, one of the Retlings from Dorraine, was one of the most powerful illusionists I've ever come across. Unfortunately, she was almost more unstable than Locke, and would frequently plunge us into darkness, or storms, or some entirely unknown environment without warning. Normally when we were trying to relax and eat.
If it's just an illusion, then we can walk straight through it?
Reuben offers the exact same response that I was considering. And from the way Kyor turns Elska and stalks towards the wall, he's thinking the same.
Come on, girl. Back we go then.
Following his instructions, Elska moves towards the wall, only to stop with her nose 6 inches away.
Come on.
He presses her forward, but she refuses to move.
It's not there. It's an illusion. Look.
He drops down to the ground and walks towards it. Yet as his hand touches the stone, it transforms into a wall of flames. Heat billows outwards as black smoke clogs my lungs, and the horses rear, their whinnying shrieks sending all the nearby birds flying from their roosts. Do not let them near the burrows. They will fall, Stide yells out. But how the hell are we meant to tell where the burrows are when they're underground? As Reuben and Kaz fight to keep their mounts from bolting, Kyor steps away from the wall of flames. The cold stone reforms, no hint of the treacherous flames remaining.
Fuck.
Kyor swears. A crack of thunder rumbles above us, and I know it's annoyance at himself more than anything else. With a tentative step, he edges back towards the wall, only to change his mind. With his jaw locked, he turns back to Stide.
What do we do?
He asks.
We could blindfold the horses, right? Get them through the illusion that way? That'll work, wouldn't it?
I try to remember the last time I heard him so unsure, seeking the suggestions of another. and I come up empty. Perhaps, Stide says non-committally. It may work, but the Vata may follow us. They like their games, and you, I think, are fun to play with. Her eyes glint at Kyor, but I'm too busy thinking about the ramifications of these damn goblin games to care. Exactly how long will these creatures find entertainment in toying with us? And how long can we travel with blindfolded horses and hope to get anywhere? And as for their burrows, exactly how far do they stretch? All are questions I have no way of answering. So maybe I need to ask a different one. If we go around, back across the hill path, how much longer will that take us? I ask Kyor. The last thing I want to do is put any of us at risk, but I can't forget the icy patterns that stole my vision when I placed the ring on my finger. If Kaz is right, and everything that's happening is trying to tell me something, then maybe it's telling me I need to move faster, that William is running out of time.
It'll add at least half a day.
Kyor tells me.
Maybe longer, depending on the state of the hills.
As I draw in a long breath, I become acutely aware of all the pairs of eyes watching me, waiting for my response.
What are you thinking, Rose?
Benny asks.
What do you want to do?
I remain silent as I cast my gaze across the expanse in front of us. How far is it? A mile at most? Still not sure which way my decision is going to land, I turn to look at the Sanning. You could tell the burrows were here, the Vata. Can you tell us where the land is thickest? See where it's safe to walk? You want to go across the Hool? Stide questions. Only if you think you can. If you don't think you're able, The snort that comes from Stide is almost loud enough to drown out Thessa's chuckle. Clearly the Sanning and Kyor have more in common than they'd like to believe. I can walk across it. It is you who will have to follow what I say. That, I think, will be harder. What do you all think? I turn my eyes to the rest of the group. I don't want to make a decision like this without their input. But the reality is that even blindfolded, I'm not sure we could get the horses through the illusions. Not if the Vata continued to torment us. Not with the way the heat billowed from the wall of flames. So much for imagining the Vata are nothing more than mischievous but lovable sock-stealing critters. These things are really fucking with my plans. Reuben's reply comes instantly.
I'll follow wherever you want to go.
Stide thinks she can make it. We should believe her. It's why they came with us, after all. To guide us, Kaz adds. I look to Benny, the last one who needs to weigh in, not only for him but also for Locke.
Well, I'll just look like a dick if I say no, won't I?
He replies.
Besides, I want to see one of the Vata fuckers. They're a mainland thing. Might as well come out of the trip with a few stories, right?
Next to him, Locke is rocking and nodding. I'll take that as his acquiescence. All except Kyor have agreed. I look at him, already knowing there's only one answer he can give. He nods tightly.
Fine.
He glares at Stide.
If you deliberately lead us into peril, know that I'll kill you first.
She smirks. You'll try, dog boy. I stifle a smile at her new nickname for Kyor. Honestly, his ego could do with being taken down a peg or two, and it actually makes me like the wicked Sanning just a little. She's not intimidated by the Prince of Marathka. I wonder what she'd call Corvain. All right, I say aloud. So that's it then. We all agree. We're crossing the burrows. As we begin our walk, it's clear that Stide is happy to have her position as group leader, and it takes her no time at all to adapt to barking orders at us, particularly Kyor. Your wolf is moving too fast, she snaps at him. If you do not make her listen, she will fall.
She knows what she's doing.
Kyor responds curtly, only for a patch of land to give way beneath Elska's paw. The wolf leaps forward to safety, but the prince pales notably. My eyes, like those of the others in the group, are drawn down to the exposed pathways. These burrows are incredible, Kaz says. She's right. Even though we can only see a section, the intricacy is incredible. Like a rabbit's warren, only with hints of sapience hidden in the maze. A scrap of fabric, etchings of creatures made on the walls, whittled wood. If the Hool is deserted, how come they're still doing this? I ask as another illusion appears in front of us. A waterfall this time, although thankfully the horses are happy to be led through this one as we walk single file, following Stide, who's using her spear to tap at the earth, sounding out the hollowness before she decides where to take her next step. There are always scavengers, Thessa tells us, making sure nothing has been left. It will be one of them, maybe more, she adds as a writhing mass of snakes appear on the earth in front of us. Elska snaps helplessly at the creatures, tossing her head as if she might be able to flick them away from her. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't work.
Maybe those blindfolds weren't the worst idea after all,
Benny says as he looks upwards, treading through the illusory mass of snakes.
For me, that is.
He adds, shuddering.
Please tell me this will be over soon. How about I give you a big hug for being so brave when we're past all this?
Reuben offers with a smirk. Benny visibly brightens.
I'm holding you to that,
He replies.
Though, maybe you could hold my hand now too. Just for moral support, you know?
Single file, Stide snaps as she spins around to glare at them. You follow only where I step. I will not die because of stupid big-bellied city boys holding hands. Despite our current leader's clear nervousness, I can't help but meet Kaz's eye and suppress a smirk. At least she's not calling us big-bellied city girls. Still, Stide's right to take things slowly. At one point, Kaz is adjusting the weight on the horse she's leading and drops a bag to the ground, only for the earth to swallow it up as a sinkhole the size of a small shack appears, stopping only inches short of her feet. Another time, I'm the one who makes a misstep, drawn to an unusually pleasant illusion of snowdrops, only for my foot to sink beneath the earth. Before I can topple, Kaior grabs me by the arm and yanks me onto more solid ground.
You want flowers? I will get you all the flowers you could ask for after this,
He grunts. If you cannot tell if it is real, focus on them for a moment before you move, Stide tells me. The Vata illusions are not solid. They shift.
She's right,
Benny says.
That doesn't stop them being fucking horrible.
If I didn't know better, I'd say the Vata are enjoying teasing Benny, because he's the only one who's been repeatedly targeted with snakes. My attention shifts back to Stide, who is staring intently at me. Look at the flowers again. I do as she orders, but they look just as real to me as they had a moment before. But then, as I'm about to look away again, I see something. The slightest shimmer in a petal. A shift in shade that doesn't fit the light above us. I see it, I breathe. It is more difficult with fire and water, Stide tells me. Or snakes. The way they move is trickier to see. But for flowers, bricks, buildings, things that stand still, you just have to be patient. She moves on before I have a chance to thank her. Though it is only a moment later when an opportunity arises for me to test her theory, as several fallen trees have crossed our path trying to push us onto another route. The trunks look to be solid, chipped bark revealing young white wood underneath, just the way you'd expect. Yet as I continue to stare at it, the tiniest flecks of blue flicker in the brown, and as I sweep my hand through it, a spark of pride rises within me. A few minutes later, when we come to a large rock, I try again, staring at the gray stone, waiting to see that shift in color. Stide turns back and looks at me. Sometimes, the rose, a rock is just a rock, she says, rolling her eyes and continuing on. Apparently, I now have a nickname too. We've been walking in single file for almost an hour when Kaior turns back and looks at me.
I'm sorry.
He murmurs.
I didn't know this was here. I should have known.
How? I ask him pointedly. You're not perfect, Kaior. None of us are. You can't be expected to know every inch of the forest. And this is why we wanted the Sannings to accompany us, right? To guide us. He presses his lips together and doesn't respond. Look. I reach out, take his hand, and squeeze it lightly. This is still going to save us hours. And like Benny said, we might even get to see Avata.
Still, I'm sorry.
My eyes lock on his, and I know the apology is for so much more than this one slight error. Before I can reply, Stide calls out from up ahead. You can mount again, she says matter-of-factly. We are past the hool.
It is?
Reuben says with a slight air of disappointment.
I thought we might see Avata. Yeah, but the plus side is we get to share that promised hug.
Benny grins.
And you want it now?
Reuben quirks an eyebrow.
With everyone watching?
To my surprise, a pink hue colors Benny's cheeks. It's nice to see Reuben actually flirting with him, especially since I can take it as a sign he's finally accepted there's no point in pursuing me any longer. Still, the fact that his response has actually affected Benny makes me wonder if the future Duke likes Reuben a little more than he'd care to admit. As I let the moment of lightness linger, my eyes turn to Kyor, who's staring straight ahead into the thickening forest. Kyor? Whether the static that prickles on my skin is of his making, I cannot tell, but it's accompanied by an uneasy squirm in the pit of my stomach. Elska lets out a low, rumbling growl.
We need to go!
Kyor calls out sharply to the group.
Now!
We need to sort the horses, Kaz protests. But Kyor is already on Elska, swinging her around to face the horses.
Later!
He barks.
Mount up!
Chapter 32. No one questions him as they grapple onto the nearest steed. Benny reaches his hand down to help Stide, while Reuben pushes Locke onto a gelding before mounting in a sweep straight after. The only one who makes any noise at all is Locke.
Crows!
He calls.
He's coming! He's coming!
It's not exactly an eloquent warning, but it's more than enough, as we all know from the tales that crows precede a miracle. The cold fingers of fear swipe down my spine.
Rose! Get back on Elska now!
Kyor yells. For once, I obey his command without hesitation, and I hastily climb onto the wolf. My mouth has gone dry, and I shudder as all around us the forest comes alive with the discordant sound of cawing. Crows, just like Locke said. A flock so dense it could cover the sun with their black wings. Elska lurches into a run. Leaning forward, I clutch my hands so tightly into her fur that my mother's ring digs into my skin. Fucking folklore and fairy tales. Vata, Miraker, I'm done with the lot of them. Behind me, Kyor draws his sword. His body is rigid against mine.
Keep moving, Els.
He urges her. Elska's muscles bunch beneath us as she powers forward. Her ears flatten to her skull, and she lets out another low, rumbling growl that vibrates straight through my bones. This isn't like with the unbounded direwolves, when the entire forest went silent. Instead, black-winged birds flock from the sky, their multitudinous shrieks and squawks sending out a warning to flee. And we're trying. The horses' hooves thunder over the ground, their terrified snorts pealing through the air on and on. Yet in my heart, I already know the truth. We won't be fast enough. We're clustered together and back in the dense thicket of the forest when the temperature drops so sharply, I feel it like a blade sliding between my ribs. Our breaths fog the air.
Rose!
Benny warns.
Deep breaths!
It's not me! I call back. The cold! It's not me!
Keep moving!
Kyor shouts.
Don't slow down!
The command is easier said than done as the horses and riders struggle through the dense undergrowth. And as we push on, I try to ignore the biting cold that stings my fingers and face. Maybe it is me, I hope. And yet, as a sound reverberates behind us, a sound that isn't quite animal and isn't quite human, all the hairs on my neck stand on end, and I know there's no more running. They come out of the trees without warning, without a sound. No snarls, no groans. The only noises they make come from the rustling of leaves as they drag their feet towards us. I know I shouldn't look. I should focus on getting the fuck out of here. But there's something utterly off in the way they move. The way their limbs hang at their sides.
Rotting ones!
Locke cries, as if any of us were in doubt. The shambling men are wrong in every way that matters, not just the manner in which they walk. Their skin is mottled and stretched too tight over bone, displaying a crisscross of blackened veins, while their dull red eyes sit lifelessly in their sockets, unseeing. As I draw in a gasp, my throat chokes on the stench that fills the air. It isn't hard to work out where they got their name. They don't just look like they're rotting, they smell like it too. Their chests do not rise and fall, I realize with increasing horror. Not just unseeing, but also undead. Hate to say this, but they're behind us too. Kaz's voice trembles. We're surrounded, trapped. There's no way out of this that doesn't include a fight. Kyor swears softly under his breath, then raises his voice to speak to us all.
Don't waste strikes. Cut off their hands and legs. They won't react to pain, won't stop no matter how severe the injury is. And they're not after the horses. They're after you. The only thing we can do is immobilize them. Do not let them scratch or bite you.
These aren't the general instructions of a commander going into an unknown battle, I realize. He's fought them before. The realization is like a hammer to my chest. With all the talk of rottings, not once did he say, "Hey, I've come up against those guys a time or two." It's another lie by omission. And yet again I feel a fool. The first rotting reaches up towards us, but it doesn't even touch Elska's flank before Kyor takes its arm clean off with a single precise stroke. It's a wound that should see any creature writhing on the ground, dying of blood loss. But no blood comes, and it doesn't fall. It barely reacts. The limb on the ground twitches as if confused, fingers still flexing in the dirt. I don't have time to hesitate. I'm of limited use on Elska's back, in Kyor's way and slowing the direwolf down, and as the rottings are on foot, I can be as well. I glance down at the ring on my finger. That burst of energy that flooded through me when I placed it on my body hasn't faded yet. I'm strong enough to fight. I know I am. Without giving myself a moment's hesitation, I slide from Elska's back, boots hitting the ground hard.
God damn it, Rose!
Kyor shouts. You'll both be more effective without me, and I'll be fine. He grimaces but lets Elska carry him away to a cluster of rottings. It's a small salve to my wounded pride. He trusts me to fight at least. Elska doesn't hesitate, using her claws and teeth to rip and rend even as Kyor's sword spins in wide arcs, slicing and dicing limbs. Their movements are ferocious, yet practiced. How the fuck he stays on her is a work of art, and if it were possible, one I would happily study. But right now, I've got more important things at hand. Rotting things. Given Kyor's warning, I have no intention of getting close to them, but I shouldn't need to. In fact, none of us should. With a plan forming in my mind, I call to my green magic, ready to hold the rottings in place the same way I did with Thessa and Stide, and yet, as I reach out and grasp for the power, nothing happens. Nothing comes. Panic flares sharp and hot. I can't feel my magic. That buzz between my ribs is utterly gone. I don't have my magic, I call out, in panic and warning. My green magic isn't like the ice magic. Not once have I needed to fight to find it since Edda returned it to me. A single further try is all I have time for. When my magic still does not rise, I draw my sword and dagger and advance on the rotting thing in front of me. Benny and Kaz have joined me on the ground, fighting on foot, protecting Locke while he jabbers on astride his horse. As for the quiet ones, the rottings barely seem to notice them. We are their targets. 3 sweeping swings of my swords are all I use. Head first, then the 2 arms. There's no chance this fucker is biting or scratching me. And then I'm struck with a realization. Kyor has been training me to fight these exact creatures each evening. Training me to fight while keeping my distance. Motherfucker. We are going to have words. I turn to look for the next nearest rotting, only to pause. Kyor! I yell at him. But I have no need to finish my exclamation. Thessa does that for me. Miakur! She screams in warning, eyes wide in fear. The Sanning's responses to the rottings may have been to stay quiet and hope to go unnoticed, but they do not offer the same response now. Stide jumps to the ground, wading into the fray and placing herself half a step in front of Thessa and the horses. She seizes her spear, sliding one hand down the shaft, bringing the point level and steady. The Miakur is draped in a cloak so dark it swallows the light as he rides into view astride a black horse with his eyes like pits, steam curling from its nostrils. I can't see the Miakur's face. I don't know whether there is a face. Crows spiral overhead, cawing in jagged, broken bursts. They land in the trees, on the ground, and on the rottings themselves, black eyes gleaming with awful intelligence. Perhaps it was not ravens we should have feared all this time, but crows. It certainly feels that way as I raise my sword to the rotting staggering towards me. I guess the part about the Miyakur being siphons wasn't just part of a fairy tale either. It would explain where the fuck my magic has gone, and why Kyor hasn't turned this entire forest to ash. I fight defensively, just as Kyor has been drilling me to do. It was never the Isin and their poisoned blades he was training me for, but the rottings, and whatever foulness infected them. They are the reason he didn't want to go through the forest, the reason he told me Elska wished to avoid it. When I am less full of fear, I will kick him hard in the balls for holding yet more lies between us. But now is not the moment. A rotting scrapes a hand towards my face, nails extended like a cat shoved into water, and I rear back just in time, slicing off the offending hand. The air around us feels heavy, pressed flat. The Miyakur brings with him yet more rottings, and we are desperately outnumbered with our magic gone, ripped away as if it never existed. Fear claws up my throat. But I have been stripped before and faced worse odds. I raise my sword and grimly throw myself into the fray again.
Don't let the Miyaku's blade touch you,
Kyor warns. As if called to action by the warning, the Miyakur lifts his sword. The metal is blackened, veined with something green and foul that looks like rot itself. The ground beneath the tip of its horse's hooves withers. Whether the Miyakur is a servant of Mortadem or not, I don't know, but he sure as hell looks like death. Another rotting lunges for Benny, and I intercept, ramming my shoulder into its chest. It's a stupid action that puts me at far too much risk, but it pays off as it stumbles back. I gag at the stench of damp and decay as I hack at its knee with my sword. The joint gives with a sickening crack, and the rotting collapses, still trying to claw at me with unnerving persistence. I stamp down hard, pinning its wrist, and sever the hand. It keeps reaching all the same.
Rose!
Reuben screams. I don't know when he left his horse, but he's on the ground now, swinging his sword with even more force and vehemence than during his spars with Kyor. Even Locke is fighting now, hacking and cutting at the rottings around us with the kind of precision that only comes from hours of practice. It tells me more than words ever could how he's managed to survive this forest. If I had the time, my heart would ache for him, facing this alone these past few moons, trapped with these things. The fight occurs at every angle, Kaz battling to keep the horses steady as they rear and buck wildly. The rottings might not go for the animals, but the stench is spooking them all the same, not to mention the swords flailing around them. The Miyakur! Thessa shouts. The rottings will leave with the Miyakur if we can force him away. How? I yell. We have to focus on him, injure him, she calls back. Not the rottings, him. I nod, mind whirring. Yet before I can decide on the best plan, Elska barrels through the rottings, tearing them down with teeth and claws. As the Miyakur turns his hooded head towards the direwolf, she skids to a halt, snarling, hackles raised. Kyor urges her forward still. A whine rises from her muzzle, but she doesn't fight him. She knows who her next target is. Kyor's attention is locked on the hooded figure. The Miyakur moves faster than he should, his sword whistling through the air. And Kyor barely parries in time. The impact rings out, bone-deep and sonorous, sending sparks skittering across the ground.
Stay back, Rose!
Kyor snaps at me as I start forward, though how the fuck he saw me behind him I have no idea. Actually, I realize I do. He didn't see me move. He just knew I would. And his barked instruction isn't because I can't fight, but because he doesn't want me to. But if Thessa is right, then we need to attack the Miyakur, and the fuck I'm letting him do that alone. Reuben, Benny, keep the rottings away from us, I yell. There seems to be no point in instructing the others. Kaz has enough of a battle with the horses, and Locke appears to know what he's doing far better than the rest of us. And there's no way I'm stupid enough to command Stide and think she'll listen. I sprint through the chaos, heart hammering as I duck low and surge into the fight, fury burning through the fear as I see Kyor and Elska squaring up to the Miakur alone. At their backs, Benny and Reuben defend them while they battle the thing of nightmares. But a single rotting has broken through the line of defense, and I watch, heart in my mouth, as it heads to Kyor. "Kyor! Watch out!" I scream. "Behind you!" He hears my warning, I know he does, yet he's spotted an opening in the Miakur's defenses, and instead of retreating and defending his back, he pushes forward. "I've got it," Stide shouts at me. Relief floods through me as Stide races for the rogue rotting as Kyor plunges his sword towards the Miakur, driving his blade into the terrifying thing that is sucking all our magic from us. An inhumane wail rips through the air, and shrieks of pain tear from my lungs as my eardrums reverberate with the horrific sound of the Miakur's cry. Around us, the crows take to the sky, cawing as they flee, the cacophony slowly fading into the forest. Behind Kyor, Stide raises her spear to take out the rotting, but she doesn't see that Kyor's turning for it too. With both hands on the weapon, she thrusts forward with all her might, aiming at the creature's neck. The spear severs the putrid flesh, but it doesn't stop. It keeps going, straight into Kyor. Chapter 33. Kyor's cry is 1,000 times worse than the wail that came from the Miakur. That sound may have pierced my ears, but this one goes straight through my heart. "It's fleeing!" Kaz calls out. "They're all fleeing!" I believe her, but I don't even look in the Miakur's direction as it wheels its horse around, its cloak fanning through the brittle air like wings as he retreats. Nor do I turn and watch as the rottings melt back into the forest. Those who can walk, anyway. Limbs remain writhing on the forest floor, several of which I trample over as I stumble my way to the fallen prince. "Kyor!" I cry, dropping down next to him. He's on his knees, one hand braced against the ground, the other clamped uselessly to his shoulder. Stide used some strength, that's for sure. The spear punched clean through him, and blood pours from the wound that is marked by the black blood of the rotting it pierced only moments before. For a heartbeat, I can't breathe. I can't do anything but stare at him. Kyor, injured. Of all the futures I wove in my head, all the possible outcomes for the two of us, both good and bad, this was one that never featured. A nightmare I never believed could happen. Thankfully, just as panic threatens to seize me fully, my training, instinct, and terror snap me into motion. "Don't move," I order, my voice sharp and commanding. "Do not touch a fucking thing." His jaw is clenched, face gray beneath the grime.
Wasn't planning to.
He manages, breath coming shallow and uneven.
It could be worse. It could have scratched me. I probably should thank you.
He says, looking up at Stide with a smirk attempting to lilt his lips. She's staring at him with abject horror. I... The Standing tries to reply but fails. The fox's cape has fallen askew, showing the green-black rotting blood that covers her blonde hair. I'm sure I look the same, although right now my appearance is the least of my concerns. My eyes focus instead on the sword in her hand. The blade is red and black. Rotting blood and Kyor's, mixed together. My hands are pressed to the wound, trying to stem the blood, but it's coming from both sides.
Honestly, I think this is okay.
Kyor repeats.
I mean, it could be worse.
From the way Elska whines, I have no doubt of the pain he's in, which is almost certainly what's making him fucking delusional. Rotting scratch or not, this is not good. This is very not good. It's best to keep him talking. Infection is a real risk right now, I say, thinking aloud. He nods calmly, as if he isn't bleeding out before me.
You're not wrong. If you see any green spidering out from the wound, then you're going to have to kill me, Rose.
You're talking nonsense. With his uninjured hand, he reaches out and grips my arm hard enough that I struggle not to cry out.
If I start to go green like them, you must promise me you won't let me live. Promise me, Thorn.
My mouth is dry, my voice constricted, but I manage to nod. I will, but you're going to be just fine. I try to smile. I promise you're going to be fine. Kaz at least knows I'm lying through my teeth. He won't be fine unless we get him to a proper healer. This is beyond my abilities, but I can do something. Ripping fabric from my shirt, I pack the wound as best I can, ignoring the way he hisses with pain. I wish to the gods that I had my mother's skill at healing, at flow. How I wish I could just knit his skin together the way she could. But if I have the magic for it, I haven't learned it yet, and I can't start with an injury like this. The fabric I've used to pack the wound is already turning red as blood seeps through, and it's speckled black from the rotting's blood, which makes my entire body churn with nausea. Nails and bites. That's what he told us. Nails and bites were to be avoided. He didn't say anything about blood. That's gotta be good, hasn't it? Maybe blood is fine? Etta, please. I can't say my prayer aloud as Kyra would hear and understand what it means, but I say it in my head over and over and over again. Please, Etta, don't let him die. He can't die. Please, don't let him die. She has given me so much, but I'll happily give it all back for Kyor's survival. Okay, I'm going to need you to get to your feet, I say.
Rose.
Breathe, I snap. Slow, with me. I breathe deeply, rhythmically. Elska whines, pacing in a tight circle, eyes wild, blood flecking her muzzle. You're not dying, I say fiercely to Kyor, as much for myself as for him. You hear me? You do not get to die. I am the only one who gets to kill you. The ghost of a smile tugs at his mouth.
Seems fair.
Someone, help me get him onto Elska! I shout as my heart throbs so deeply I don't know how I'm still breathing. Given that Stide is the closest, I assume she will be the one to come to my aid, but instead it's Reuben. Stide's hands are trembling, and she's still looking at Kyor, frozen in complete horror at what her spear has done.
Fuck, just when I thought this couldn't get worse.
Kyor groans as Reuben begins to touch him.
I mean, it's barely a nick, but if you need help, I'm gentlemanly enough to give it.
Reuben smirks at Kyor, but when his eyes flick to me, the worry he feels is on full display. It's bad. He can see it too. He's just trying to keep Kyor talking, and pissing him off is a good way to do that.
Maybe Rose and I will tell our kids about this one day. About the way I rescued the fancy little prince. Frick.
Kyor's jaw clenches, but his voice is getting weaker, and it's clear just how much it pains him to talk. We're getting you to Golrek, I say, standing behind him. You stay awake. You stay with me. He nods once. Barely. He's a soldier and he's got his orders. He'll hold to them. Until he can't. Ready, girl? I say to Elska. Other than when I said her name a moment ago, she hasn't stopped pacing. But this time she twists her head towards me, locking those bi-colored eyes of hers on mine before she drops down. I climb up, and together, Reuben and I lever Kyor upwards with me behind him, trying to steady his frame, which he seems to have lost control of. Around us, the forest is wrong quiet again. The rotting's parts lie scattered and broken, twitching uselessly where they fell. The Miyakar is gone, but the cold he left behind still clings to my skin. Or maybe that's just from ripping my shirt to shreds to pack the wound.
You got him?
Reuben asks, a hand still on Kyor to ensure he doesn't topple. I've got him. I nod, fixing my arm firmly around the prince's waist. Reuben tests me first, letting me go but keeping his hands hovering for a moment before he finally steps back. I'll meet you in Golrek, I say to the others. Elska can run far faster than the horses, and we have no time to delay. He needs a healer, now.
You go,
Benny says firmly.
We'll clear up this mess, and then we'll be right behind you.
Without the strength for words, I grip with my legs and squeeze Elska into movement. Her first steps are a slow test of her balance, but then, when she's certain neither of us will fall, she breaks into a run. Behind us, I hear Thessa instructing the others to burn the rotting's parts. But I can think of nothing but Kyor. All I can ever think of is Kyor. Chapter 34. Time is moving impossibly slowly, and the city I thought was so close is still evading us, even as night falls. I try to stop the blood from flowing, try to keep Kyor talking with question after question, but at some point the answers stop coming. Kyor's weight slumps fully against me, his breath frighteningly shallow but still there. That's what matters. He's still breathing, and as long as he's doing that, there's a chance. By unspoken agreement, Elska and I continue on through the night. There will be no stopping until he is dead, or we are in Galrek. My arms ache, and my eyes become desperate to close, but I stay awake, praying with every part of me that his heart keeps beating. As dawn rises, Elska stumbles, and in my own sleep-deprived state, I struggle to keep Kyor on her back. She turns a little and looks at me with apologetic eyes. "It's okay," I murmur to her. "We're both exhausted, but we can't be far from Galrek now. We have to keep going. If we stop, I don't think he'll make it." She gives me a weary nod and starts to propel herself forward again. I believe what I say. We have to be close. We exited the forest hours ago. We've been on a main road ever since, wide and flat, worn smooth by carriage traffic. We have to be near Galrek now. We just have to be. A rhythmic thud begins to sound in the distance. Drums. Galrek is the city of drums. We must be close. It's near midday when the 4 towers of Galrek rear into sight, and tears fill my eyes as a tremble of relief rushes through me. Not that we're out of the dark yet. Not even close. "We're nearly there," I whisper as I clutch Kyor to my chest, praying it's my imagination that is telling me his body has grown cold. That's all it is. My imagination. Maybe that's also why his skin looks gray, because my eyes are too tired to see properly. Unlike Rohelm, Galrek is not built in rings. Within its city walls rise 4 towers of black rock, jutting starkly from the earth. Each marks a point of the compass, north, south, east, and west, though like Rohelm, the true wealth of this city lies at its heart, or so I've heard. I've never left Rohelm to journey to other cities, never had the desire before, nor the means, since we were stripped. Austere black walls loom above me, intimidating and fierce. It looks strong, and that's something all Marathgians can appreciate. While the structure is unlike Rohelm, the presence of slums outside the city walls is depressingly similar. For some reason, I convinced myself that the dark underbelly of Marathga was unique to Rohelm. After all, it's not something Benny ever mentioned about the Isles, but it appears that crippling poverty is a language spoken everywhere. And knowing that breaks something in me. Strangely, though, the sight of the feeble lean-tos brings me comfort. Slums, I know. Streets like these shaped me, honed me. I do not fear them. We're within walking distance of the ramshackle shanties of makeshift homes when I carefully lower myself from the wolf's back, boots crunching softly against grit and mud. Once my feet are firmly on the earth, I maneuver Kyor until he's lying flat on Elska's back. His weight is heavy and unresponsive as I ease him down, and the wolf shifts beneath him with a low, uneasy rumble, but she holds steady. Her fur is thick and warm under my palms, her breath steaming in the cold air. The roll of the drums and the stench of the slums hit as soon as we cross an unseen threshold. Smoke, rot, damp wood, old piss, and desperation are all layered together so thick it coats the back of my throat. Fires burn low in broken barrels, casting jittery orange light over leaning buildings and narrow alleys choked with shadow. Eyes follow us from doorways and half-collapsed stoops. No one approaches, but no one looks away either. I walk beside Elska, one hand gripping Kyor to keep him in place, the other resting against her flank as I murmur directions under my breath. She moves with surprising care, massive paws placing themselves delicately between debris and sleeping bodies. That's when I spot him. A man planted on a corner like a sentinel. Broad shoulders, thick arms, belly filled out in a way that marks him as someone who eats far better than most. His eyes are sharp, constantly moving, weighing every passerby. Muscle like that comes from privilege here. Or power. I don't know him, but I know his type. An enforcer standing watch. Either to stop trouble, or to wade into it. Either way, he'll know exactly who I need to speak to. "Oi!" I say, because manners are weakness here. Who do I need to see to get shit done? He grunts, his eyes running over me, taking in the blood that clings to my hair and clothes, to the weapons at my side. When he's finished his inspection of me, his gaze drifts over the unconscious Kyor, swiftly dismissing him. And then he grimaces at Elska and the rings around her eyes that mark her as bonded.
The wolf's going to attract attention.
No shit, I say flatly. So get me out of the street and where I need to be. He pushes off from the street corner.
You got coin?
Enough for what I need. I reach into my coin purse and produce a few silvers as proof before tucking them away again and drawing my sword. And I'll be keeping it too.
Did it mean nothing by it, little girl?
I bare my teeth at him. Call me that again and see what happens. I growl. He smiles faintly.
Follow me then,
He instructs. And we do. I can feel the prickle of wary gazes tracking me as I follow him down one turn and the next. It's a coin flip. Heads, he takes us into a trap to try to rob us and steal Elska. Tails, he takes us to this slum's equivalent of Rula. If time wasn't of the essence, I'd be curious to see what happened if he tried to so much as speak to the wolf. But as it turns out, it's Tails. He bangs on a door and pops his head in politely.
Got a woman here asking for you. She's got coin.
I appreciate the upgrade from little girl.
Show her in, Gret.
A quiet voice grunts from inside.
She's got a dire wolf. Does she now?
The voice is speculative.
Well then, show them both in, I suppose.
For a slum house, this one is positively decadent. It has a single window and a door wide enough that Elska can get inside. There's a table and a bed, and a fire burning that kicks out enough heat that the warmth is noticeable as I cross the threshold. The man inside is almost as great a shock as the fact that Sannings are real, and I struggle not to show it. Because the truth is, he's no man at all but a kid. He can't be much older than William. 15, maybe? 16 tops.
Name's Lofty.
He introduces himself with a smirk, showing he clearly read my initial surprise.
On account of me having lofty aspirations.
His young age means nothing, I remind myself. I've seen people far younger than him kill for far less motivation than what he currently holds. His age doesn't make him less dangerous. If anything, it makes him more so. Because to have risen to this position so young shows ruthlessness. And no doubt, with his youth, he still feels he has something to prove. Name's Bryony, I lie. As you can see, my friend is injured, and he needs a healer.
Yes.
Lofty leans forward.
He does.
He looks me up and down with a salacious leer.
And what exactly would a beautiful woman like you do to heal a man like him?
I glare. I managed not to prostitute myself the entire time I lived in the Rohelm slums, and I don't intend to start in the Gulrekian ones. I draw my dagger. I'd slit your throat and steal your coin in position and use it to find and pay a healer. He stares at me for a beat, then throws his head back to laugh.
I like you, Bryony.
He says, still chuckling.
I like a woman with fight in her.
He admires me again.
You surely have that.
A beat later, the smile is gone.
You have coin? Why don't you head into the city?
Because Prince Kyor would be recognized. His whereabouts, his injuries, and, most importantly, his choice of companion would instantly be reported back to his prick of a father. Discretion is needed, I say nonchalantly. He nods.
Discretion I could do, but it comes at a premium.
I expect nothing less. He names a price that makes my jaw drop. Oh, fuck that, I snap. I don't care that much for the idiot. Elska lets out a low growl, which I try to ignore. I wish I could tell her that I am negotiating. Only an idiot expects the first price to be the true one. Paying it without arguing would put a target on our backs. So I argue, even as every word from my mouth feels like an unconscionable delay. We both ignore the wolf and haggle for a few minutes, but my heart isn't in it. I want a healer for Kyor now, but revealing that could seriously screw this up. So I do my best to play my part. We settle on a price that is just the right side of outrageous before I force him to throw in some plants I need, some food, a flop for us to stay in overnight, and, finally, a lookout to keep an eye out for when our friends reach the edge of the slums. He agrees to all of my extras and shows me to a hovel not too far from him. It's cold, has no window, and what feels like rocks for a bed, but it'll do.
Healer will be here in a half an hour,
He tells me. If they're not, I'm sending her after you, I say with a nod to Elska, and she doesn't take kindly to excuses. Lofty purses his lips, but sees sense. Rather than responding, he retreats to leave Elska and me alone with Kyor. The wolf lowers herself to the ground with relief, with her rider still splayed over her back. Should I lift him off you? I ask, like she's going to answer. But in the end, I don't move him. At least on her, he's being kept warm. I don't have the tonics I brought from my mother's supplies, but I do have the small stove in the one satchel I brought. So as much to keep myself busy and awake as anything else, I set some water to boil on the travel stove. Thankfully, it's not long before Gret returns with the list of herbs and plants I requested, not to mention some stale rolls and a single log of wood. I put the log in the metal bin that acts as a makeshift fireplace, although I don't light it straight away. While Kyor's on Elska, he's warm. We'll save it for later, when we truly need it. After forcing down a bite of the rock-hard roll, I claw through the supplies, select the paparvi seeds, and brew the strongest pain relief potion I know while we wait for the healer. Half an hour rolls by, at which point Elska lets out a low, rumbling growl. I know what I said, I reply as if we're having an actual conversation. But things can take longer here. We'll give him a few more minutes. As calm as I'm pretending to be, when the 30 minutes shift to 45, and then to an hour, I'm about to go and drag Lofty out by his pubescent nose. But before I can, a polite knock sounds on the door. Yes, come in, I say, my voice breathy from the combination of fear and relief. The door creaks open, and an older man with a large bag slung over his shoulder hobbles in. He's dressed in a rich green robe that's all Galrak, though the patches on the elbows and seams are all slums.
I'm the healer,
He says unnecessarily. He sniffs the air.
Robert's tincture.
He asks, impressed. I nod.
Excellent. He'll need it.
Slowly and carefully, he pulls at the fabric I used to pack the wound, never fully removing it, just peering inside. Throughout the inspection, he only winces once, when he turns Kyor over, and I hope that's a good sign.
You packed this?
He asks. I nod.
You did a good job. Nasty wound, this. Spear?
I nod again. Can you heal it? I snap. Will he be all right? I know he needs the details, but I need him to fix Kyor, not waste time talking to me. Gently he prods at the wound.
I'm not the strongest healer,
He admits.
I can stop any internal bleeding and seal the wound, but I can't heal it completely. He'll need to rest the shoulder for a few weeks, and even then it might never be what it was. The muscle...
He tuts slightly.
You wish me to proceed?
I stare at Kyor. It's his dominant arm, his fighting arm that's injured. And the fact that it might not recover completely would be more than a slight blow to Kyor. Is there another here who can heal him more completely? Who also comes with discretion? The healer smiles regretfully.
No, I'm it. And he doesn't have much time either.
I swallow. He's right. I know he is. We don't have time to drag Kyor into the center of Galrak and find another healer. Not now. Then do what you can, please. He presses his lips together and turns to Kyor as if he's about to finally start doing the fucking task I brought him here for, but instead he pauses and looks at the wolf.
Is she going to be a problem?
Impatience bites at me, and I work to keep my tongue civil. No, she wants her bonded healed, like I do. Please, do what you have to do.
Fine.
Still, his attention remains on Elska.
It'll hurt, but it is necessary.
Do it, I press. Now! He's already waited too long.
Very well.
He points to the sole log I have.
Light that, will you?
I had hoped to save it for later, but I suppose it will do me no good if the healer freezes while he works. I light the log, and finally the healer turns his attention back to the man I love. To Kyor.
I'll do my best.
He tells me.
Now, We need to get him onto the bed.
I watch as he unpacks the wound, the copper tang of blood filling the air and blood weeping down Kyor's side before realizing I can't see this. I can't watch Kyor bleeding in front of me. Not anymore, not when I don't have to. As the healer works away, I slump to the floor and sit next to Elska. The hard, cold ground almost immediately numbs me, but I don't have it in me to move or care. He's going to be all right, I say softly to her, and she lays her huge head on my lap. I don't stroke her, I've made that mistake before, but I welcome her warmth and comfort all the same. Credit to him, the healer works tirelessly, and while I can't see the magic he's pulling on, I can see the effects on his body as he pushes himself to his limits. Sweat beads on his forehead and weaves down his temples, and before long the back of his cloak is soaked through and stuck to his skin. Once or twice I force myself to my feet, searching for signs of the spidery green mottling that Kyor feared might infect him. But there's nothing there. Nails and teeth cause infections, not blood. At least we've learned a lesson, even if the knowledge came to us in the worst possible way. It's another long hour before the healer steps away from Kyor.
I've done all I can.
The old man is visibly exhausted, and while he may be a healer, I sense that cuts, scrapes, and bruises are normally his wheelhouse. This, working on so much muscle and flesh, skin and tendons, that's another thing entirely. I just hope the repair means Kyor can fight again. Then again, maybe I should just be grateful he's alive. Thank you, healer. I trail off, inviting his name. He smiles.
Best not to exchange names for the both of us. Good day to you. I hope he recovers well. Some of my finest work, that.
He bows to Elska and excuses himself before carefully sliding what passes for a door open and closing it again as he leaves. Now that Kyor is safe and we're alone again, the fatigue hits me, heavier than ever before. I had barely recovered from the incident with the Sandthrall myself, to the point that I don't know how I even managed to fight the Rottings at all. As I consider the last 24 hours, my eyes fall on my mother's ring. Is it the reason I'm still able to stand? Or is it the reason Kyor has ended up like this in the first place? I doubt I'll ever know the answer, but either way, the battles and riding all through the night and day have me bone-tired in a way I haven't been since the Retterheld. The Retterheld. It feels like it's already in my distant past, like the stripping and our exile. Even though it was less than a moon ago, being a Retling is another chapter in my life that no longer fits with who and where I am now. The gods and I both know many things can change in a moon. Kyor is stretched out in the middle of the hard bed, with Elska at his feet. As I move to join him, she shifts position to face the door, and a low growl rumbles from her throat as she pointedly bares her teeth and flexes her claws towards the entrance. Without words, she promises that nothing is getting past her tonight. When it comes to things changing, it's hard to deny the switch in my relationship with the wolf. Not so long ago, I was terrified of her, convinced she would rip me limb from limb. Now, I'm obscenely grateful for her presence protecting us, here in the heart of a viper's den. With Elska settled once again, I climb onto the meager pallet bed and fill the small space that Kyor's body doesn't take up. It's not a lot of room, and I've no choice but to cuddle up to him, not least because it helps ward off the biting cold. Any heat from the stray log is long gone. But as I carefully lay my head against Kyor's uninjured shoulder, I know the cold is not the only reason I am snuggled close. Pressed against him as I am, I can feel the reassuring thud of his heart. It's still there. He's still here. Chapter 35. A low, pain-filled groan awakens me, dragging me from a slumber I am not yet ready to leave. All the same, I pry sleep-laden eyes open. My heart leaps in relief and joy to see that Kyor is awake, although he's grimacing in pain. You're awake? The words leave me as a gasp.
The wound. The green.
He chokes out the words. No sign of the mottled green. I soothe him. None at all. The faintest attempt at a smile curls his lips, and I try to respond. I should be beaming, but I'm still worried. The healer did his best. He saved your life, but he couldn't heal all the internal injuries completely. You'll need weeks of rest before you're fully recovered. If you fully recover, I think. But don't say that part aloud. I don't need to. He's a commander in the army. He knows how injuries work, especially ones where you can't get a healer straight away. How do you feel?
Like I got run through with a spear,
He says ruefully. You're lucky to be alive. He shrugs his uninjured shoulder.
I've survived worse.
There's the arrogance I know and loathe. It's only when his fingers brush against my waist that I remember I'm still cuddled into him. His uninjured arm is curled around me just like it used to. Memories rush in. Of us in other beds, awakening like this. Flesh pressed to flesh. Need hot and urgent singing through us both. I swallow hard and push it all down. Those were other times. Things are different now. A lump builds in my throat and I sit up. For a second, his fingers remain on me, but then his hand drops away, just like it did in front of his father. There. That's the reminder I need. He didn't choose me, and no matter how much my heart breaks, nothing has changed between us. I'm glad he's alive, of course I am. But I can't allow the near-death experience to let anything change between us. Because it hasn't. We still don't have a future together. The room is dark. We've slept the remainder of the day away and made some headway into the night, too. Yet I'm still exhausted. And judging from the way Elska is sprawled out on the floor, I'm not the only one. Carefully, so as not to stumble into the slumbering wolf, I maneuver myself off the bed, lowering my feet almost silently onto the ground. Elska opens one eye, then promptly closes it again. Okay, less slumbering than I thought. Or maybe I just wasn't that silent. I made you a pain reliever, I say to Kyor, aware he's watching me. It's strong. It'll help. On the other side of the room, I decant a small portion of the potion into a cup that's relatively clean. It'll have to do. Everything here will have to do. I return to his side, and as Kyor takes the cup in his good hand, I help lift his head enough that he can sip from it.
That tastes foul,
He complains. It'll do the job. Suck it up and drink it, princeling. He levels a glare at me, but drinks the rest of the tincture dose without complaint. As my stomach rumbles, I grab a couple of the remaining stale rolls and determinedly take a bite. It takes some effort to crunch my way into it, but I'm too tired and too hungry to be fussy. There's no chance Kyor can expend this type of energy just to eat, not when he's as weak as he is. So I use my dagger to hack a second roll into smaller chunks and dip them into water to soften so they're easier to consume. In terms of a meal, soggy bread is definitely not fit for a prince, but he eats without complaint. With Kyor seen to, I pour some water into a bowl for Elska. I'm sorry, I say, rubbing my eyes. They don't have spare meat to give to you here.
She's okay.
Kyor tells me.
She'll hunt later when the others have joined us.
He looks around.
Where the hell are we?
The slums in Golrek. We rode ahead. He blinks.
You found me a healer in the slums?
You've just got to know the right person to ask. I presumed you wouldn't want one of the court physicians tending to you.
No.
He agrees instantly.
The last thing I need is father's sycophantic spies reporting back on me.
A knot coils in my stomach. No doubt part of that is because he's ashamed of me, of riding with me. I'm his dirty little secret. I try to push the bitterness away. I'm grateful he's alive, and that is what I should focus on.
It's so cold,
He mutters, and I realize he's shivering. It's the slums. I shrug. Residual magic from the heart of the cities doesn't make it out this far, and fires are at a premium. I managed to get us a flop, but I burned the only log we had when the healer was working on you. You'll feel warm enough soon. Rubbard's tincture will make it so you can't feel anything but goodness. It's a dangerous potion, the type of pain reliever that stops you feeling the warning signs from your body. My father warned me of countless men and women who had abused the tincture, making their lives and injuries worse. But I have no intention of letting Kyor do that.
It's so fucking cold.
Kyor complains again between clenched teeth. I know. Being here with Kyor in the slums brings back all the years of living with Kay in abject squalor. It's not like it's even been a moon since I won our wealth and powers back. Yet somehow, since the Red are held, I've already forgotten the acute misery of being wretchedly poor, of living with nothing and no one to protect me, with no warmth, no food, and no safety. I climb back onto the pallet that passes as a bed and settle myself so I'm draped across him as much as possible, sharing what paltry warmth I can.
I hate being cold,
He confesses. Too used to the finery of the high hold, I tease lightly. He shakes his head a little.
Bad memories. When I was a child, if I did something wrong, Father would make me strip naked outside, and he would throw a bucket of ice water over me. He would leave me standing there until my lips were blue and my teeth were chattering. He and Mother would always argue when he did it, and though it never stopped him, I loved her for being bold enough to scream at him for it.
I'm so taken aback, so fucking horrified that I can't find words to respond to his confession. I knew about the burning, Corvain using his power on Kyor to test his resolve by seeing how long he could burn him for. But leaving him in ice too? What the actual fuck? And this man is our king, the one who oversees the health and wellness of all his subjects. It's no surprise there are rebels willing to lay down their lives to kill him. If he treats his own son in such a way, the rest of us don't stand a chance.
Sometimes it wasn't me. Sometimes he made me watch while he tortured others.
He continues.
He thought it was good for me. That it'd make me strong, hardy, follow his orders without hesitation or thought.
As the words spill, I realize that this unexpected confession isn't because of his near-death experience. It's because the Robbard's tincture has loosened his tongue.
He made me kill my first man when I was 13.
His voice has an almost dreamlike tone.
He was tied to a chair, helpless. I didn't even know what he had done to deserve death. Father told me to kill him or he'd killed Layla. She's always been my favorite among the palace staff, ever since I was a child. And she'd sneak me food on the days I disappointed him and he made me go without. 3 days. That's the longest he made me go without food. I was only 9.
My horror is absolute. Kyor. I whisper his name, but it's inaudible even to myself, and he doesn't so much as turn his head in my direction.
I had to keep her safe.
He continues.
She loved me. She looked after me. I had to keep her safe. Love is a weakness. Layla. Zell. I had to keep her safe, so I did it. I killed him. Sliced his throat.
A thin frown line pinches his brow.
I can still feel his blood on my hands, damning my soul. And then I failed to save Zell, and that damns me even more.
My heart aches, as if it has been struck physically. Tears are running down my cheeks, but I try not to let my anguish show in my voice as I say, Your soul is just fine, Kyor. I see you.
No, it's not. You don't know, Thorn. There are things you don't know.
About the vow you made? I question, my pulse flickering faster. Could he break it now in this state? Had the tonic not loosened his tongue, I have no doubt he wouldn't have told me about his father starving him, torturing him, and threatening his loved ones. How far does that looseness go? Far enough to spill the last of the secrets he has kept between us? The question lingers in my mind. All I would have to do is ask. Ask him to tell me about the vow he made, and I could have my answer. My veins throb with the possibility. Could I do that? More than once he has told me that he would tell me the truth if only he could. Perhaps this is the way it happens. I swallow, aware of how quickly my throat is drying as I contemplate the consequences of what I'm considering. Say he does break the vow. Then what? Will the effects of the tonic erase any ramifications that would have happened had he consciously chosen to disclose the information? My mind moves to the blood vow I made with my friends to keep my brother safe. Who's to say Kyor's vow isn't saving lives too? For me to prize that information out of him while he's in a vulnerable state would be so unethical. I know I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And how would he look at me afterwards, knowing I stole the truth from him when he was at his weakest? No, if he wants to bare his soul to me, it should be when he's cognizant of his own words and actions. Whatever secrets Kyor has, they will remain his tonight. Come. Sleep, I say, pressing my hand flat to his chest without even meaning to, as if I need proof that his heart is still beating, that he's still here, that he survived. The tension in his brow smooths.
I like resting with you.
He murmurs.
I like you in my arms.
The throbbing in my chest burns. I can't bear to hear any more drug-induced confessions. Sleep, Kyor. Rest now. He falls blessedly silent, his breathing even as he slips into sleep, his heart steady beneath my hand. Chapter 36. The next time, I awaken slowly. My toes are cold, but the rest of me is surprisingly warm. My eyes flutter open, and I realize I'm not the first to rouse myself from sleep as I inadvertently stare into Kyor's icy blue gaze. Morning, I mumble.
A morning I get thanks to you. You saved my life, Rose.
His voice is clear, strong. The dreamy quality has gone, and I'm thankful for it. Each word he spoke with that loose tongue of his was a word given without his full consent, and the fewer of those the better. I wave away his thanks, aware that one of my legs lies across him. I should want to move it away, but I don't. The last thing I want is to somehow hurt his healing shoulder. That's what I tell myself anyway. You would have done the same for me, I tell him. The way his eyes glimmer is all the evidence I need that he would. Not that I actually need any evidence. As I continue to look up at him, a look of concern flashes across his face.
I don't remember much. I remember being awake, but did I do anything? Say anything inappropriate?
You told me some stories from your childhood, I admit. He winces, and that makes my heart hurt all the more. Not for a second does he think the memories he told me might be good ones.
Well, at least I know what I have to do next time I want to wake up with you pressed all over me,
he says instead. It's an obvious shift, moving the conversation to somewhere flirty, pushing away the awkwardness of his Robard's-induced confession, but I find I'm grateful for it.
Though I have to say, this isn't quite how I imagined the next time we'd end up in a bed together.
You've thought about us being in bed together, have you? I say lightly, sliding my leg off his and letting him change the subject.
Endlessly.
He confesses with a roguish grin.
While we're here, would you like to hear some of the things I've thought about doing to you?
Normally that voice, those words, would be more than enough to slide my thoughts into somewhere I try to pretend I don't still go. But not right now. Right now, all I can think of is how easily he hides behind his playboy facade. And maybe it worked before, but I've seen behind it now, and I don't think such truths can be forgotten. All the things we won't or shouldn't say hold fast within us, and we're saved from the silence when a bang on the door rattles around the small room.
Some of your mates are here,
A young voice calls out. Some of our mates. 1 minute, I yell back.
And just when we were about to start having fun.
Kyor grins at me, and I offer him a withering look as I help him up. We were not going to have any fun, I reply. Unless you find sleeping fun. He winces, exaggerating the action, as if the wound comes from my words and not his injured shoulder.
You slay me, madam,
he says dramatically, making me smile despite myself. When I'm sure he's steady on his feet, I open the door. Take us to them, I instruct the young boy waiting on the other side. He can't be much more than 12, perhaps younger. He's painfully thin, and the stale roll sits guiltily in my stomach. But the kid's not even looking at me, let alone listening. Instead, his owlish eyes are fixed on Elska.
Edda's tits! A real direwolf!
To prove a point, Elska gnashes her teeth at him, clacking at empty air. The kid stumbles back, eyes still wide, grin in place.
Jovi'll never believe this.
He mutters. What's your name?
Ryan?
Nice to meet you, Ryan. Take us to where our friends are and I'll give you a coin.
Take us into a trap,
Kyor growls.
and I'll let the wolf eat you. She's hungry.
No,
The kid stammers.
I won't trick you, mister. Promise. This way.
Elska moves close to the kid's side, as if she's ready to make good on Kyor's threat. And it's a testament to how tough slum kids are that he doesn't shrink away from her, although his pace is notably brisk. He leads us through the streets that I was too exhausted to note the twists and turns of as we stumbled through the slums yesterday. My assumption is that he's going to take me to a home, perhaps Lofty's again. But instead, we reach a small back alley where I spot Reuben, Benny, and Kaz propped up against a less-than-stable wall. I look for Locke and the Sannings with a quick scan around me, but there's no sign of them. Reuben's eyes light up as they catch mine, and he flashes me a warm grin, though Benny and Kaz are wearing notable poker faces, as if they don't even recognize who I am. Next to them, perched on the top of a barrel, is Lofty.
He's looking better this morning.
Lofty remarks with a nod at Kyor.
Good to see.
I glare at the kid. Our business here is done.
It was.
He agrees, keeping his voice real low.
It absolutely was.
He flicks his gaze pointedly to my white blonde hair.
But then I made some connections. Even here we've heard of the gifted. The Lady Rose.
He then looks at Kyor.
And, of course,
Tone mocking, he continues.
our dear prince of the Morathkian realm and his mighty direwolf. It seems to me that I saved a royal life. And as such, something a little more is required.
We had a deal, I snap flatly.
Oh, we did. But things change, don't they, Bryony? Once upon a time, you were a slum rat, and now you're a lady. The kids in the slums, they tell your story at bedtime now. The tale of the Lady Rose. It's a better tale than that of the Mirkers and more to them, I can tell you that.
The Lady Rose. The words land wrong in my chest, heavy and unreal. I think of frozen floors, empty cupboards, and learning to sleep with one eye open, and wonder when exactly all of that became a bedtime story. He smirks at my reddening cheeks.
You give us hope, Lady Rose. That any of us can rise above our station. One of us. One of us is in the fucking high hold. What a thing that is. What a dangerous thing giving us hope.
He leans forward.
Now, I promise discretion, but I might unpromise it real fast unless we can come to some new terms. All business, you understand. Nothing personal. So, those new terms. Listen here, you little gutter snipe.
Kyor starts forward, drawing his sword, but he can't hide the wince that even holding the weapon causes.
Is that any way for a prince to speak to one of his loyal subjects?
Lofty says. He drops the smile.
I want a favor. Just one. At a time of my choosing. Take it or leave it.
He pauses.
If you leave it, I'll make sure everyone in the Galrekian court knows Prince Kyor's in town.
Reuben smirks.
You either got a death wish or giant balls, kid.
Lofty winks back.
Balls as big as Yotuns.
He replies. Reuben snorts, amused by the comeback. But Kyor, Benny, and I don't. We can still remember the size of the giants, and those moments between life and death as they stomped around trying to kill us. Frankly, I don't want to be thinking of a Jotun's private parts in any capacity. And thinking of the Jotner makes me think of Estelle, her body broken on the sand. And thinking of Estelle makes me think of Thea and the way she deceived and manipulated Kyor, stripped away his ability to trust, and tried to turn me against him with her half-truths. With effort, I focus on the here and now, and the scrawny little blackmailer with freckles dotted across his face. One favor, I interrupt before Kyor can speak. From me. And no one can die as a result of it. Lofty hesitates. He wants a favor from the prince in his back pocket, but he'll have to settle for me. He finally nods.
Deal.
He slides down off the barrel.
I'll be seeing you, Lady Rose.
I can't wait, I say flatly. He flashes me a surprisingly bright smile and then disappears into the slums. The 5 of us are left alone with Elska. Battered, yes, but together. As Kaz moves to hug me, Reuben looks at Kyor.
You're looking annoyingly alive.
He mock groans.
I hoped Steid had done a better job.
Kyor grins.
Disappointing, isn't it?
Kaz rolls her eyes at the men. Good to see you still breathing, Kyor. For a second, she looks as if she might be about to hug him too, but instead she steps back. Still, something tells me he wouldn't have shoved her away if she'd tried.
Thanks.
He replies.
I'm quite pleased about it myself.
While the greetings aren't quite finished, I'm aware that we have more pressing issues that need answering. Where are the others? I ask, looking at Benny. Where's Locke and the Sannings?
The quiet ones didn't fancy the noise of the city of drink and drums.
The city of drink and drums? I repeat with a half-laugh. I suppose it works as a moniker. I've yet to meet a Golrekian who doesn't enjoy some homebrew.
That's what they call it.
Benny explains.
Locke didn't fancy it either. They'll stick to the woodland. And we'll meet them on the opposite side when we're restocked with more food and extra horses. That's what took us so long. We had to finish the last stretch on foot as we left them with the horses.
Unease stirs. We don't know Thessa and Steid well. They could decide to take the horses and go. Kaz reads my expression. Thessa promised to stay, to wait for us, she says, eyes soft, and she was telling the truth. The tension lessens, but doesn't fade entirely from me. I don't doubt Kaz's power, but though Thessa was telling the truth when she made the promise, people can change their minds, and their truths change with them. For now, I'll just have to hope that's not the case and focus on getting horses and food. But before I can start to form a plan, Kaz speaks again. I want to head to the library, she says. Benny huffs.
Of course you do.
The Golrekians will have maps of this area, she says, ignoring Benny with flawless, practiced ease. And I suspect they're a darn sight better than the ones from Rohelm. Reuben frowns.
There can't be much variation in the map, can there? Surely places are just where they are. Cartography is tricky.
Kyor disagrees.
Some are better than others.
Especially as we get further north, Kaz says. There are areas around the Harathian Path that were known for Turalian attacks back when we were at war. Ambush sites where they'd come out in their thousands. I already made notes of those areas so they could be avoided, but I want to cross-reference them with the maps here. Make sure. Golrek has the biggest library in all of Marathka. It's clear from her tone that she's extremely excited about the idea of being among all those books and scrolls. Although being reminded that Turalians like to attack in groups of thousands isn't something that fills me with sunshine. Still, like she said, we're planning on staying well out of their territory. Reuben looks solely at Kyor, more than a little challenge in his eyes.
Surely you know the places that are best to avoid. You're the commander of the king's army. You must have been up that way hundreds of times. I wouldn't go so far as to say hundreds.
Kyor grunts laconically.
But surely you know which areas to skirt around.
Reuben pushes.
Where the boundaries of their lands are. That's what the battles were about, right? Land disputes? Yes, but it's not quite that straightforward.
Kyor says pointedly.
It's not like there's a big red line drawn in the earth.
Benny weighs in.
No, but the boundaries must have been there for centuries. So surely you can tell us where we should steer clear of? You must have information about their old camps, places we should avoid.
All Benny's questions are genuine, but Kyor is starting to look irritated.
Look, let Caroline look at her maps, and between the two of us, we won't lead you wrong.
He ignores them then and turns to Elska.
Go and get some food. You're making me hungry. Then find the others and keep them safe. Wait for me.
It's clear that he says the order's allowed for our benefit. In a rare display of affection, Elska trots close and licks his hand repeatedly.
Yeah,
he says softly.
Love you too.
For all his sharp orders and rough edges, I recall his whispered words of weakness. And I wonder if he realizes that Elska is both his greatest strength and greatest vulnerability. Elska and, as much as I hate to admit it, me. Because as his past shows, Anyone he cares about has the ability to be used against him. Chapter 37. Injured or not, Kyor takes the lead, and Reuben stalks at his heels with Kaz close behind. Benny falls into step next to me, and together we bring up the rear. Benny glances ahead, then sideways at me.
So,
He says lightly.
are we all pretending nothing's changed? Or are we acknowledging the fact that you nearly killed yourself dragging the prince through a forest on his wolf?
I snort. I didn't nearly kill myself. You're being melodramatic.
No, I'm not.
He says with surprising seriousness.
It was dire, life-threatening, extremely stupid,
A smile tugs at his lips.
incredibly romantic.
Fuck off. He grins and then slowly it fades. When he speaks, his voice is quiet, for my ears alone.
Rose, honey, you don't do that for someone you're not sure about.
That needle lands cleanly under my ribs. I didn't do it because he's Kyor, I say. I did it because he was hurt. Benny hums.
You say that like it makes a difference.
I glare at him. It does. I would have done the same for you.
You would have,
He agrees easily.
because you love me.
He lets a few steps pass before speaking again.
Look, I'm not here to push you to reopen something you want closed. I'm just saying, I don't think the door is as locked as you think it is. In fact, I think it's creeping open. We can all see it.
My jaw tightens.
I just want to know why you're still acting like choosing him was some sort of terrible mistake that you have to atone for.
I stop walking. Benny stops too. Ahead of us, the others keep moving, unaware of our spat, or politely pretending not to notice. That's not what I'm doing, I say stubbornly. He studies my face, all humor stripped away.
Rose, you look like someone waiting for the punishment to fall. Waiting for the next punch. Waiting for the worst to happen. You can't live like that.
That hits hard. It's how I lived in the slums. Always on edge, always anticipating every single danger because if I didn't, if I missed something, I try to swallow down the lump that's blocking my throat. He's right. I don't want to live like that. Not anymore. I'm just being careful, I say stiffly.
You're being scared.
I cross my arms, aware of the way my jaw clicks from side to side. He broke my heart.
I know.
Benny's voice softens.
And that's exactly why this scares you. Because you didn't lose something empty. You lost something real.
I swallow again, but fuck, this lump is stubborn.
You don't owe Kyle forgiveness he hasn't earned. But you do owe yourself the truth.
Which is? I ask quietly.
That this isn't about trust anymore.
He meets my eyes.
It isn't about his choices. It's about fear, and whether you think you're allowed to want him again, knowing what it cost you last time.
I don't answer, because I can't. He sees to the heart of me, voicing thoughts I've refused to hear, even within the confines of my own mind. Benny exhales, then flashes a familiar grin, lightening the heaviness between us.
For what it's worth, Reuben's a good man. He'll be fine without you. Probably annoyingly fine. Might even fall for someone sexy who actually deserves him.
He winks.
We can but hope, right?
I can't help but smile at my friend. You're incorrigible.
True,
He bumps my shoulder.
but I'm not wrong.
Without the need for any more words, we start walking again. Ahead of us, Kyor slows slightly, clearly trying not to favor his injured shoulder, and something in my chest twists. Benny looks at me, sympathy swirling in his eyes. Better than pity, I suppose.
Did Kaz tell you about when she and Clint split up?
They broke up? You mean when Kaz was sent to Rohelm?
No. They were very much together when my mother sent Kaz there. It was before then. It wasn't as dramatic as your split with Kyle. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. But one day they just said they were over. They were done.
For how long?
For a couple of months.
He shrugs.
We were all young, and I think the idea of commitment, the fear of it, was part of it. But to be honest, at the time I thought it was the right thing for them to do.
You did? I look at him in surprise. This wasn't the way I'd expected the conversation to go. He shrugs.
With Kaz's powers being what they were, I knew at some point they'd be separated, that they might not see each other again, ending it then before they got too attached.
He slows his pace as he looks me in the eye.
When you're a member of the court, there are commitments, you know that. And those commitments only get more complicated the higher up you go. Leading people is tough enough to do clear-headed, but when the heart gets involved, it's difficult learning to go against what you've been taught your entire life.
He pauses.
When I saw them back together, and again reunited in Rawhelm, it made me think that maybe the pain was worth it. I'd like to think it was, for both of them. But who can really know?
As his voice trails off, I can't help but wonder if we're still talking about Kaz and Chlinos at all, or whether this is now about Kaior and me, or perhaps maybe about Benny. It's certainly the closest he's ever come to telling me about his past relationships without turning it into some light-hearted quip. It's hard to believe there hasn't been someone serious in his past. The amount of love he has to give? People should be flocking to his side. But then, maybe that's an issue too. Finding the right one among the flock, especially for someone in Benny's position. Kaior's past with Thea is evidence enough of that. Kaz and Chlinos, they were soulmates, I say. You could see it when they were together. They adored each other. Benny reaches out and lightly grasps my arm, stopping me. He meets my gaze intently.
Rose, honey, if that shit hadn't gone down with Kaior's father, would you not have said the same thing about him? About the two of you?
I don't reply, and my silence is the only answer he needs. He nods, and his hand falls from my arm as we begin to walk again.
I'm just saying, one breakup isn't necessarily the end of something special. And you're allowed to be happy, Rose, to prioritize yourself for once.
I'm pretty sure we are prioritizing me, or else I wouldn't be dragging you and the others the length and breadth of Marathka, I retort.
That's for your safety. I'm talking about your happiness.
My happiness? There's only one other person I can remember talking to like this. One other person who would speak to me with such a combination of frankness and love. Chlinos. I don't think it'll ever get any easier knowing how little time I had with her in my life. And having Benny here isn't just a close second. It's something else. Something I'm infinitely grateful for. Has anyone ever told you that you're a great friend? I ask. He grins.
Oh, yeah, I'm a national treasure.
His dry comment makes me laugh wildly. The first laugh I can remember since this damn trip began. You are. Thank you for coming this far with me. Up until this point, I've tried to block out that Benny was only coming to Galrek. But now that we're here, the fact that he'll be leaving soon leaves me with a weight I don't want to face. Reaching out, I give his hand a squeeze, and then I turn my attention to the new city we find ourselves in. It's definitely easier to look at than turning my gaze inward. The city forms slowly, starting with market stalls and farms. I can't help but note the weak, straggling plants, their leaves pale and the fruits sparse. The ground is hard and cold, dusted with snow. The plants are hardy. They have to be to grow in these climates, but they're not thriving. If I had magic to spare, I'd help them, make them grow just a little. But I'm already exhausted, and it's not just the energy expenditure I need to consider, but also the risk of being seen, which grows greater and greater with every step. Soon, the populace and buildings grow denser until we're hemmed in by bodies on all sides. And noise. I wasn't prepared for the noise. There was some drumming in the slums, but nothing like this. The noise of the drums reverberates around the city, a constant low-level thrum. It's not hard to see why the quiet ones refer to this place as the city of drink and drums. Any idea where we should go next? I call to Kaior. We have 3 aims. Find ourselves some more horses, restock our supply bags, and this time keep them, and get Kaz to the library. The finest library of Marathka will no doubt be in the heart of the city, nestled in the center of the court. As Kaior still has no desire to go anywhere near any lords and ladies, Nor, I find, do I. It means the group should probably split up.
Probably this way.
Benny answers, pointing further ahead.
I'm sure if we take this road, we'll join the main strip. There are some stables just here.
Reuben comments, gesturing to the side of us.
Let me go speak to the owner, see what I can find about purchasing some more horses.
Good idea, I say. We'll wait here. Reuben strides off with purpose while the rest of us look around. The sound of the drums is even more pronounced here, and a heavy beat reverberates through the ground, through the very soles of my feet. The smell of fermenting hops and barley hangs heavy in the air. What is that? Kaz asks, holding her nose. Beer, I say, recognizing the aroma all too well. The scent makes my stomach turn. It reminds me too much of the stench on Father's breath as he fell down time and time again, lolling into unconsciousness from too much alcohol. Now I get why Thessa called it the city of drink and drums, she sniffs, echoing my earlier thoughts. Do they ever stop that infernal racket?
No.
Kyor says bluntly.
They say the day that the sound of drums isn't heard in Galrak is the day the city will fall. Once,
Benny says with a grin,
some people from Ral snuck in with one purpose in mind, to silence the drums.
How? Kaz asks, intrigued.
They slit the skins of every drum they found.
Did they manage to silence them? I ask, invested. Benny snorts.
Not even close. Every single household has a drum. Most have 2 or even 3. The Rals damaged a few hundred, though, which the residents didn't love. Turns out that different drums and beats mean all manner of things because they're not music. They're commands. When the Ral idiots silenced the drums, they made it entirely clear where they were within the city.
What happened to them? Kaz asks. Kyor grins suddenly.
I like this part of the story.
Benny rolls his eyes.
Of course you'd like the gory part. Who doesn't?
Ignore him. What happened? I press. Benny snickers.
The legend goes that they used some special drums that created bone-deep vibrations. The frequency resonated differently with their non-Galrekian bones, and the sound of the drums made them pass out.
He flashes a quick grin.
Total bullshit, of course, or the Galrekians would just take drums up to fight the Isin. But it makes for a good story. And the best part? Supposedly when the Rals were unconscious, they were skinned alive, and their skins were used to fix the drums they'd destroyed.
Well, Kaz says faintly, that's disgusting. Let's try not to piss off any Galrekians while we're here, I suggest, and no one touch any drums. As we wait for Reuben to return, the talk turns to the most obvious point of conversation, where we're planning on sleeping tonight. The thought of a proper bed after so many nights on the road makes me grin. Yesterday's pallet bed did not count. At all. We should have told Reuben to ask about inns, I say.
I'm sure he'll think to ask himself.
Benny replies.
Although you don't need to worry about me. I've got a couple of friends here, so I'll sort my own lodgings.
My stomach lurches. Friends? Or rebels? I think of the whispered conversation between Reuben and Benny, talking of meeting the rebel leader, Arl. If I'd thought of it earlier when Benny and I were alone, I would have hissed instructions not to be so idiotic as to meet with him. But the moment is gone. I try to keep my unhappiness off my face. The last thing I need is for Kyor to grow suspicious of Benny.
Friends?
Kyor questions the Eastern Islander. Benny shrugs.
Acquaintances. Should probably show my face. Do a little hobnobbing while I'm here. You know what it's like.
Kyor's gaze remains skeptical.
I never saw you do much of that in Rohelm. I didn't realize you were watching me. Should I be keeping an eye out for guards following me in the shadows?
He says it as a joke, but I know he's disguised a serious question with humor. Kyor's jaw clicks.
Do whatever you want. It'll be easier to secure lodgings for a smaller group anyway. And we'll save money on your room. Seriously, the silver-spooned prince is worried about coppers?
Benny teases. But before Kyor can respond, Kaz speaks. Talking about not needing a room, I was thinking I'd head to the library tonight, she says. Tonight? I question. Surely you want some rest, a proper night's sleep? I really don't need that much sleep. And if I'm going to be looking up all sorts of things, I shouldn't. I'm really better off doing it in the evening, when there are fewer prying eyes. Besides, library chairs are comfortable enough for a few hours' rest if I need it. I'd rather have longer with the books and maps than waste time on sleep. Are you sure? I ask dubiously. I like a book, but I like a hot bath and a comfy bed more. Positive. She flashes me a smile, but before I can respond, another thought enters my head. So if you two are going elsewhere, then it's just me, Kyor, and...
Reuben.
Kyor finishes for me, the edges of his mouth turned down. Benny smirks and makes his damned triangle symbol again. I shoot him my most withering glare, but it does not wither him at all. Instead, his smirk widens, unperturbed.
Maybe I'll stick around for a bit to see how this goes. Ah, look, here's the big guy now.
Everything all right? I ask my friend as he approaches. Reuben crinkles his nose.
No, not really. We've got problems.
Problems? Plural? Fantastic. Reuben continues.
That place doesn't have any horses we can have, and the stable hand said there's a festival tomorrow night. Most inns are going to be heaving. We're going to struggle to get a room.
I look between the others. Kaz and Benny have already decided to make their own arrangements.
They have?
He questions. Library, Kaz explains.
Acquaintance,
Benny adds. Reuben's lips tighten, and I'm sure he's thinking the same thing I am, that Benny's acquaintances aren't standard members of the court. But thankfully, he knows better than to say that.
Well, the owner felt bad about not being able to help with the horses, so he's going to see if he can speak to a few friends of his and see what he can do for us. In the meantime, he offered me space to rest in the stables.
He says. That's Reuben all over. His goodness shines through so that people can't help but trip over themselves to help him, because you can instantly tell that he's the type who'd do the same for you. Okay, I say slowly, swallowing. Because if he rests in the stables, that means it's just Kyor and me. I guess I can sleep in the stables too, I say. But I really don't want to. After a night in a slum lean-to, I've been daydreaming of a warm room and a bed. I look at Kyor. You wanted to spend the nights away from the lords and court life? Can't get much further away than that.
The stables may be a step up for you,
he says to Reuben.
but it's several steps down for me, and I'm not keen to sleep with the equines.
If he weren't so damned injured, I'd hit him. I came from the slums too, I snarl. He blinks.
I didn't mean. You weren't. You were born and raised in the Highhold. Until you drop-kicked her out of there.
Reuben fires back. Kyor's eyes narrow. Enough, I snap. Focus! We need a place to stay and to gather supplies. Kyor sighs but looks at Reuben.
These stable rooms, they got a door.
Reuben frowns.
No, they're just piles of straw, but away from the horses. Which means other people will be there, coming and going, I'm guessing. Stable hands, owners. I guess so. Exactly.
He looks back at me.
There's no way you're staying somewhere like that. It's a big enough risk having you in a city again. A private room with a locked door is the minimum requirement. We can't have you accidentally spraying ice everywhere.
I want to protest, but before I can, Kaz interrupts with a sympathetic glance at me. He's right, you know. There doesn't seem to be any pattern to when your magic flares up. And we haven't had an incident in a couple of days. You might be due one. I don't think it works that way. It's not on a schedule. No, it seems tied to your emotions, Kaz agrees. But either way, you're safest away from other people. There must be an inn somewhere that has a room for you two. A room. And definitely 2 beds, I think to myself. Chapter 38. Reuben got us 3 names of local inns from the stable hand, but the first 2 were rammed and standing room only, and getting out of them is almost as hard as getting into them. Move out of the way! A woman holding more tankards than should physically be possible barges through with her elbows out, causing other patrons to shift out of her path, including one who knocks my shoulder. I stumble to the side, only for my hands to grab the nearest solid object. Kyor. As one palm lands flat against his chest, my other grabs his right arm, just a little way down from his injured shoulder. I'm sorry, I stutter, straightening myself as he quickly hides the wince with a grin.
For touching me, Thorn? You never have to apologize for that. You should know that by now.
As our eyes lock, I can't help but think of the image of him only a few hours ago, weak and in pain. The thought I could have lost him causes a searing through my chest that makes it almost impossible to breathe. But I'd feel like that if I lost any of the group, any of my friends from Rohelm. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. We should get going, I tell him, trying to ignore the breathlessness in my voice. Try the last place Reuben mentioned.
Sure.
Kyor smirks.
You just need to let go of my arm first.
I hastily release him and twist away, hoping I'm fast enough that he doesn't see the color rise in my cheeks. Out in the open, I make sure I'm walking just far enough away that I don't accidentally bump into him again. But it's hard. First, because the streets are so busy, but also because my eyes and body seem to be constantly drawn to him. We're still on the route to the third inn when I'm struck by a pressure at the base of my spine, almost identical to how it felt when we were in the forest, riding away from the ring. Instinctively, I look down at my hand, as if I expect the ring to be gone, but it's still there on my middle finger.
Everything all right?
Kyor asks as I slide to a stop. I think so, I say as my gaze skims over him to a dome-shaped roof crusting into the skyline. Immediately, the pressure in my spine subsides, almost as if my acknowledgement of the building was what it was waiting for. I should go to the temple, I tell him with a sudden sense of certainty. That's what we've said this trip is for, after all, a pilgrimage for Edda. I should make good on that. Keep up appearances. Thank her for Kyor's continued ability to breathe. Kyor presses his lips together as if he's going to object, only to dip his chin in acquiescence.
Fine. But we can't be long. If there are any rooms left, I suspect they'll go fast.
I nod in agreement, already weaving through the buildings towards the dome shape that I am certain is a temple. Sure enough, when I reach the outside, the cleanliness of the building exudes deference to the gods. Not wanting to waste time, I head inside.
Rose.
Kyor calls after me, but I don't so much as turn my head to look at him. I'll just be a minute, I tell him. You can wait outside if you want. Then, as if I'm being pushed on by an invisible hand, I open the heavy wooden doors and step into the temple. Prayer has been an intermittent activity for me ever since Florian died, or at least, since I believed he had died. It was hard to pray to the gods when I knew they had punished my family and me wrongly. Even more so because I believed the person who should have been punished for lying was still living in splendor in the palace. The few prayers that I managed came more out of desperation than a belief that the gods were actually listening to me. When Dina would insist we share words to the goddess together, I would feel a prickle of unease across my skin. But now that I have been gifted by Edda herself, I suspect I should have, perhaps, been more forthcoming with my libations, more dedicated to my thanks. But there has been little time to think of that with everything going on. Now, though, as I step into the candlelit temple, aromas of ash and rosemary filling the air, I feel a sense of peace I didn't expect. A sensation that I'm on the right path. Something I've doubted for almost every step of this journey. Here, inside these walls, that doubt has all but evaporated. The pews are wide and practically empty, but as I move towards one of them, ready to take a seat, I pause, my attention stolen by a priestess. She's standing by the altar, dressed in a white robe, the edges trimmed in gold. I watch as she turns, and I realize it isn't only the color of her cloak that's wrong, but the iridescent, pearl-like stone set in her forehead.
Rose.
Kyor whispers as he sidles up to me. I didn't realize Edda's priestesses were a different color in Galrak. I murmur, my voice as hushed as his, despite how few people there are to disturb.
They don't.
He says.
This isn't Edda's temple.
I frown, ready to tell him that he has to be wrong. After all, I was drawn to the building, and I'm blessed by Edda herself. It isn't hard to put two and two together. Yet as I look around me, I slowly realize he's right. There are no symbols of the goddess of life, no sign of her spiral, the mark of the ever-flowing act of life. Who's...
Oel.
He answers my question before I even finish it.
This is Oel's temple.
I stare at the altar. Oel, the god of order and logic. Why would I have been drawn here? None of my family have ever worshipped him, not that I know of. Goosebumps rise along my arms as I stare at the ring on my finger, unsure and unsettled by its presence and effect on me. It drew me here, and it was Mother's ring. How many more secrets do you have, Mother? How many more that even Dina did not know? Well, I'm here, and it would be rude to walk out without saying something to Oel. I genuflect. Thank you, I murmur to him, for clear thoughts in moments of stress. I hesitate before adding silently, if you could help me see what I should do about Kaior, that would be great. There, that would do. Aware of the weight that is suddenly bearing down on my chest, I spin around. Come on, we should go to the last inn and see if there's room.
What about Edda?
Kaior asks.
Do you not want to find her temple?
I'll go in the morning, I tell him. For now, we need a room. The ring is silent on my hand. I've done what it required of me, though I have no idea what exactly that is or why I had to do it. As we walk out, there's no pull from the ring, no push to go in a certain direction, so we continue to the inn as planned. The possibility of us finding somewhere to sleep is looking increasingly less likely as we arrive and are greeted by the sound of more heavy beats. Fucking drums, I mutter as we make our way across to the bar. My mind is still whirring with the scene in the temple. That sense of peace I felt inside has very much gone, and in its place is a new sense of nervousness. Perhaps worship of Oel and Edda takes place in the same temple in Galrek, I consider. Only to dismiss the thought. I'm reaching, hoping to find an explanation as to why I was drawn to that place. But I'm not going to find one. Not this hungry and tired.
Good evening. We were just...
If you're going to ask if we've got a room, the answer's no, the woman says before Kaior can even finish his sentence. He presses his lips together, preparing his next line, only for her to beat him to it. And it doesn't matter how big a tip you want to offer me. The prince himself could walk in right now and offer me every pair of his pretty silk underwear, and I'd still tell him I don't have space. I can't create more rooms. She bustles off, visibly harried by the overwhelming crowd.
Well, that's me told,
he says, looking at me with a smirk, though it falls almost instantly.
It's your call. We can keep trying if you want, or... stables.
Neither of us wants to sleep in the stables, but the more we've walked around, the more I've seen Kaior start to flag. His right shoulder has been jostled by the crowds on the streets more than once, and he's gone white with pain every time. These last few hours, walking through the city, have also tired me out more than the entire journey combined. We have no choice now, I think, looking at his pale skin. He needs rest, and if that ends up being on a pile of straw, well, it's better than the wooden pallet of the night before. Marginally. Maybe we should... Commander? Kaior and I turn around simultaneously, but while I have no idea who we're looking at, the same can't be said for Kaior, whose face cracks into one of the widest and most genuine smiles I've seen in a long time.
Rhine?
He says, as if he can't believe it's true.
What are you doing here?
The woman he's talking to has to be in her 60s, with gray hair and broad shoulders. I'm immediately reminded of another person of a similar age, Grenda, one of the most formidable Retlings in the whole Redderheld. And she might have even won it too had Zara not ended her life the instant the Ofer, the final Redderheld trial, started. What the fuck am I doing here? Rhine replies. What the fuck are you doing here? Kaior embraces the woman, pulling her fully into him as he slaps her on the back. When they break away, his smile is still in place despite the slight wince at his shoulder pain.
I thought Father assigned you up north.
Her eyes dart around her. Yes, well, I was posted at the Tauralian border. Fuckers trying to push into our land again. But I got some news that Arl might be in Galrek, and after Zell, I requested a transfer. Arl, fuck. That makes me even more nervous than the thought of encroaching Terralians. For the first time since seeing her, Kyor's smile fades, and it's not hard to work out why. Even though I'm not involved in the conversation, I feel the weight in my chest. So that explains his closeness with Ryan then. They are bonded by a love for Zell.
Arl? Here?
Kyor says with a frown.
Are you sure?
If the rumors are to be believed. I mean, how many big guys with one eyebrow and a star-shaped scar on the cheek do you get? Some say he's here to meet the money. Could be just what we need to blow the whole thing to Kingdom Come. The knots in my stomach reach a new level of tension, and Kyor lets out a low whistle.
If he's here, if I get my hands on the bastard.
His hands flex, and he doesn't need to finish the sentence for me to hear the threat at the end of it. Sorry, who's Arl? I ask. Even though I already know the answer, Kyor doesn't know I know. Keeping everyone's secrets is hard work. Kyor jerks suddenly, as if surprised to find me there. But his expression is nothing close to Ryan's, whose eyes almost bug out of her head. Lady Rose Cultivaris, she says, her voice a hushed whisper. She bows to me. The gifted. It's an absolute honor to meet you. My cheeks warm, and I wonder if there will be a time when it doesn't feel uncomfortable to hear my name said in that way. She looks at me with such awe. As a knight, she probably knew people like Grenda, who entered the Redderheld and didn't make it out alive. She surely knows how fierce the other knights were, and knowing that I won over them appears to have given me god's-like status in her eyes, which is crazy because I'm anything but. Hi, I say, lifting my hand in an awkward wave. I thought you had returned to court, she says. Rumor has it you've moved back into your family's home. My sister is there now, I say, wishing I had just kept quiet and not drawn attention to myself. But it's too late for that. With her new husband, I say. I'm visiting different cities, to go to their temples and give thanks to Edda. How very pious of you, she says, her eyes whirling towards Kyor. And you are with her as a guard? She lifts one eyebrow.
No.
He grunts.
If there's one thing Lady Rose does not need is a guard. She can take care of herself.
His unabashed praise warms me. And I hate that. Kyor continues.
I'm on my way to the Hyranthian Pass to take command. But en route, I am making my atonement to Edda for playing fast and loose with the laws of the Redderheld. Traveling with Rose is merely expedient.
Of course. Her lips twist. I can't say I was surprised to hear about that. Never been one to play by the rules, have you, Commander? Her voice is warm and affectionate. It's always been about the end game with you. The result is what counts, no matter the means. There's a slight color to his cheeks, and an ease about him I haven't seen around anyone since Zell. It makes my heart hurt. If you've been out of touch, Ryan murmured to Kyor, eyes going wide in realization, you won't have heard the good news.
Which is?
He asks, his eyebrow quirking. Just a few days ago, apparently, we found it, in the Eastern Isles, just like we thought. She beams at him, and he lets out a relieved laugh and picks her up and swings her around.
Thank the gods.
He winces as he sets her down back on her feet, but despite his pain, both of them are grinning. And I don't like being ignorant of something that has clearly brought so much joy and relief. What did you find? I ask. Ryan shifts uncomfortably, and it's Kyor who answers.
Nothing to worry over. Just something my father has been looking for.
He doesn't like losing his things, Ryan jokes, making the king sound like a tantruming toddler. They're clearly not going to tell me, so I let it go. You were saying something about someone in Galrek, I prompted instead. Ryan's easy smile drops as she glances at me. Yes, he's been a huge name in the rebellion for years now. Too smart to be among those puppets who attacked at the ball. But rumor has it he fled here all the same. And if we get him...
We have a chance to find whoever's funding them.
Kyor finishes for her. My gut twists with unease. I know who's funding them, and I'm 7 types of conflicted over it. I want to warn Benny, but there's nothing I can do now. apart from maybe keeping Kyor distracted long enough to hope that this Arl slips from his mind. A flash of pain wipes across his face. Are you hurt, Commander? He meets her eye.
I had an encounter with the Dark One.
He keeps his voice low.
It didn't end well for me.
He admits. He's avoiding using the term Miyakure in the busy inn, I realize. And she understands instantly what Kyor means. Did his blade? She begins, panic in her gaze.
No.
He interrupts.
No, not his. It's a long story. Luckily, the injury was clear of the rot.
Thank the gods! Do you need a healer? I can arrange to get one we trust here within a week. He grimaces.
Thank you, but I don't have time to wait. I had a healer's attention already. I just need some rest.
Yes, Ryan snorts, because you're so good at that. He grins suddenly.
Right.
The smile promptly fades, and Ryan is quick to continue the conversation. I heard rumors that Fen went north to lay himself to rest, she says. Back to Zell's hometown of Rowell. The name is clearly added for my benefit. Zell was from Rowell? I can't help but express my shock, but he was so nice. Kyor laughs aloud.
Not everyone from Rowell is like Zara Duarte.
A likely story. We still haven't decided what route we're taking north from here, but the thought of heading to Rowell, where there's even the slightest possibility of bumping into one of Zara's family members, isn't something I want to do. Thank the gods, Ryan mutters. I only knew Zell for a matter of moons before he was taken by Mortadem, but I would have assumed there would have been signs of his city, like favoring Zara and her crew. But Zell never gave me the cutthroat Rowell vibe, not once. Then again, that wasn't the sort of man Zell was. He was fair, honorable, and wise, and it's not like every single person from the city can be an asshole.
He left Rowell young,
Kyor admits.
Found his direwolf Fen shortly after. On the trip down to Rohelm, if the tales are to be believed, it would make sense for Fen to have gone there to pass.
His voice fades. I'm sorry, Ryan says. She looks with sympathy at Kyor. I know that losing them both must have been hard for you and Elska. Kyor nods.
Yeah.
We fall into silence, each of us recalling our separate experiences of the commander, as the band starts up again, heavy drums with a rhythmic beat. Behind us, a woman shrieks with laughter as a man lifts her up onto a tabletop to dance.
Well, I should let you go.
Kyor says finally to Ryan.
You'll keep in touch?
If I can, yes. How long are you here for? He shrugs.
Not sure. We need to find a room first.
You don't have a room? Ryan looks truly horrified. And I take it you don't want to deal with the court?
You know me well.
He smiles ruefully.
No, I don't. It appears we picked the wrong time to arrive.
You can say that again. There won't be a spare room in all of Galrek. It seems as if half of Rowell has come to celebrate as well. My stomach sinks. A bed of straw it is, likely right next to Kyor. I wish the thought didn't make my pulse race, but last night I thought I might have lost him, and the relief I feel that he's still here makes me want to hold him closer than ever. And that's a dangerous thing to consider. Take my room, Ryan offers. It's upstairs, small and crappy, and that's putting it nicely, but it's something. Herbert Jones and I were there together the last couple of nights, but they left this morning. And don't worry, I already arranged for clean sheets to be put on. Well, if there's room for the three of you, then maybe we could just bunk down with you? I question. She shoots me a smile, and I can't tell why, but it feels like there's a hint of amusement in there. No, it's fine. Honestly, I was going to head further into the city anyway. I was avoiding the Knights' quarters to stop word getting out about Rohelm Knights being here. But it's been 4 days now. Either Arl knows we're here or he doesn't. I'll sleep there.
Knights' quarters are almost as gossipy as the courts.
Kyor notes.
And if you hate them as much as I do, I don't want you going there on my account.
I do hate them, but I owe you a lot. Her eyes fix on the prince with a mixture of tenderness and admiration. Please let me do this for you. After everything you've done for us, it's hardly a lot. Kyor presses his lips together. He glances at me, then back at Ryan.
You sure?
I am. She pulls a key out of her pocket and hands it to me. Up the stairs, second door on the left, she instructs. Do you need to get your things first? I ask. She taps the small satchel that's slung over her arm. I travel light. If I can't carry it with me at all times, it's not worth taking. I look to Kyor, not wanting to accept the key until he's given his approval. Finally, he nods.
Thank you, Ryan. I owe you one.
He says. Not even close, she replies with a light laugh. The two exchange a long hug, during which I'm almost sure Ryan whispers something in his ear before she disappears into the crowd. Kyor turns back to me.
Well, I guess we should get you safely ensconced upstairs.
I have to admit, after the last couple of hours, I'd all but given up on getting a room to sleep in, and the thought of somewhere comfortable to lay my head makes me almost emotional. Somewhere warm, a mattress, and not just a pallet on the floor. What's more, the fact that Ryan shared the room with two others suggests it will give me a chance to actually put some space between Kyor and me tonight, even if we do have to sleep in the same bed. Anything to avoid waking wrapped around him and reminded of all the perfect mornings we had before. I shake the thoughts from my head. This isn't the time. He's injured, and I still don't trust him. Not completely. Not the way I should. Not the way he wants me to. But do I need trust for this? Can it not just be one simple physical night? No, I quash all the images that try to rise in my mind. But each thought is punctuated by another far more reckless one. His body is behind me as I put the key in the lock and push open the door. My stomach lurches at the sight that greets us. Oh, but the room is tiny. How the hell Ryan shared the room with two men is beyond me. I turn to look at Kyor in disbelief, only to see a smirk ghosting on his lips.
Let's just say Ryan's adventurous.
I stare at the single bed crammed into a room barely bigger than it. This is going to end badly. Chapter 39. The room is even smaller than the one I slept in at the start of the Retterheld. A lot smaller. The single bed fills up 3/4 of the space, even though it's pressed right up against the wall. The only other piece of furniture is a stool with lopsided legs, which is propped against the doorframe. I'm not even sure it would bear Kyor's weight. I push open the one internal door, hoping to find a bath I can sleep in, only to find nothing more than a toilet, a miniature sink, 2 towels, and a bar of soap. No shower or bath, but it'll do for a wash and cleanup, I tell myself stubbornly. This is fine. Fine. We'll get washed, and then we'll sort out the sleeping arrangements, I tell him. Like scrubbing off the grime might be enough to make another bed appear.
After you,
Kyor says, and I don't object. I'm filthy, and not in a fun way. Despite the lack of luxury, the water is warm, and I fill the sink as many times as it takes for the water to run clear. All yours, I say to Kyor when I finally reappear, almost half an hour later. His eyes linger on my towel-covered body for a moment before he disappears into the bathroom without a word. At least we'll be warm and dry, I tell myself, as I rummage through my belongings to find my cleanest clothes. Maybe I should see if we can get our laundry done while we're here. As I rifle through my bag, my mind wanders to Kay and William. I need to get a letter to them while I'm here. Not that I can say much, other than confirm I'm well, but I suspect that's all they need to hear. I wish they could get a message through to me too, though, to tell me how they're doing. What I wouldn't give to know they're safe. A desperate yearning fills my body as I think of the last time I saw my siblings. And before I have time to draw breath, I feel the floor slip away from me. From the ringed walls that sweep around the buildings, there's no doubt as to where I am. I'm back in Rohelm, soaring through the air, the feel of the wind rushing through me as I dip into the high hold and then the courtier's arc. Eagerly, I head towards my house. But as the glass roof of our oratory comes into view, I don't swoop down the way I expected to. Instead, I keep going until I land on the window ledge of a house several streets away. The curtains are mostly drawn, yet there's a sliver of a gap between them. Tentatively, I edge myself towards it and glance through the glass. William. My brother's new name rattles through my thoughts as I stare at him, there alone in his room. Is this Arthur's house? Or is William still staying with friends? I don't know the answer, only that he's here, alone. Unaware that I'm watching on, he moves towards the door, turning the lock, and then turning the handle once to check that it doesn't open. When he's sure it's secure, he makes his way to the middle of the room, stands in front of a mirror, and unbuttons his shirt. No. The word cries out in my mind at the sight of my little brother there in front of me, his entire torso displayed. The markings have spread, and far faster than I could ever have feared. Tears prick my eyes at the sight of not only the white lacy pattern on his skin, but also the fear in his eyes. He did such a good job of convincing me that he was okay, that he had control of his situation, but I can see now that's not true at all. He's scared, terrified even. I only wish I could be there to hold him, to comfort him, and tell him that I'm going to find a solution. The markings aren't confined to his stomach, as he told me, but run all the way up his chest, stopping only a few inches below his collarbone. Not only that, but they also cover his entire back, and I suspect they travel down onto his thighs. I lean in, pressing myself against the glass. All it would take is someone slicing through his shirt in a spar, and his secret would be exposed. He would be killed. I can't let that happen. I can't. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to stop the pain that is spreading through my chest. I can't lose him again. I'm going to find an answer to this. I have to.
Rose?
My eyes snap open, and I find Kyor standing there in front of me, just a towel wrapped around his middle.
Are you okay?
It takes me a moment to find myself. The scene I'm faced with is so different from what I saw a moment ago. Now my eyes are locked on the half-naked prince. The sight of thick water droplets trickling down his neck and torso enough to steal my breath.
Did something happen?
He asks with concern. With my head now back in the moment, and with the knowledge that I have returned again from one of my slippages, the truth teeters on my tongue. He knows about the visions. It would hardly be a surprise to him if I told him I just had one, but then he'd spend all night worrying, and he needs to rest even more than I do. Or worse, he'd ask what I saw, and I'd be forced to lie. He can't know about William. He can't. Yes, I'm fine, I tell him, forcing a smile to my lips. I'm fine. His eyes narrow as if he doesn't believe me, but a second later he's looking at the bed.
You take the room,
he says, evidently assuming that's the cause of my distress.
I'll sleep outside.
Outside?
In the corridor. I'll be close enough to hear if anything happens to you. That's what matters. You'll be safe and secure here.
He would do it, too. Despite his injuries, if I were to tell him I didn't want him to share this tiny bed with me, he would sleep outside on the cold, hard floor. Or more likely, lie awake all night, the drums from below thrumming through the walls, more muffled up here, but impossible to ignore. I pinch the bridge of my nose and sigh out a long breath. Absolutely not. You're injured, so sleeping on the floor is total idiocy. Look, we slept in the same bed yesterday, and it was absolutely fine.
That thing didn't count as a bed, and I was unconscious.
Kyor points out dryly. Right, but so long as you can keep your hands to yourself, it'll be fine. My eyes move to his shoulder. The wound is visibly red, and I grimace at the angry look of the cut. It might not be bleeding, but it's barely knit together. Damn it. I should have taken him into Galrek's court, got him seen by a proper healer. It's a suggestion I could still make, but him turning up like this would be worse than if we'd gone straight there. It would raise too many questions about why he avoided coming in the first place. I have some paste that might help with the pain, I tell him.
It's not that bad.
He lies.
I'm fine.
You're not, I reply calmly as if we're discussing the weather. Let me do this for you. Trying to pretend that this is nothing more than standard healing work, and ignoring the hammering in my chest, I grab my satchel and pull out the small jar. With the paste on my clean fingers, I rub it lightly across his skin. I barely brush the wound, yet he sucks in a sharp breath. I pause only long enough to meet his eyes. I'm sorry. Breathe through it, I advise quietly. Low and slow. The nod he offers is minuscule, but it's there. He breathes in, then exhales slowly and controlled, and lets me continue. I take another, more generous swipe of the thick paste and begin to rub it in, pressing firmly enough that he hisses through his teeth. Sorry, I mutter as I continue to rub the lotion into his skin. I need to get it in deep.
Pretty sure that's my line?
He smirks. I offer an eye roll in response, trying to act as if his words don't have any effect, or that I'm not enjoying the feel of his skin under the pads of my fingers, feeling his body in a way I never thought I'd get a chance to again. Silence stretches between us, thick and heavy. Better? I ask eventually. He grunts and nods before glancing at my pile of dirty clothes.
The innkeeper will clean them for us,
He says, echoing my earlier thoughts.
I'll take these down for her to get started. I'll also arrange for her to put together some travel supplies for us. Do you need anything else now? Food? Drink?
I wouldn't say no to something else to eat, I admit. Fresh food will become a luxury again once we're on the road.
Yes, I hear you. I'll grab us something.
He picks up a pair of clean trousers, ready to slip them on, and I find myself turning away. Whether it's embarrassment or simply not wanting to be reminded of what I'm missing, I'm not sure. He disappears, and I grab a brush to start on the white blonde tresses that should mark me as magicless. I have no idea why Kay's brunette hair and mine didn't return with my magic. Truthfully, though, I've grown accustomed to the blonde, and if my locks turned brown again, I'd miss it. Once a mark of shame, I now see it as a badge of strength. I'm still brushing my hair when Kyor comes in, and he stops on the threshold. His jaw drops open at the sight of me.
Fuck, you're beautiful.
He whispers the words quietly enough that I can pretend I didn't hear him. And that's exactly what I do, because things are already complicated enough. He gives himself a shake, clacks his jaw closed, and enters. He's carrying a tray laden with food. Crackers, ham, cheese, and grapes. Also balanced on the tray are 2 glasses of wine. He sets the tray down on the rickety stool, and then strips off his top and trousers and throws them out through the door. What are you doing? I ask.
Landlady wanted to wash these too. Tried to make me strip downstairs in the bar. This felt like a better option.
His perfect body is littered with scars, but my eyes instinctively go back to his most recent addition. Definitely no mottled green. And then on to a scar that has only just started to fade to silver. The wound I stitched up for him during the Retterheld. It was the first time my hands were on his bare skin. I remember all too well the conflicted desire I felt. Back then, it warred with hate and my need for vengeance. Now, it wars with heartbreak and broken trust. But the desire is still there. It never left. He looks at me and hesitates, a look of uncertainty flashing across his face.
Would you like me to do your hair?
He says softly.
I can braid it if you want.
You can?
Sure. I used to do my mother's hair when I was little. And I may have done a couple of horses' tails in the past.
He adds with a casualness that's intended to make me laugh. I offer a smile, but I don't respond straight away. It's an intimate thing, letting someone do your hair for you. Or at least it is for me. Maybe it's the type of intimate offer I should say no to. But I can't. Sure, a braid would be good. He settles behind me on the narrow bed, close enough that I can feel the heat of him at my back. Slowly, carefully, he draws the brush through the curtain of blonde spilling over my shoulders, the bristles whispering softly as they glide from crown to ends. When he finds no snags, his touch lingers, and he begins to divide my hair with meticulous attention, fingers combing through silk and skin alike. As he moves his fingertips to a patch of skin behind my ear, he winces. I spin around and face him. I didn't think. Your arm. You don't have to do this. His eyes glimmer softly.
It's fine. It distracts me from the pain. As long as you don't mind.
A distraction. A sad huff threatens to leave my lungs. That was the one promise we made to each other. Never to use one another as a distraction from the pain in our lives. But it wasn't this type of pain we were talking about. Not a near-death injury, but the type of wound that, no matter how deep it cut, most would never see the scars. Which is why I nod my head, as long as it doesn't hurt too badly.
I'll stop if it does,
He replies, even though we both know he's lying. Each gentle pass sends a shiver through me. His fingertips skim my scalp, unhurried, reverent, and the intimacy of it leaves me boneless, melting into the quiet rhythm of his care. I close my eyes and let myself sink into the sensation, into the rare luxury of being tended to rather than standing strong. For what feels like the first time since becoming the gifted, I allow myself to simply feel, to belong in the moment, to be taken care of. Broken bones heal stronger. Kaz's voice appears in my mind, followed almost immediately by Hlynn's. Which bone do you reckon Rose is thinking of now? I hear her laugh, as if she's here in the room, and I can't help but feel a sad chuckle rise within me. She would have made the moment crude, I'm sure of it. And I would have laughed, because we'd both know it was true. But I can't think about that now, I can't. It's a slow process, and I can tell he's taking his time. But I don't know whether it's due to the pain he's refusing to feel, whether he's rusty, or because he's guarding the moment, stretching it out so we can touch innocently for a few more beats. Either way, I regret it when his hands go still.
All done,
He says, his voice husky. Thank you, I respond, only to find mine is the same. I clear my throat and try to sound like that experience didn't affect me at all. How's your arm feeling now? I ask him. He rotates the shoulder before shrugging it up and down.
a little better. Come on, we should eat.
He leans forward and picks up a piece of cheese, and I can't help but notice the way he uses his uninjured arm, his dominant hand resting lightly on his lap instead. Once again, I find my eyes lingering on his body, the urge to reach out and touch him almost unbearable. My intention was to nurse the wine he brought up, to enjoy it given that I have no idea when I'm going to get another cup. But as I go to take another sip, I discover it's nearly empty. I was gulping it back to try to ease my nerves, but I'm not sure it's working. I place the cup back on the tray. We can share a bed, I say. It'll be fine. We're both adults. His eyes glint.
It's because we're both adults that there's a problem.
We'll be fine,
Speak for yourself.
he says.
I'm not sure I'll be fine. We'll be plastered together in this tiny bed.
How the heck did they have 3 people in it? I laugh nervously. Surely it couldn't bear all of their weight.
Ryan has the power to increase the strength of any object. It's a useful skill on the battlefield, and apparently in the bedroom.
Kyor has finished his food, so he too picks up the wine and downs the glass in one go. Really? I laugh. You didn't even try to savor it. I know mine went down far too quickly, but that wasn't deliberate. It was nerves. Entirely different.
If I've got to savor something, I'd much rather it was you.
He throws back, only to wince. He rakes a hand through his hair.
Sorry. No flirting right now.
Right.
Right.
He clears his throat.
That wine isn't good enough to savor, but it'll help keep us warm.
The room's warm enough. He slides me a glance.
Compared to the slums, yes. Compared to the high hold, no.
I breathe out heavily. I can't see my breath. Ergo, warm. He shakes his head.
Whatever happens between us, I will see you spoiled for the rest of your life. I will feed you, keep you warm and safe. I never, ever want to see you go without again.
The depth of feeling in his words shakes me. I don't need Kaz's power to know he means them. Utterly. I can't respond. My head throbs with the impossibility of it all. It doesn't matter how much he wants to keep me safe. He can't. I'm the only one who can do that. Who can keep me, Kay, and William safe. Besides, it's all very well saying this in the privacy of this tiny room. But when push comes to shove, if he's forced to choose between his father and me again, we both know which way it will go. We should sleep, I say. I shift in the tiny bed. You should lie flat because of your injury. I'll curl around you. Lie down on the right side of the bed, against the wall, I instruct. And then I'll lie on your left shoulder. Kyor sets the empty wine glass down, blows out the candle, and we're plunged into darkness. It's only when the bed dips under his weight that I know he's joined me on the mattress. When he stops shuffling, I assume he's lying flat as directed, so I take my place on my side in the scant remaining space and rest my head on his uninjured shoulder. This is fine, I say, not sure who I'm reassuring. I can smell him now, the sweet vanilla scent that is purely Kyor, mingled with the aroma of fresh, clean soap. It seems a crying shame for his skin to be so clean and me unable to touch it. Taste it. Taste him. Gods, how I want to taste him.
What are you thinking about?
Kyor asks.
Your breathing is heavier.
Tasting you, I answer before my brain connects to my mouth. There's a pause, a dangerous one. Kyor exhales slowly, the sound rough, as if he's dragging it up from somewhere deep in his chest.
Thorn,
he murmurs. That intimate nickname on his tongue has always been my undoing.
You shouldn't say things like that to me.
Why? I whisper, my lips brushing the warm skin of his shoulder as I speak. It's an accident. Mostly. Because the moment my mouth touches him, even just there, everything shifts. His body goes rigid beneath me. Then after a beat, his uninjured arm lifts before settling around me, encircling my back, his hand resting at my waist. It's a feather-light touch, as if he's holding himself back with patience that's fraying by the second.
Because I don't trust myself,
he admits. I tilt my head, my cheek sliding against his chest, my nose skimming the smooth plane of his skin. I can feel his heart now, hammering beneath my ear. You trusted yourself with me yesterday.
I was half dead yesterday,
he says, breath hitching when my knee slides between his legs.
That was safer.
I shouldn't move closer. I know I shouldn't. But I do it anyway. My fingers trace the line of his ribs. Tentatively at first, then bolder when he doesn't stop me. His hand tightens at my waist, thumb pressing into bare skin, sending a shiver straight through me. The bed is too small. There's nowhere for the heat between us to go, nowhere for the want to bleed off.
Rose,
he warns again, but his voice is low now, threaded with strain. I lift my head enough to look at him in the darkness. I can't see much, but I don't need to. I know the shape of him. The tension in his jaw, the way his breath stutters when I lean in and brush my lips against his throat. It's just a kiss. Just a little kiss. Then another. His hand slides up my back, slow, reverent, like he's relearning me, his touch careful and aching all at once. But when his mouth finds mine, there's nothing restrained about the kiss, nothing gentle. This one is hungry, desperate, all the things we haven't said crashing together between us. I melt into it, my fingers fisting in his hair, my body fitting against his as if it were made to be there. Usually he's all dominance and fire, and I'm all too happy to be burned. But this time, I'm in charge. There's nothing subtle or coy about my movements as I rock against him, pressing the inside of my legs against his bare skin, careful of his injured side. I lean my weight to the other side of him, but every nerve ending is lighting up, my skin buzzing, my pulse racing. His hand moves, slips lower, heat following in its wake, and I gasp into his mouth as he rubs against the damp fabric of my underwear, his fingers already knowing the strokes that will lead to my unraveling. A second groan escapes me, and the sound seems to snap something in him. He moans into my mouth, his grip tightening, his forehead pressing against mine as if he's trying to ground himself.
Gods,
he breathes.
Rose, I am yours. You know that, right? I will always be yours.
I do. Gods, I wish it weren't true, but I do. With his strongest action so far, he pulls me closer. The bed lurches, and a light gasp flies from me, but it's not at the motion. It's at the feel of his hard cock pressing against me. So fucking hard, just the thought of it is enough to make me drip. Concern for his shoulder is my only reticence as my hand reaches down to the fabric of his underwear, lingering on the surface for barely a moment, before dipping under and sliding against the warmth of his skin. The head of his cock is already dripping pre-cum, and a new throbbing pulse is in me. Trying to steady myself, I move my hand down, wrapping my fingers around his girth and squeezing just hard enough to watch his lips part in anticipation. Then, slowly, I pull up and then push down the length of him, reveling in every perfect inch.
God's Thorn.
He gasps as his hips roll into the rhythm of my wrist, his pace increasing, seemingly involuntary.
Oh, gods. You have no idea what you do to me.
I do. I can see it in the tautness of his muscles, feel it in the scatter of static that skitters uncontrollably across my skin. But it's not enough. I want more. I don't allow myself to think about what I'm doing as I shift further down the bed, only stopping when my mouth is level with his cock. For a second, I hesitate at its size. It's not just its girth. It's the length, too. There's no way I can take it all. But before the doubt fully forms, I shrug the concern aside. Right now, this is what I want.
You don't have to do that.
Kyor murmurs as his hand claws into my hair. I know. I tell him a moment before my lips part, and I take him in my mouth. Static sprays across the inside of my thighs as my head starts a slow rhythm. Gods, every taste of him, from his lips to his skin, makes my body crave him even more, and this is no different. Aware of the wetness pooling between my legs, I take as much as I can before lifting my head back up and going again.
Fuck me, Thorn.
We'll get there, I murmur as I take a breath before continuing to take him deeper and deeper. I can feel the restraint coursing through him. He nearly died, and yet he still won't let himself have the luxury of a release. That's not something I'm okay with, and so I quicken my pace. An involuntary moan rips from his throat, and I take him deeper still, more than ever before, and when he groans again, I know his control is starting to fray. With each of my movements, his own thrusts deepen, slowly at first, but then faster and faster until his cock is sliding in and out of my mouth with a freeness I can't remember seeing him exhibit before. A spark, bigger than ever, jumps between my thighs as he suddenly pulls back and releases his grip on my hair.
Stop, Thorn. It won't last long with you doing that.
He groans, drawing me back up his body.
Please, let me feel you first. Let me feel how wet I make you.
Rather than protesting, I shift up, tracing a line of kisses up his torso before I lie on my back, my body exposed and ready for his taking. Without another word, Kyor's hand slides down my belly and under the waistband of my underwear, his fingertips grazing over my clit, eliciting my deepest moan so far.
Gods, you are dripping.
He groans. Tantalizingly slowly, he strokes around the edge of my opening before pulling my lips apart and plunging 2 fingers into me. Fuck! My back arches, pushing my hips up and forcing his fingers deeper into me. Rather than backing off, he curls his fingers upward so they press against my inner wall. An involuntary spasm rockets through me.
It's my turn now, Thorn.
His voice is a growl.
And I want to feel every part of you.
His wrist moves in a perfect medley of stroking and pulsing.
Come for me, Rose. Let me feel you come.
No intelligible sounds leave my lips as I try to stifle my moans, and he removes his 2 fingers only to replace them with an added third a moment later, stretching me even further. Fuck! It's the only word I can manage as he continues to work that spot that's going to make me soak him even more. If he keeps going like this, he's definitely going to make me come, and soon. But that's not what I want. We haven't gone through everything we've been through for me to let him unravel me in this way, and it's not like he was okay with letting me control him either, which means there's only one option. Wordlessly, I pull my hips away from his hand, savoring the last few moments of friction against his fingertips. Then, when he's fully out, I sit up and straddle him. Your shoulder okay? I ask.
Trust me, I feel perfect.
With my eyes locked on his, I lower my entrance so that it's pressed at the top of his cock. Just the feel of it there is enough to have us both groaning.
You really want to tease me, Thorn?
He questions as I pulse ever so slightly. This isn't teasing. It's called savoring the moment.
Really? Because it feels like teasing.
Not able to wait any longer, I push down. If I thought his fingers had stretched me before, it's nothing compared to the manner in which he fills me now. Every muscle in my body is taut as I lower myself, inching him slowly inwards, each movement causing inaudible gasps to stifle in my lungs.
You feel so fucking tight, Thorn.
He groans, his own chest shuddering with pleasure.
You feel so fucking perfect.
I want to respond, but I can't. I can't speak. Not when I'm struggling to even breathe. He's deeper in me than I even knew was possible, and I know there's still more length to go. Fighting the ecstasy that threatens to overwhelm me, I push my hips forward and plunge down. Simultaneous cries erupt from us as his nails bite into my skin. From downstairs comes the beating of the drums, a constant rhythm getting faster and faster, as if it's a personal accompaniment to our pleasure, pushing us towards the moment of climax.
Kiss me.
Kaior says, pulling me down into him as his cock fills me.
I need you to kiss me.
There's an urgency in his voice, as if it really is a need, and I waste no time obliging. It's a kiss of pure desperation, of every ounce of restraint dissolving into nothing. He fists a handful of my hair while running his other hand down my back and pulling me closer, as if he can't bear to have even a millimeter of space between us, as if we need to be one. The rhythm of my hips rolls faster and faster as his thickness grinds into me.
You need to slow down.
Kaior mutters the words between gasps as he grasps my backside.
Or you're going to break this bed.
I'm rich now, I groan, refusing to change a single thing about this moment. I can buy a new bed. His laugh sends him so far into me that it frays my last thread of restraint, not to mention his. Heat pools and my muscles tense, then release in the most glorious display of ecstasy. My head tips back at the same moment as I feel him finally release himself fully into me. Panting, I drop my head down onto his chest, beads of sweat weaving down my neck.
I love you, Rose.
He whispers against my ear. And then, because I know it's the truth, whether I want it to be or not, I whisper back, I love you too. Chapter 40. My eyelids flutter open as the first rays of morning light slither in through the cracks in the walls. I'm lying in exactly the same position I fell asleep in, on my side, with my head resting on Kaior's left shoulder, with neither of us having moved so much as an inch during the night. Nerves twist through me. No matter how good and right it felt in the moment, giving myself to Kaior like that, it wasn't the wisest decision. Not with William's life in the balance. And it is. The vision last night showed me that. And every time I think about it, about my brother's body condemning him, I feel nauseous. But for Kaior to know the truth and keep it from his father would be treason. And he still hasn't told me everything either. Maybe love without truth is the most we can ever hope for. It's far from ideal, but maybe there's enough love between us that we can forget about that other part. Maybe the lies don't matter. Or maybe we can at least pretend they don't for a little while. There's no warmth left in the room, and my fingers are starting to go numb. Hoping to warm them against his skin, I curl them slightly into Kaior's side, careful not to disturb him. Thankfully, he doesn't move. Even when I draw my head a little closer to his neck, there's not so much as a flicker of his eyelids. He's perfectly asleep. The thought forms in my mind only to be snatched by another. Surely he should have felt me move a little. My heart hitches as my sight clears on the prince. There's no movement at all. Not so much as the rise and fall of his chest as he breathes. Just the slightest wheeze whistling from his lips. How can he make that sound without breathing? Kyor? My gaze flies to his shoulder. The colors in the room are muted by the watery light that is still claiming the space, but muted or not, it doesn't change what I see. No. No, no, no. The words leave my mouth in a stream as I struggle to take another breath. The angry redness around his wound is gone, and in its place is something far more terrifying. Green spiderweb veins snake beneath the surface of his skin, spiraling out from the wound. No! My head shakes and my hands tremble as I cover my mouth, trying to stop the scream from escaping. How is this possible? There was nothing there. There was nothing there. Kyor, no, no, please. I choke out his name. The air too thin to fill my lungs. This can't be real. How could I have missed it? My mind stumbles over one thought, then another. He wanted me to kill him. That's what he said. If I saw the green, I had to kill him. But how could I ever do that? No, there has to be another way. Something that can save him. Some magic, some spell, something. He loves me. He told me he loved me. Those can't be the last words he ever says. They can't be. I won't survive it.
Rose?
His voice cracks as he lies there flat on the bed, and my entire body flinches. What am I supposed to do? I have to help him, but if he's becoming one of those things... My eyes flicker down to his nails. Deep green, filled with the same poison that fills his bloodstream. No. No, it can't be. Death can't be the only choice. There must be something I can do, but what?
Rose!
His voice bellows loud enough to rattle the dilapidated roof, and I jump back, but not fast enough as he grabs me by the shoulders. My eyes clench shut, and my muscles turn rigid as my heart hammers against my ribs. So loud, it's as though it wants to tell me it's the last sound I'm ever going to hear. Not the shared words of love, but my own pounding heart and the sound of my name in his poisoned throat. They're the last sounds I'm going to hear. My last memories of him. No, no, no! My eyes remain squeezed shut as I shake my head, feeling the pinch of his grip as he rocks me again and again. I should have kissed him longer. That's all I can think as silent tears slide down my cheeks. I should have kissed him longer.
Rose!
Kyor, or the rotting who's taken his place, shakes me again, but I refuse to open my eyes. I refuse to let the last thing I see be the man I love turned into a monster. The gasps of my heaving sobs fill my chest. He's gone, and he's going to take me with him. I don't want to die. I want to save William. I have to save William, but I don't know how.
Rose!
This time he shakes me with such a jolt that my eyes fly open.
Rose, my love, I'm here. You're okay now.
I blink. And blink again. Kyor's face stares at me, ashen with fear.
It was a dream, Rose.
He runs his hands down the side of my cheek, and my eyes clench closed again. It's all I can do not to scream.
It was a dream. Look at me. Look at me, Rose. I need you to see me. It was a dream. Just a bad dream, but it's over now. I promise you. It was just a dream.
I want to believe him, but the adrenaline that surges through me is all too real. How could a dream cause that? I'm shaking, trembling, and my breaths are coming in huge gaping sobs.
Rose, please, love. You're okay.
In the only movement I can manage, I open my eyes and look down to his right shoulder. A stifled cry catches in my throat. It's gone. The green veins have gone, and the rawness of the wound has returned. It was a dream. Just a goddamn dream. A nightmare. I hiccup.
It's okay now.
He doesn't need me to explain as he pulls me into his chest. My skin is soaked. With sweat? With tears? Who knows? It was so real, I whisper. You were so... I mumble, struggling to find the words.
It's okay.
He repeats, his hand threading through my hair, smoothing the braid he somehow managed with his wounded arm.
I've got you. You're okay. Everything's okay.
His murmuring continues as my sobs stutter and start.
Everything's okay.
We're not, though, are we? I say, pulling away from him. You nearly died.
But I didn't. I'm here.
This time? This time? He plants a kiss upon my forehead, but I shake my head, trying to push the images of the nightmare away from me. A nightmare this time, but who knows when it will be more than that.
Thorn, we've made it through some pretty shit things before, right? You're a warrior, a survivor. You dove into the water with a fucking kraken. No hesitation. The Miaka should be afraid of you.
My dry laugh cracks into the quiet. Thank you, I murmur as the hysteria finally begins to fade. Thank you for this. His hand brushes against my cheek, his thumb skimming my bottom lip as softly as a feather. A whimper I have no control over breaks loose into the air, and I see the flash in his eyes. Not a distraction. That's what we promised each other, and yet never have I wanted his distraction more. My heart aches as I try to quash the memory of us only hours before, of his body on mine. I thought I'd lost you, I whisper, running my fingers around the tender skin of his wound. If my touch hurts, he doesn't show it, not so much as a flinch.
Never.
He whispers back, planting a kiss on the top of my head.
Inevitable. Remember?
Are we? In this moment, as the shards of light brighten over the contours of his body, I feel like we are. Like the gods keep pushing us together. And yet, I know better than most the twisted games the gods play. The slightest hint of his static cascades across my skin. It's so faint it's barely perceptible, and yet I know it's him, toying with me. Slowly he lies back down, taking me with him. But as my eyes hold his fast, I realize I'm so close to him that he's squashed up against the wall. I should give you some space, I whisper. He chuckles sadly.
When have I ever wanted space from you, Thorn?
His eyes are unblinking as his lips hover by mine. Butterflies swarm in my stomach as I wait for him to move. Wait for the kiss my body yearns for. And yet it doesn't come. Does he think I regret what happened? Do I regret it? No. No. Because I'm starting to think he's right. That we really are inevitable. We should get a little more sleep, I say. But I still don't move, my lips remaining just a whisper away from his.
If that's what you need.
His voice rumbles.
It's probably best.
Probably, I whisper back. But a moment later, his mouth is on mine and all thoughts of sleep are forgotten. Chapter 41. I feel the smile on my face before I wake up. The ease. As if this is how I'm meant to rise each morning, next to Kyor, our limbs entangled. It doesn't even matter that there's no room in the bed. It's not like I would want to be anywhere other than curled up against him, even if there was space.
How are you feeling?
He asks as his fingers trail down my arm. I'm pretty sure I should be asking you that, I respond. How's your shoulder? He crinkles his nose.
A little painful, but I'm sure we can come up with a way to take my mind off that. Right?
His eyes glint as he presses his lips against my neck. Kiss by kiss, he travels lower and lower until his mouth is against my collarbone, and then lower still.
How about we just stay in bed today?
He murmurs as his hand wanders over my stomach.
We deserve a day's rest, don't you think? Not that it's easy to do that. Lying next to you.
His mouth is moving towards my breast. But before he claims any more of my skin, I sit upright. We need to find the others, I tell him. We need to keep moving. Kyor winces slightly as he pushes himself up to sitting.
You're doing well, Rose.
He says,
Your powers haven't gone haywire in days. I'm sure you'll be fine to rest for one day. Your body might even thank you.
I bite down on my bottom lip, considering how I should reply. He's right that my powers have not erupted unexpectedly, but it doesn't change the fact that I had a vision only last night, and what I saw is the exact reason we can't drag our heels. This trip isn't just about me. It's about William, even if Kyor can't know that. It's better that we don't push our luck, I say to him. Are you okay to get food and supplies while I go and find Kaz? Then we can meet Benny and say goodbye before we head off. I still hate the thought of going on without my friend, and have refused to consider the possibility that without him, Kaz might decide she wants to stay here too.
Okay. If that's what you want to do, then that's what we'll do.
He leans forward and kisses me, and the ease of the action is enough to make my heart surge with pain as much as passion. I hate that I can't tell him about William, that it'll always be there between us, like this vow he's taken with his father. But it has to be. This is enough, isn't it? As I shift my feet off the bed, there's a knock at the door, telling us that the laundry has been done. Stark naked, absolutely shameless, Kyor crosses the few steps to the door, opens it, takes the package, and brings it back to the bed.
Where shall we meet later?
He asks as I pull my clothes back on.
You want to head to the stables?
Sounds good, I say. Although maybe we should pick up some food first? Something hot for Reuben? It doesn't seem fair that we got a comfy night and a meal while he was stuck in the stables.
You were thinking of Reuben this morning?
Kyor asks, raising an eyebrow. I'm thinking of my friend, I tell him, who spent the night roughing it so he could keep an eye out for potential horses.
Fine.
He grumbles.
There's a market street where we should be able to pick up some hot things. If I remember right, there might be a couple more taverns there too. I'll grab most of our supplies from the landlady here, but if it's all right with you, I might get another hour's sleep before we go.
My eyes instinctively shift to his shoulder. Kyor isn't a man who likes lazing in bed. When we were in the Retterheld, he was up before dawn every day training, even though he was the most skilled in combat and the one with the strongest magic there. For him to want to rest doesn't make me feel any better.
Don't look at me like that,
he says.
It's your fault I didn't get much sleep.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll make sure it doesn't happen again, I reply, unable to stop the grin on my lips.
Was I complaining?
He says, leaning in and putting his hands around my waist as he pulls me in closer. There's none of the desperation from the night before. This kiss is entirely easy, effortless, as if we know we'll be doing the action for years to come. Do you need me to leave you some of the tonic? I tell him, if it's hurting that much.
It's not that bad. I promise.
He holds my gaze a little too steadily, but I don't press him on it. If it was bad enough, I'm sure he'd take something. Maybe. I'll see you later, I tell him, offering one small peck on his lips before walking away and leaving him.
Too right,
he says, blowing me a kiss as I reach the door and disappear. After telling the landlady not to disturb the room for at least a couple of hours, hopefully ensuring Kyor gets some decent sleep, she gives me directions to the Galrek Library. Apparently, it's the biggest building in the city, and I'll recognize it as soon as I see it. Although her confidence causes an uneasy squirm within me. I haven't forgotten how last night I was drawn into the Temple of Oel. Whether it was the ring or some other force acting on me, I felt myself pulled towards the place. And the peace I felt inside? The only other place I've felt that kind of peace is wrapped up in a certain prince's arms. But now, in the cold light of day, it's hard not to wonder how good an idea last night was. Even if I take my own heart out of the question, there's still William to think of. Which is why we need to get to the Isin as soon as we can. Just like the landlady said, the library is easy enough to find, and inside, I find Kaz curled up asleep in a leather armchair, a pile of books, paper, and pens by her side. By the looks of things, she's been drawing maps, copying them out of books. Sensing that she needs the rest as much as Kyor, I take the half-completed one on top of the pile, move over to a seat, and continue where she left off. Despite all my father told me about the Isin warriors and the manner in which they tried to push into Marathkian land, I never realized how vast their territory was before. If the map that Kaz was copying is correct, their land spreads well beyond the Colton Mountains, while the Terralian dominion stretches far further east than I expected. As to how we pass through the mountains to get to the Isin, that's an issue we're going to have to face when we get there. How will I find you? I ask myself as I trace my fingers along the umber paper, thinned with time and wear. Where will I find you? And how will I stop you from killing me? The questions continue to roll around in my mind as I finish up the map and flick through the books that Kaz has in her pile. One of them is on visions, and another, one that is barely held together with frayed threads and ripped pages, has the number 4 written in numerals on the front, though when I open it up, I find it's not in a language I can understand. Rose? Kaz's voice draws me out of the pages. Twisting around, I find my friend sitting up in her seat. How long have you been here? How long have I been asleep? Not long, I say. She stands and peers over my shoulder at the map I was working on. You finished it? I meant to do it, I just fell asleep. You did most of it, I assure her. I was just having a look at these books you found. Do you think they'll have things we can use? Maybe. I had a look through the visions one, but there wasn't anything that sounded like your experience. You know, slipping to different places. But there was something about visions in the one about Sannings. You found a book on the Sannings? I question. Other than what she was writing with Rohan, I assumed there would be nothing on paper about the fur-clad forest dwellers. I think so, but the language, it's archaic. I need to translate it properly, but there are words I recognize in there. Talk of ravens, and these 3 Vindari? Protectors, I think that means. But I'm not sure if it's talking about the Sannings themselves or something else. I need much more time with it to work it all out. Maybe Thessa will be able to shed some light on it too. There's also one about the Terralians, detailing land disputes, and with a list of battles that have taken place over the last couple of centuries. I don't know if that's worth looking through, just to make sure we steer clear of disputed areas. I contemplate the comment. We have Kyor with us, and Elska, meaning that we should be able to stay clear of any confrontations with the Terralians. And even if we do happen to meet them, we'll hopefully be able to convince them that a small traveling group like ours isn't a threat. It's not like the Marathkians and Terralians have been at war for decades. But visions and ravens and the Sanning, it definitely sounds like something I want to know more about. As I pick up the book in question, I glance around the library, which is substantially busier than the one in Rohelm, yet still quiet enough that I'm certain no one is watching when I slide the item into my bag. Kaz shoots me a look, but I offer only a shrug in response. I can't imagine anyone has more use for a book on the Sannings than we do. And as for protectors, I'll take as many as I can. We'll return it on our way back, I tell her, even though those maps have got me wondering how likely it is that we'll make it back from this. Only we have to, I remind myself. For William, we have to. So, you and Kyor last night? Kaz says as we head out into the street. Alone in a bed together? Are you going to tell me that nothing happened? Bear in mind that I'll know you're lying. There's no doubt it's annoying having a friend you can't even keep your sex life secret from. But as a grin returns to my lips, I realize it's not like she needed the power to see the truth anyway. It's a complicated mess, I tell her. But a complicated mess you want to make work? She questions. I think about my answer. It's not a case of wanting to hide things from her. It's more not wanting to admit them to myself. He said he loved me. And you said it back. There's no doubt in her tone. Yes, but is it enough? I ask her. Her chest rises as she draws in a long breath. I don't know. I guess you'll have to wait and see. We walk the next few minutes in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. Is love really enough to fix everything that's wrong between Kyor and me? There was a time when I thought that having my magic back, having my riches returned, and my sister in the safety of the court would be enough to solve all our issues. And yet here I am, even more fearful of the future than I ever was in the slums. I keep meaning to ask you, I say as we turn onto a street filled with hawkers roasting nuts and meats. What are your plans now? Are you going to stay here in Galrek? With Benny? Kaz stops unexpectedly and turns to face me. You don't want me to carry on with you? Of course I do, I say instantly. I just didn't know what you wanted to do. You and Benny are friends, and you've known him a lot longer than you've known me. I just didn't know if... I trail off. I just didn't know if our friendship was strong enough that she'd want to do this trip without her Eastern Isles counterpart. Those are the words I don't say aloud. But from the way she looks at me, she doesn't need me to. You know, when I first started this trip, I felt like I was doing it for Hlyn, she admits as she starts walking again. Although her pace is so slow it's barely a shuffle. I felt like being with you and Benny and being on an adventure would make me feel closer to her. And has it? I say softly. Yes, she says hesitantly, but it's also made me feel closer to myself. Yourself? I don't doubt that my face displays my confusion as she lets out a little chuckle. I always felt like I was seen as just the bookish one. You know, I'm the one you turn to when you need research, when you need a fact or a date. Hlyn saw me as more, but she always wanted to keep me safe. Protect me, you know? Because she was worried about how people might use my powers, but here, I've been the one who can keep the horses calm when we're being attacked by freaking Mirka. I've been the one who survived a sand thrall. I'm the one who's building bonds with the Sannings. The Sannings. Because they're real, and I get to see that. Her eyes light up with a brightness I've never seen in her before. And strange as it is, it reminds me of Kay in court. Like she's found her place. So I take it that's a yes? You're coming with me? I reply. Just you try to stop me. She grins and squeezes my hands slightly. Selfishly, I don't. Because I need her there with me too. To roll her eyes at the men, to sit next to in the evenings, to pore over books together. This journey has made us so much closer already. With my heart feeling lighter, we pick up our pace, looking in at the various taverns we pass. It's no wonder that the stable hand didn't suggest this street as somewhere for Kyor and me to stay. It's already rammed. Did you find out what this festival is for? I ask Kaz as we weave our way through yet more people. Yeah, it's for the first hops of the season, she tells me. Hops? As in it's a huge beer festival. She laughs. Yup. Now where exactly did you say you were meeting Kyor? Just somewhere we can get some hot food to take away for Reuben, I tell her as we pass yet another tavern. Great, that narrows it down, she sasses. I'm tempted to agree we should have made better plans. Got some potential names from the landlady where we stayed, for instance. But it's too late for that now. As I peer through the next open door, I spot a familiar face. His eyes are locked on the man in front of him, and it's clear the future Duke hasn't noticed me. Perfect, Kaz lets out a sigh of relief. Benny's got a table. It means we can actually sit down and get a proper meal. All I got last night was a couple of dry, stale rolls. That Kaz has barely eaten because she was trying to help me would normally fill me with a sense of guilt. But right now I'm too distracted, my focus solely on Benny and his companion. I can only see one side of the man's face, yet it's noticeably lacking a feature, an eyebrow. My gut coils as I recall what Rhine said the night before about the man with the star-shaped scar and one eyebrow. Surely Benny wouldn't be stupid enough to meet the rebel out here in the freaking open, when Kyor is in the same bloody city, when he may very well be on the same bloody street. Benny? My voice is low, almost a whisper, and yet he hears. His neck twists around so that he's facing me.
Rose? Rose!
He's on his feet, panic on his face, scanning the area behind me.
What are you doing here? Where's Kyle?
What am I doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? Like this, with him? I hiss, my heart hammering so hard I feel like I'm going to be sick. Kyor is coming here.
Here?
Benny pales.
This tavern?
No, maybe, I don't know. I shake my head, wishing my thoughts would slow down. But he knows Arl's here. He knows he's in the city. The guards are looking for him. The man is looking straight at me now, his star-shaped scar puckered across his cheek. There's no denying who he is. Yet if he's nervous about the news that the guards are after him, he doesn't show it.
I see my reputation precedes me, as does yours, Gifted.
He stretches out his hand as if he expects me to shake it.
Thank you for your concern. It's good to know the prince is in the vicinity. I hear you two are close.
His hand remains there, hovering between us, and I want nothing more than to slap it away. This man is the reason Zell is dead. The reason that tens of people are dead. Yet before I get a chance to say as much, a crash of thunder shakes the entire building, and I know, from the static in the air and the way my heart clenches like it's been squeezed by an iron fist, exactly who's standing behind us. Chapter 42.
Tell me this is a dream, Thorn. Tell me this is just another fucking nightmare.
His voice rumbles, far more menacing than the thunder growling above us. I spin around, finding myself face to face with the man who, only hours ago, told me he loved me, who held me in his arms and promised to protect me. Yet now, there is nothing but hatred in his eyes as he drops everything in his hands to the floor, freeing them up to attack. I didn't. I stammer. I didn't know.
You're shaking the hand of the man who murdered Zell.
He growls darkly, nostrils flared. His hands open and close. No, I promise you. I swear, on Kay's life, on... I manage to catch myself before my brother's name trips off my tongue. I swear, I've never met him before. He believes me. I see it in his eyes. But then they shift to my friend behind me.
You.
The ice in Kyor's gaze is all gone. Nothing but the promise of death fills his eyes as he looks at Benny. Benny lifts his chin.
You've always known I'm not a fan of your father. You're the money.
Kyor whispers. I have less than a split second to act, and I use it. Before Kyor can take a breath, weeds grow out of the cracks between the flagstones, wrapping around his ankles and holding him locked in place. I shove myself into his line of sight. Look at me. Kyor, please, look at me, I beg. Rage pulses through him. I can feel his power humming beneath mine. But to use it, he'd have to hurt me. So he hesitates.
Did you know?
He asks, and his voice is terrifyingly quiet and even.
Did you know Benny was the one funding the rebellion?
No. I shake my head. No, not at first.
Not at first?
Another crack of thunder blasts through the air, and it's terrifying enough for all the other patrons in the pub to suddenly remember they have an urgent appointment anywhere but here.
How long have you known Rose?
Kyor spits out once the stampede has stopped. I lick my lips and tell him the truth. There are already too many lies between us. I overheard him and Reuben talking together on the road.
Reuben, too?
There's a flash of hurt there that I don't miss. Despite himself, he's grown to like Reuben. No, I say hastily. Reuben hasn't done anything. They were just talking. That's all it was. Kyor, please, you have to listen to me.
No.
He says darkly.
I don't. I'm going to kill Benares. He has to pay for what he has done. To the king. To Zell. To me.
His static burns through the vines with such force that I feel the shock resonate through my bones. I gasp and stagger, but he doesn't reach out to steady me. He has locked Benny in place with his earth-static charge, and my stomach lurches. Above us, thunder rumbles. Benny's head tips up to the roof, and only then does his gaze shift from Arl to us. His skin turns ashen, but his expression is calm, accepting. Sorry, he mouths to me, and genuine regret shines in his eyes. A bolt of lightning sears down through the roof of the inn, scorching the air as it cracks the very stones beside Benny's feet. Arl lets out a shout and scrambles backward. His eyes dart to the door behind Kyor, as if he plans to flee. But Arl has barely taken 2 steps when another bolt blasts down, and this time it hits straight into the top of his skull. A fern-like pattern spreads down his face and neck as he drops to the ground. Dead instantly. Fear fills me. Not for myself, but for Benny. One of the few friends I have left in this world. When I had nothing, when I was nothing, he stood by my side. He may be accepting of his fate at Kyor's hands, but I am not. I step between Kyor and Benny, breaking their eye contact. With my arms outstretched, shielding Benny as best I can, I plead for my friend's life. Please, Kyor, please don't kill him. If you do this, we will never recover from it. I will never forgive you. My breaths come in gasps, and I realize I'm close to sobbing. But I cannot break, not yet.
Forgive me!
He snarls.
You kept this from me! You kept this from me, Rose!
To protect him, Kyor. Please, I know you're angry and hurt and grieving. I know you loved Zell, but killing Benny won't bring him back.
No, but it'll make me feel better.
Kyor hisses, sparks igniting between his fingers. It won't. A sob does escape now. And Zell was never the intended target. It was the king.
You think that makes it better?
He spits.
He's my father!
It's my turn to snarl. That man is anything but. He raised you with torture and pain. And how you can still follow him is beyond me. He is vile. He doesn't deny it. Instead, he says,
He made me stronger.
Stronger? Anger burns through me. He's a fucking monster. Tears threaten to glaze my eyes, but I blink them away. You chose the crown over me, Kyor. That's what you said. It wasn't about your father, it was about the kingdom. Well, these people, the people the rebels are fighting for, are your kingdom. They are the ones you should be fighting for.
I'm fighting in ways you cannot imagine.
He fires back at me. Really? Because right now it looks like you're fighting exactly the same way your father would, by killing anyone whose opinion doesn't match his own. My chest is heaving, and I reach out a hand, softening my voice. But you're not your father, Kyor. You're so much more than him. You will be the most amazing king, and you will do what is right. You'll stop the wars and the mining. Kyor's teeth grind.
The wars are necessary, and the mining is essential. There is more going on than you know.
Maybe, I snap, but I know right from wrong. Killing Benny is wrong, and it won't stop a rebellion. If anything, it will just make more people rise up. But being lenient, being compassionate? Please, Kyor. If not for your soul, then for me. Spare him for me. Kyor's chest is rising and falling rapidly, his eyes fixed on mine, and I can see the battle raging within. Please, choose me, I beg him. Choose me. Let him live, please. Choose me, Kyor. Kyor looks at me, the moment drawing out so long that I can scarcely breathe. Finally, after what feels like a millennium, he shifts his gaze to Benny.
We work together. I fucking helped to keep you in the Redder held. I'm grateful for that.
Benny says evenly. He takes a deep breath and squares his shoulders.
But I wouldn't have needed to be in the Redder held if it weren't for your father. None of my people would have needed to be if it weren't for him.
Kyor's brow pinches.
Bullshit.
He snaps.
It's not.
Benny says, eyes unblinking.
Your father has killed thousands of my people. He has ripped our lands to shreds and drained them dry. Ask yourself why there are rebels at all. You don't get rebellions when people are happy. You don't get protests when no one is starving. You're a fucking prince, Kyor. Kill me if you want to, but open your eyes and see the suffering of my people. God's damn it, your people. See us.
Benny's chest is heaving from passion, his hands opening and closing into fists, ready to die if that's what it takes to open Kyor's eyes. I can hardly see Benny now for the tears, and I feel Kyor's rage even from here. 4 forks of lightning fly down simultaneously, yet none of them strike Benny. Kyor, I whisper, please. A single tear falls down Kyor's cheek, yet his mouth is set in a grim, determined line.
He needs to pay for what he did, what he cost me.
We have all cost someone something, Kyor. I cost Oki's parents, Zara's. You cost mine, remember? I tell him desperately. Benny has paid a price you can't imagine. He's paid with Klinos' life, with Jai's and Suan's, with Coulter's freedom, with Locke's sanity. Every Retling who came from the Eastern Isles came for the same reason, to free the Isles from your father. And now they're all gone. Benny's suffering just as much as you are, believe me. You're not alone in your grief. We're all burdened with it. But all we can try to do is the right thing. For the first time, Kyor's face flickers away from anger into something different. Not forgiveness, not mercy, something rawer.
That's what all of you entered for?
He asks Benny, tone tinged with disbelief.
All of you were going to ask for the same gift?
Benny nods.
Yes,
He says simply. Kyor's forehead crumples into lines as he shakes his head.
you risked all those lives because of a couple of minds. A couple of minds?
Benny lets out a disbelieving laugh.
Have you even seen it? Do you have any idea what your father's done to my land?
Kyor's jaw clicks, and a muscle twitches along the side of his neck.
My father may not be the greatest king, but there are pressures on a ruler. Things that even I can't fathom. Not the greatest.
Benny scoffs, and his anger spikes.
He's the worst thing to happen to Marathka since the plague, and you know it. Grow a fucking backbone, Kyor. Do you think he has your interest at heart? Because if he did, he'd want you to be happy. He'd want you with Rose. Instead, you may have lost the love of your life because of his orders.
Kyor flinches.
Why do you refuse to admit what you know is true? He is a dictator who cares only for his own power. People in the Isles are done being bound by his laws, and I know we're not alone. If we were, the rebellion wouldn't have people coming together from all around the country. You're lying.
Kyor argues.
No, I'm not. I don't need to. The raw, unvarnished truth stands for itself. And deep down, you know it too.
Benny continues, a sad smile rising on his lips.
When we found out you were in the Retterheld, Hlyn thought it might be a good thing. She thought that maybe we'd discover that you weren't like your father, that we'd be able to come up with some sort of arrangement. But then, you were as arrogant and abrasive as he was. We were losing people, slipping further away from winning the gifting. So I made the call.
I consider the enormity of what he's telling us. They came for the gifting, yes, but also to try to broker peace between the two future leaders. And yet Benny never said a word of that to me. I dropped to my knees in front of Kyor. On my knees, like he once said I'd never need to do. Please, I beg, please believe him. He's paid enough.
For what it's worth, I regret it.
Benny adds.
I do. But you know what's ridiculous about all this? You're angry because of Zell's death. But you're also standing here defending your father. Your father, who was only too happy to let people dance over the ground where your friend and mentor died, mere minutes after his death. Pick a side, Kyor, and pick the fucking right one for once.
Kyor stares at Benny for a long moment. Then he looks at me, kneeling on the ground as tears roll down my cheeks, and something breaks across his face. Not mercy, not forgiveness, but agony. Sharp and unmistakable. I know in that instant what it costs him not to kill Benny, and that he's going to pay it anyway. For me. Chapter 43. Kyor blows out a long, unsteady breath, his jaw tightening as if he's swallowing something bitter. Then he turns on his heels and walks out of the inn. Still on my knees, I watch him disappear through blurred vision, the echo of his retreating footsteps scraping at something raw inside my chest. I sob brokenly, the stress of the situation tearing at me. And then Kaz is there, enfolding me in her arms as she rocks me back and forth, murmuring reassurances and stroking my hair as if I'm an infant. Benny lives, and I'm grateful, so grateful for that. But at what cost? Will Kyor ever forgive me for keeping this from him? For choosing Benny? Eventually, my broken-hearted sobs slow, and with a shuddering breath I swipe at my eyes, and silence reigns. The feeling of impending doom lingers, a shade silencing us all. Benny's looking at me in shock.
I'm still alive.
He stares at his hands in disbelief, flexing his fingers as if expecting them to disappear. I push myself to my feet, but Kaz beats me to my next move, crossing the distance and throwing her arms around Benny in abject relief that he's still here. When she finally breaks away, I take her place, and Benny and I cling to each other, shocked and reeling, breathing in the proof of survival neither of us dared to expect.
I owe you my life,
Benny says, his voice muffled against my hair. You owe it to Kyor, I counter.
Kaio didn't kill me.
He agrees, stepping back so that he can look me in the face.
But only because of you. I owe you, Rose. Big time.
He straightens his back slightly, as he shifts his gaze between Kaz and me, and nods as if a decision has been made.
I'll come with you.
What? I tilt my head to the side, not sure I'm fully understanding.
If it weren't for you, I'd be going back to the Isles as a pile of ashes in a box. The least I can do is spend a couple more days out on the road with you.
I can't deny the relief that cascades through me. Without Kyor and Elska by my side, the thought of making the trip without Benny too was almost too much to bear. Where do you think he's gone? Kaz asks, her eyes staring through the doorway, past the bags that Kyor dumped to the ground the instant he saw us here. You think he's leaving us? I don't know, I say honestly. I swallow hard. I expect so. He chose me, just like I asked him to. Kyor chose me over blood and duty and everything he's ever believed to be true. My heart should be healing, should be overflowing, but instead, it feels more broken than ever. Kyor's not one for forgiveness. And however much he loves me, I struggle to believe he'll ever get past me knowing about Benny and not telling him. Not when it was Zell's life that was lost. I expect he's on his way right this minute to the Harathian Pass, to follow his orders like a good soldier, as though that might wipe out his treasonous decision to let Benny live.
I'm so sorry if I fuck things up for you.
Benny offers with contrition.
I know how much you love him.
Yeah, well, things were already pretty fucked up without your input, I reply before looking at the remains of Arl and grimacing. By the gods, Benny, what were you thinking meeting Arl out in public like this? In the freaking inn? For the first time, Benny's eyes go to the body, dead on the ground. And I know exactly what he's thinking. That there's another body to add to the list. Another weight to bear on his shoulders. He might not have made the physical marks of a tally, the way Kyor does on the Redderheld training wall, but I've no doubt Benny keeps count of them all the same.
Arl was a good man,
Benny says softly.
Kyo hasn't helped his cause by killing him.
And you think you've helped yours? I respond, only to let out a sigh. I don't have the energy to fight him on this. My first night in a proper bed didn't exactly end in much sleep, and I'm exhausted. Emotionally, physically, and mentally. We should get out of here, Kaz says, breaking the silence that threatens to take hold. Out of Galrek. There are no spare rooms, and there's no point in hanging around when we could be making progress on the road. If Reuben hasn't got horses by now, well, we'll work out what to do. I appreciate her taking charge. I'm lost. Heart aching, mind swimming, and simple direction is exactly what I need. Without another word, I pick up the bags that Kyor abandoned and try to ignore the pain throbbing in my chest. We walk to the stables in silence and discover Reuben is already waiting outside. A triumphant look is on his face as he gestures to 3 unsaddled horses tethered nearby.
Hey,
He says, relieving me of some of the bags I'm carrying.
How come it's just the 3 of you? Where's Kyor?
I wince, though thankfully it's not accompanied by any tears. Kyor found out about Benny funding the rebels. My answer is blunt, but it's not like I need to say any more.
Fuck.
His voice resonates as his gaze shifts to Benny.
and you're still alive? Thanks to Rose. Thank the gods.
He says, striding forward and wrapping Benny in his arms. Maybe it should have been a warning sign that most people assume the man I love would kill anyone who crossed him. But it's too late for red flags now. I'm in way too deep. Yeah. I pause. He also knows you talked about the rebels with Benny, but we mostly managed to keep you out of it. With a low sigh, he releases Benny and returns to rest his hand on my shoulder.
All right. How are you doing? How can I help you?
How can I help you? The soft words are enough to bring tears to my eyes. Reuben is a safe harbor in any storm, and I'm so damned grateful for him that for a moment I have to swallow down the sudden lump in my throat. You're the best friend a girl could have, I finally say in a warbling voice.
Me in that damned friend zone.
He laughs, but there's less heat in his words than there once was. I wince. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm teasing you. I'm a big boy.
Yes, you are, I sass back with a sad smile. Reuben pointedly looks around.
Damn it. You could have saved that one for when Kyor's back. I'm here, and that's very good to know.
Benny responds, only for Kaz to thump him on the arm. You know not everything's about you, right? She comments.
Yeah.
He pauses.
But most stuff is.
They're trying to lighten the mood, trying to distract me from the fact that Kyor is gone, and the likelihood of him coming back is, well, it's about as close to zero as odds can get. But even their playful banter can't distract me from the despair thrumming through me. You'll get through this, Rose, Kaz says softly behind me. I'm certain of it. The two of you, you're inevitable. Her gentle reassurance burns all the more because of her choice of words. Nothing is inevitable, I say bitterly.
Well, except you winning the Retterheld.
Reuben comments.
That was a certainty the moment you entered. I'm a betting man, remember? And I'm not going to, because I like to think I still have an ounce of dignity left. But I'd bet on you two getting past this stuff.
He flashes me another smile, but I can't reciprocate it. It hurts his being like this, being so understanding, so damn nice. Why the fuck couldn't I love Reuben? What is wrong with me that I'd choose a messed-up, arrogant prince with a father who despises my family and me over this kind-hearted man? I look over at the 3 horses. Are those ours?
As soon as we pay for them.
His cheeks color.
I said one of you would pay when we arrive. Once that's done, they'll bring out saddles. I should probably be the one to do that.
Benny says, holding out his coin purse to Reuben.
Though, if you don't mind handling the actual transaction, you're less likely to get swindled. I have no idea how much a horse should go for. That I can do.
Reuben replies, taking the purse and disappearing back into the stable block. Minutes later, he returns with a young man and a small girl, each carrying tack. They saddle the horses, and the man gives Reuben a lingering hug. I watch the way the man's body melts into Reuben, as if his bones are thawing for the first time in weeks, if not longer. People shouldn't have to live like this, worrying about freezing to death. That's why the rebels exist in the first place. Making friends? I ask Reuben as he saunters back to us.
You know me. I'm a friendly guy. Life is better with good people around you.
Good people. Is Kyor one of those? He didn't kill Benny. Is the fact that he didn't kill someone a positive? I don't know. Right now, I don't even know if I'm a good person either. But I do know that whatever else is going on, my brother needs me to keep my shit together. So that's what I'm going to do. When we've got everything we need, Reuben and Benny start loading up the horses.
Apparently,
Reuben warns,
this mare can be a bit flighty. Who wants to take her? I'll have her,
Benny says, running a confident hand across the mare's nose.
If anyone deserves a good bucking right now, it's me. You did what you thought was right at the time. That's all any of us can do in life.
Reuben claps Benny on the back.
Let it go, man. Holding on to all that guilt, it's not good for you.
There's something about his tone that makes me think Reuben isn't just talking about Benny. Even with all that we've gone through on the trip, his mother must be there at the back of his mind. The knowledge that her powers have returned to mortaldom, that he succeeded in getting her a house of comfort, only for it to be too late? And what of the people in the slums he left behind when he took his house in the 3rd? There must be guilt there, too. Or maybe he's thinking about me. About the guilt I feel at finding my brother and leaving him in Rohelm, at risk. It's fair to say there's guilt aplenty in this group right now. We're mired in it. Kaz clears her throat, breaking the silence that has settled. I can't believe I didn't even get a drink in the city of drinkin' drums, she complains as we head out towards the main road.
I didn't get a drink either, if that's any consolation.
Reuben replies. Not really, but thanks for trying.
Let me tell you a story.
Benny begins.
About a goat, a group of drummers, and 3 kegs of homebrew.
Tuning out Benny's undoubtedly ludicrous story, my thoughts fix on Kaior. The last time he was this shattered was just after Zell was killed, and he sought out fights in every corner of the Retterheld. He'd come back to our dorm bloodied and needing stitches, as if pain might silence the rest. I can't imagine what he'll do now, and I hate that I helped cause his anguish. As we head out on the road, a thought strikes me. We should have organized a signal, a bird call or something, so the Sannings knew when we were back, I say.
They've got Locke with them.
Benny reminds me.
They probably knew the moment we mounted the horses.
I don't know whether that's an exaggeration of Locke's powers or not, but Benny's right. They'll know we're coming well before we get to their location. We agreed to exit on the other side of the city, so that we were well placed to begin the next part of our journey. It's annoyingly slow going, riding through the excited crowds that have gathered for the festival. And it's with some relief that we finally leave the city. We trot through the slums as we leave, and I still can't help but give 2 kids an apple each. Better than giving the whole pack away this time. The further north we go, the colder things will get, and the less food we'll be able to hunt. Giving away all our supplies this time would border on suicide. We're not long out of the city when Benny speaks.
There.
He points.
Moving in the shadows, near the forest edge.
He slides down off his horse, pulls the reins over its neck, and leads it off the road. He's not yet reached the forest's edge when the figure steps out of it.
I told you they were coming.
Locke's voice is unusually coherent.
Told you.
Thessa comes into the light next, looking solely at Kaz. You are not as long as you said you would be. Couldn't stay away, Kaz replies with what looks like the slightest hint of a smile on her lips. And more horses. Good. The wolf can walk alone. Actually, I say, my voice cracking slightly. I never thought I'd be sad to be without Elska. I'm not sure the wolf will be with us anymore. Both Sannings frown, though it's Stide who speaks. But she is here now, with Dogboy. They are both ready to leave. My eyes pass over the Sannings and land on a patch of shadows. At first, all I see is the glowing circle, but tears fill my eyes and clog my throat as the sight of Kaior sitting astride Elska comes into focus. The only being in his life who has never let him down. You're still here, I whisper, fighting the urge to run and wrap my arms around him in relief.
For now.
Kaior replies coldly. Chapter 44. I'm not sure what awakens me. Bad dreams, I suspect, from the way my heart throbs. Maybe worry about Kay. Or Benny. Something heavy, that's for sure. And the sensation lingers there, only for a moment before it fades again, stolen mostly by the cold. I consider rolling over and trying to go back to sleep, but as I shift on my mat, I spot Kaz sitting alone. She's on watch, so it's hardly a surprise, but there's something about the way she's sitting, with her shoulders bowed, her arms around her knees, staring into the dark as if she's bracing for something terrible to come back out of it. And worse still, there's a look in her eyes that tells me she might just accept it if it did. Seeing that look on her face, I instantly give up on sleep. I get up, take my blanket with me, and settle down beside her. Sometimes you don't need words. You just need to know someone gives a fuck. The fire has burned down to embers, and the night is cold enough that every breath feels difficult, like the air is slicing our lungs. There's a pile of dry wood next to the pit. Moving forward, I grab a couple of branches and one heftier log, place them on the embers, then stoke them with a slow breath until the flames catch. Once the fire is roaring again, I settle back by her side, shifting my blanket so it's also across her knees. I keep thinking I hear her, Kaz whispers eventually. Her voice is flat, careful. Like if I turn fast enough, she'll be there, telling me I'm being an idiot. I don't need to ask who she's speaking of. Me too, I admit. I know she's gone, she says. I know that. But when I think about other things, it feels like a betrayal. Other things? The way she speaks, it's as if there's another person she's been thinking about. But given our situation, I can't imagine who that would possibly be. The thought enters my mind only to be replaced by the image of Kaz's smile when we returned to the Sannings. Huh. Thessa? I ask softly. Her jaw clenches. It's too soon. Far too soon. I'd never do anything. But I'm letting Clyn down just by talking to her, looking at another woman like that. I'm betraying her with every breath I still have, while Klinos has none. I let her words sit in the darkness for a moment so that when I speak, I pray she'll listen. This moment is important. Caroline, I know you lost a lot of years when the pair of you were apart, and that she died way too soon after you got her back. But do you think for even 1 second that Klinos would begrudge you happiness? However and whenever it comes to you? Her bottom lip trembles, and her control snaps. Tears start to stream down her face, and she gives a sharp shake of her head. But even though she knows it's true, it doesn't make it easier. I get that. Trying to reconcile the heart and mind can be like trying to get a dire wolf into a dog collar. Sometimes things just don't go together, and if you try to force them, they'll bite you. I sit then and let the silence stretch, comforting and unjudging. Hopefully it's enough for her to know that if she wants to talk, I'm here. And if not, well, I'm not going anywhere in that case either. As the fire crackles and spits, I reach out and take her hand, lacing her fingers with mine, wondering if she might resist, but she doesn't. Kaz has been through so fucking much. She deserves some happiness, even if she can't see it right now. I can't even imagine how I'd feel if Kaior died. Just the thought sucker punches me. He may never forgive me, and we may be done. But to imagine a world without him in it, where he doesn't fill every room with his ridiculous charisma and arrogance, takes me back to that nightmare all over again. The one where I thought I'd lost him to the rotting wound. And if he'd been taken from me before? In Kaz's shoes, I don't think I'd be standing, let alone gallivanting across Marathka to help a friend. Kaz's happiness is all Clyn would have wanted. I'm sure as rottings walk the earth. You're allowed to live, I think, not wanting to disturb her thoughts with words she's not yet ready to hear. You're allowed to feel more than one thing. And liking Thessa is not a betrayal. It's living. Klinos wouldn't want you to punish yourself. Klinos would want you to be happy. It's all true, and I will her to feel my unspoken words, to somehow take them into her heart. We remain there in silence, Kaz fighting to reconcile her feelings, and me hoping that my presence is enough for now. As strange as it is, I find I'm grateful for that dream that woke me, for the weight that pressed down on me as I slept. Hopefully, my presence has gone a little way towards easing Kaz's pain. She wouldn't want this, Kaz murmurs, a shuddering breath rattling from her. She wouldn't want me punishing myself. No, I agree softly. She wouldn't. Kaz wipes her face, embarrassed to have let go in front of me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You don't have to apologize for missing her. Not ever. Thank you. Sadness continues to glaze her eyes, but she tries to smile through it. You're good at this, you know. The whole comforting thing. Thanks. I offer a matching half-smile in response. If I do have an ability to comfort, it's a skill that's been learned, and learned recently. Learned through loss after loss. Truthfully, it's one skill I would happily part with if it meant my life had taken a different route. She gives a small nod, then glances at me, frowning slightly. That was strange, she says. For a second there, it felt like... She trails off, shaking her head. Never mind, I'm just tired. Sleep. I'll take over now, I tell her. But the frown remains on her brow for a moment longer before she forces herself to smile. Thank you, Rose. For everything. She stands up and walks over to the mat I vacated, taking her own blanket with her. I watch as she curls up to sleep, and I think that at least today I've been a good friend. My eyes drift to Kyor, and his body is so rigid, it's clear he's not sleeping yet. A good friend, I think, but a lousy true love. Quarrels about navigation start almost as soon as we rise. We're back to riding through a Faven forest, but Kyor and Thessa have been quietly arguing about whether we should head west to Rowell or east to Durain. For now, we head north until we decide what makes the most sense. With no decision made, Kyor rides ahead alone on Elska, while Benny's new mare, being the most skittish around the wolf, is at the very rear. The space between them is something we're all grateful for, though it does little to erase the tension rippling through the group as we ride. Reuben rides next to Benny, carrying Locke with him, and Thessa and Kaz are in front of them, deep in conversation. Stide rides next to me, but by the time we stop for lunch, she still hasn't said a word, though she did give me a tight nod, which was something. After lunch, she tries a little more conversation. The wolfman is angry, she begins. Well, more angry than before, she amends. Wolfman? It's a step up from dog boy. Does that mean she's softening towards him? Towards us? I grimace. Yes, he is. He's not happy with Benny and me. I don't offer the reason why, and I'm grateful when she doesn't press. Things will get better, she offers with surprising compassion. I hope so. We lapse back into silence, though this time I'm grateful for it. Later, as we sit for dinner, I go to the satchels to look through the food that the tavern owner supplied. To my dismay, I realize there's lots of fresh fruit. Delicious, yes, but soft fruit will turn quickly. There is far less bread and dried food than we need, and I want to hit myself for not checking the supplies before we left Galrek.
Most of the wood is damp.
Benny says, as he tries to make himself useful, collecting kindling for the fire.
Must have rained here last night. I'm not sure it'll even burn. I can dry it. Well, I can try.
Reuben suggests. You want a boost? I ask.
That'd be good.
He nods.
You think you could do it again?
Only one way to find out. As it happens, it's remarkably easy to transfer some magic to Reuben, although drying the wood isn't quite as straightforward as he hoped, and the first 2 branches instantly end up as ash. But within a few more tries, he's got it down, and it doesn't take long until a fire's blazing. Most of us huddle around it, desperate to get some warmth. The only one who remains on the edge is Kyor, as if our collective betrayals are contagious. Part of me wants to beg him to join us. He shouldn't suffer because of us, and that wound of his isn't going to heal right if it's seizing from the cold. But he's a grown man, and it's not like he's going to listen to me. Still, once the rest of us are settled, I hand out some fruit. We didn't get the best supplies. Sorry, I confess, unsure why I'm apologizing. He was the one to request supplies. He could have specified what we wanted, but I should have checked them. This was a joint fuck-up. Kyor doesn't respond. Clearly, he's in no mood for conversation, especially with me. I'm sure I'm not the only one wondering if Elska will be willing to hunt for us, but none of us are foolish enough to suggest such a thing just now. Kyor's pain is hers. Kyor's hurt is hers, and Kyor's anger? Well, I'm willing to bet she's got that, and some more. The wolf has definitely been giving me the cold shoulder today, along with her rider. I try to keep it off my face, how much it bothers me. So much for thinking the two of us were bonding.
I'll sort my own food out,
Kyor says as he stands up.
Elska wants to hunt. I'll go with her.
Are you sure? I ask. There's plenty here that needs eating, and you need to keep up your strength.
So now you're concerned for me?
He grunts before turning and disappearing into the night. My warm face reddens further. Nothing like airing your dirty laundry for all and sundry to see.
Seems to have forgotten that you nearly killed yourself riding through the night on a direwolf to save his sorry ass.
Reuben mutters. He's not wrong, but I get why Kyor is mad. I do. He told me he loved me, then found me with the man responsible for killing Zell, for threatening his entire kingdom. After what he went through with Thea, believing she loved him only to realize it was all a farce, I get why this pain cuts deep. But is it any deeper than the ways he's cut me? The way he refused to clear my mother's name? I sigh. We both hold anger and hurt, though I seem to be the only one who's trying to keep it together, given there's more at stake right now than broken hearts. I pick up one of the peaches and take a large bite. Might as well build my strength while the food lasts. It'll spoil if we don't. Everyone remains awkwardly silent after the exchange, but a moment later, Benny stands up and takes a seat next to me.
Look, I've been thinking about this. I know it's not great for you personally right now, but maybe it's an opportunity.
An opportunity? I question. How? He nods and leans forward, eager.
Rose, you know better than anyone what it's like for people out there. Common people. Folk in the slums. And now Kyor knows a little more about the rebellion. We can be more open. With you on our side, more people will listen.
I'm both impressed and irritated by his tenacity. Benny, are you seriously trying to recruit me right now? Benny's face hardens.
There is never an easy time to do what's right, but I'll do anything to stop his father from destroying our lands.
I'm reminded of all the Eastern Isle lives lost in the Redderheld because they valued their community above their own lives. Every risk Benny takes is for them. Yet he's here, riding to the Isin with me, not looking out for his people, but looking out for his friend. I close my eyes against the sudden scratch in them, against the guilt that roils within me. Every action I have taken has been selfish, and to protect my family alone. Sure, I won the Redderheld, but the thought of sacrificing them the way Benny did requires a strength I know I don't possess. Nor do I want to. But my selfishness runs deeper still. How many times did I promise myself I would help the slums, help my former neighbors, and what have I actually done? Given them a few supplies? Enough to last a couple of families a day, if that. It's not enough, and I do want to do more. Look, truthfully, I don't know if Kyor's even going to speak to me again. I admit to Benny, quashing thoughts of the slums and my family, let alone listen to me about something like that. I'm not saying I won't try, but now isn't the time. We both need time to process.
Yeah, okay. I see that.
He says, but I can see he's disappointed. As the others set up their mats in a circle around the fire and lie down for bed, I take the first watch. Kyor's still not back, and my previous thoughts of how he needs physical pain to dull the mental ones resurface. His injured shoulder has to be hurting him. Is that enough to keep him on the straight and narrow? Or will he seek out more danger to feel alive? 1,000 images flit through my head, all of them involving him staggering through the forest, blood-soaked, alone, and close to death. Knowing I won't be able to sleep until Elska and Kyor return, I take the second watch as well. There's no point in Reuben losing sleep, too. When the glowering eyes of the prince finally appear, everyone else is fast asleep. For a moment, we remain frozen, totally silent as we look at one another. Me with pleading eyes, him with frosty ones. Kyor drops down off Elska, sets out his mat, and lies down. His wolf immediately follows suit without giving me so much as a second glance. Still, he can't stop me from hearing the hiss escaping his lips. Knowing I have some Robard's tincture left, I tiptoe to my bag to retrieve it. I pull it out and pad over quietly to offer it to him. You know it helps, I whisper, holding the bottle out to him. The muscle in his jaw feathers as he hesitates, but finally he grunts and takes it from me without so much as a thank you. Not that I expected one. 2 drops, I tell him. Last time, I gave him 6 or 7, and as good as it was at relieving the pain, I don't think he wants a repeat of the drug-induced confessions. After taking the 2 drops, he sits up and holds the bottle out to me, but I shake my head. He may as well keep it. With a nod that might be gratitude, but is probably just acceptance, he twists around and flinches again. Instinctively, I move towards him, only to back away again. "It'll stop hurting soon," I assure him softly. He scoffs in response.
The shoulder, maybe. What you've done? I doubt it.
The words strike exactly where they're meant to, stinging sharper than any blades of ice I could produce. My mouth opens, ready to beg for forgiveness, when a groan breaks through the silence.
Rose, why didn't you wake me?
Reuben moans as he rolls over.
Go to sleep, I'll take over.
I don't respond. Instead, my eyes lock on Kyor's, begging him to say something. Anything that shows he understands I didn't want to hurt him, that I would never deliberately hurt him. But instead, he rolls over so he's no longer facing me. For a moment longer, I wait, my heart pounding in my throat as I pray that he'll look back. But it's not going to happen. I know it's not. And so I leave Reuben to his watch, surprised when I slam straight into sleep. The next morning, we continue on in much the same way, only I pass Stide over to Reuben. It's nothing against her. I'm just hoping I might be able to slip ahead and talk to Kyor in private. But as the morning passes, every time I try, he either slows down so that we're too close to the group for a private conversation, or slips off the path and into the forest. When we stop for lunch, he disappears entirely, presumably to hunt. As we eat the already softening fruit, Kaz presses us to make some decisions on directions. Benny was saying that the Vipash port can close when the weather's bad. I didn't realize Vipash closes. I hadn't either. What does that mean for us, I ask.
We can only get north of the lake by crossing it at the port.
Benny explains.
I mean, it might be fine. Most of the time it's fine. But we might have to wait a couple of days. Or longer.
Reuben adds.
How are you doing, Rose?
He's looking at me like my magic might go off at any moment, and that feels valid. I'm aware that this is the longest I've gone without slipping, or accidentally firing off ice magic, and it feels like I'm on borrowed time. I'm fine.
Still.
Reuben says gently.
Hanging out in any highly populated area for any length of time feels like a bad move. So I suggest we go west via the Raoul route.
Yeah, Kaz nods. We can easily bypass the city itself, as long as we're okay for supplies.
Why do we need to bypass Raoul?
Reuben asks with a frown. Besides the fact that I'm an accident waiting to happen, there's also the small matter that I killed Zara Duarte during the Retterheld. The Duartes are practically royalty there, and I've no doubt she sent letters home cursing the runt who survived when her brother didn't. Not to mention the injuries I caused before I killed her. I shrug. Definitely best we avoid Raoul. It's safe to say I don't think I'm the gifted they wanted. Reuben looks astonished at my admission, while Stide looks impressed. Kaz grins. Yep, our Rose is a total badass. To be fair, they haven't seen much of that side of me. Mostly I've just been a raging magical liability. So, we're agreed, I say, keen to keep moving forward. We go the Raoul route? Everyone nods. Okay, I guess one of us should tell Kyor, I suggest. Step forward if you volunteer. As if they planned it, the group steps back, leaving me on my own.
Like we were just saying, you're the badass.
Benny grins.
And you're the love of his life. And besides, he wants me dead.
He won't kill you now. If he was going to, he would have done it back in Galrek. I look at the quiet ones. Why can't one of the Sannings tell him? I suggest, only for Stide to laugh, sharp and unrestrained. The Rose is funny, she says, grinning widely. She has such humor. Grimacing, I scan across the rest of them. Reuben, who's looking at me with raised eyebrows, and Stide, who's picking nonchalantly at her nails next to Thessa. Locke is pointedly chewing on an apple core, even though he's down to the pips. Kaz and Benny are looking anywhere but at me. Fine. I'll tell him as soon as he gets back, I assure them. Annoyingly, that happens to be the very moment Elska's soft padded footsteps stalk out of the trees in front of me. While I can't see Kyor, I don't doubt he's not far behind.
No time like the present,
Benny mutters. With a flick of my wrists, I send a vine up and around his legs. His eyes widen in shock, But the grip is loose, and he pulls himself free easily enough.
I was just saying.
He mumbles, holding his hands up in mock surrender. Well, don't. The moment the direwolf sees me walking towards her, Elska drops her shoulders and growls. But rather than recoil, I look her straight in the eye. Oh, fuck off, I snap. I didn't know about the rebels for long. I'm not the bad guy here. If anything, that's Benny.
Hey!
Benny objects loudly as I quite literally throw him to the wolves. Elska's ringed eyes widen momentarily before she responds with the type of menace that used to turn my insides into liquid. Spittle drips from her muzzle as she bares her teeth at me. One snap, and I'd lose an arm or worse. But I've slept against her. She's kept me safe, and together we worked hard to save his life. You know I wouldn't ever hurt him. Let me speak to him. Now. I stare at her, hands on my hips, and she huffs out a breath at me.
You know she doesn't understand every word you say.
Kyor interjects, appearing at her side and rolling up his sleeve as he leans against a tree. There's something so casual about that action, as if he isn't the single deadliest fighter I've ever seen. Or at least he was. With his arm still healing, only time will tell if he can reclaim that title. Still, my heart skitters at the sight of him, and the fact that he's speaking directly to me, but I force myself to stay focused. She understood what I meant, I respond.
She got the gist.
I look the wolf in the eye and offer her a brief nod. With a slight sniff, her mouth closes and the snarling stops, and a feeling close to satisfaction grips me. I raise my hand to stroke her as a sign of goodwill. The growl is instant. I hurriedly pull back. Okay, not at the stroking stage yet, I say, retreating. Good to know. I turn away, only to remember the entire reason I had to come over here. We're going west, to Rowell, I say, looking straight at Kyor.
Why?
He questions, face unreadable. Because of the boats or something. Something about Vipash. Anyway, that's the group consensus, so that's the way we're going. You should let her know. I add with a nod to Elska. With that, I turn around and walk away. One step at a time. That's all I'm going for. And now that I've made the first one, maybe he'll make the second. Chapter 45. Deciding to go west narrows our options. Rowell lies wedged between the frozen Fallen Lake and the Terran River, with barely any room to maneuver. Whichever way we choose, there's no easy path through. Any preference, Kaz? I ask. You studied the maps. Yeah, but unfortunately, the maps don't give any indication of the weather, and that's going to be what causes us trouble this far up north. She's right. Over the last day, it's become noticeably colder, and the chilliness isn't just coming from Kyor.
We should go east.
Kyor grunts.
Closer to the lake.
But if it's rained recently, that whole area will be frozen, Kaz counters. It'll be like walking on an ice rink.
Which is not what we want with the horses.
Reuben joins in.
Well, going by the river, the ground will be boggy. The mud there can be so thick that a man can disappear into it. It's no less suitable for the horses than the lakeside.
The prince snaps back.
The river will be okay.
Benny says.
Because it's tidal.
It's the first time he's spoken directly to Kyor since Galrek, and I half expect a lightning bolt to fire down from the sky. But it doesn't. There's nothing. Complete and utter silence. Benny clears his throat and continues.
We would just have to pick our time and route with care and make sure we stick to high ground. But at least that way we avoid having to deal with ice. I can't remember how many times the river has frozen. But it's a once-in-a-century type of event, rather than once a decade.
Then the river gets my vote, Kaz says. Reuben also nods in agreement, but my gaze remains on Kyor. His jaw is rigid, tension in every line of his frame.
We're moving closer to Tauralian territory that way,
He finally says.
They're not going to come this side of the river.
Benny counters.
The river is officially ours, but in their eyes it is disputed territory.
Kyor bites back.
None of you have experience with this land. I have, and I'm telling you, we're safer with the lake.
I've got one memory of the lake. and safety is definitely not what comes to mind. Instead, all I can think of is the specters that filled the air, and the voices in my head telling me to do dreadful things. An image of Oki's dead body flashes into my mind, a red splash among all the white. Kyor looks at me, and his jaw softens a fraction. He's remembering the same thing. Something changed between us that day. He saved my life, stopping me from slitting my own throat. But he also saw what I was capable of. Saw the magic in me that could see Kay and me murdered. Our eyes hold for a moment before he looks away. Thessa and Stide are engaged in light conversation a little way away. What I'd really like is the Sannings' opinion on the matter. I'm sure they know which way is best for us to go, but they always stay remarkably silent during these discussions. Thessa, Stide, I interrupt them. You want to weigh in? You agreed to guide us, and so far, there's been almost no guiding, and literally none since the Hool. Thessa gives a beatific smile. We guided your feet before, the Rose. Now we guide your souls. My jaw drops. Are you kidding me? It comes out high-pitched and irritated. Stide smirks. I know. Tough job. I give her the best glare I have. But if anything, her smile widens. The discussion threatens to become more spirited, but before I can tell Stide exactly what I think of her guidance, another sound interrupts us. Elska. It's not a growl so much as a whine, and I'm pretty sure it's the first time I've ever heard her make a noise like that. Something tells me it's not a good thing. It almost sounds as if she's in pain. As Elska whines again, insistent, Kyor's attention flicks to her, and something indecipherable flashes across his face. He draws in a long inhale.
Okay, we'll go west,
He says.
to the Taryn River. Then I want out of that area as quickly as possible.
His sudden capitulation makes my frown deepen. It is not like Kyor to give in to anything.
Fine then, we're agreed.
Benny says.
Let's keep going. We still have some light left.
With a nudge of our horses, we're back on the road. But while the others continue their conversations, I remain silent, my attention locked on the prince leading us. I wish Kyor would speak to me about anything other than directions. Though what we could possibly talk about, I don't know. How I hid Benny's truth from him? How he continues to hide whatever it is he's bound to secrecy over? Or how my brother, who his father condemned to death, still lives? Despite me telling Kyor I love him, William's continued existence isn't something I can risk him knowing. Maybe talking isn't best after all. Still, I can't stop stealing glances at him, unable to tear my eyes away for long. He's definitely favoring his injured shoulder, and there are little lines of pain around his forehead. The dose of Robard's tincture he took last night is bound to have worn off, and I wonder if I should remind him to take some more. But he's a grown man. He doesn't need me mothering him, and so I stay silent. If the pain gets bad enough, I'm sure he'll remember to take it. Then again, this is Kyor we're talking about. He's probably treating the pain as some kind of penance for letting Benny live. The day drags on. Stops for food are brief and mostly silent, and we set up camp for the night when we can hear the rush of the river water, although it's not yet visible through the density of the trees. Locke is having the worst night I've seen in a while, pacing up and down as he wrings his hands. I thought his muttering was uneasy, but it's the moments he stops, when he plummets into a silence so impenetrable that it's as if he's been pulled into the forest itself, that are the hardest. Benny tries his best, and Reuben too, with the pair taking turns trying to calm him, or at least remain by his side so that he doesn't wander too far. But Locke's not the only one struggling. Elska is also prowling, constantly circling us and whining as she does so. Like Locke, the moments she stops are almost as hard as the ones filled with her whimpers. If she had been acting like this yesterday, I would have asked Kyor if he knew what was disturbing her and if there was anything I could do to help. But the last thing I need to hear is that her pain is his, that his injury is hurting her. Or worse still, that the response is a shared mourning for Zell. Their torture over being so close to Benny, knowing he's the one who brought about their friend's death. It's all speculation, of course. And speculation helps no one. But though I can't do anything to help Elska, there is, I realize, a way I can help Locke. Thessa, I call to the Sanning. She's currently talking to Kaz, who has the book I took from the library at Galrek on her lap, the one that mentions the Sannings and Vendari and is written in a language I can't read. Yet judging by how far through the tome Kaz is, the scribe is clearly making progress. I wonder if she's checking with Thessa about the validity of what she's reading. It's what I would be doing if I were her. But with her particular interest in Thessa, that might not be the most diplomatic thing to do. After the conversation Kaz and I shared the other night, I feel bad for disturbing the pair. But what I need won't take long. The moss there. I point to a tree covered in a deep green quilt. Is that okay? Or is it, sandthrall? After what happened to Kaz, I can only look at the seedless plant with a sense of trepidation. Not that I intend on lying down on it right now. Pressing her lips together and notably disgruntled over being interrupted, Thessa walks across to me, only to prod the plant with her toe. Normal, she replies laconically before turning around and heading back to Kaz. I'd be interested to know how the pair have so much to talk about when she's barely said 3 words to me all day. Although, it's still more than I've got from Stide. And it's not like the pair talk much to each other either. If Kaz hadn't assured us that Thessa was telling the truth about the Sannings having no magic, I'd swear there'd had to be telepathy between them. Thank you, I call to Thessa's retreating back. Now that I know it's safe, I reach out with my magic to connect to the moss. I relax as I feel none of the foulness I felt with the sandthrall. Only now do I realize how scared I was to connect to the plant. The twisted tree packed one hell of a punch when I tried to fight it. It knocked me out, and Kaior stayed by my side for a whole day. The thought makes me nostalgic. It seems unfair that I was unconscious the whole time, unable to see it for myself. Then again, what good would it have done to know he was there? He would have held me through every second of the other night, long after my nightmares had ended, if that's what I'd asked him to do. With a slight sniff, I shake away thoughts of Kaior. There'll be plenty of time to brood over the prince. For now, I can actually do something useful. If Thessa had lingered by my side, I would have asked what she saw or didn't see when she kicked the moss that told her it was fine. But for now, I focus on another task. I bend over and peel several large clumps from the tree trunk, pick the dirt from the bottom, and then wash the moss using water from my flask. "What are you doing?" Stide asks curiously. "Trying something different." "Reuben," I call, "can you come here?" Having swapped charge with Benny, and no longer sticking to Locke's side, Reuben's taken a well-deserved place by the fire, but he instantly jumps to his feet to help. "If I were to give you some more magic, could you heat this up for me?" He looks at the small pile of green matter in my hand.
Sure. What exactly do you want me to do?
Just heat it up enough to kill anything on it, but without burning it. No fire, I say emphatically. Like drying the wood, but I don't want this dried, just warmed. Does that make sense?
I think so.
He nods, as if contemplating whether he can actually do it.
You okay to give me another hit of magic?
I hope so. Let's give it a go anyway. Of all the powers that have been thrust upon me since the Retterheld, the power to transfer magic is one I feel I actually have control of, which makes me wonder where it could have come from. Still, I'm not going to dwell on the matter now, not when there are more practical matters to focus on. With so many trees around me, the hardest part is knowing which to make grow. Knowing one, at least, that's safe to connect with. I extend the patch of moss on the tree that Thessa okayed, and then draw the magic back out and pass it into Reuben. That enough, I ask? He closes his eyes, and a faint smile dusts his lips.
I will never get sick of that feeling,
he says. He opens his eyes and meets my gaze.
I wish Mum could have seen this. She would have loved seeing me create a flame.
She would have, I agree softly. But she was always so proud of you, just as you were. You know that. He shrugs his shoulders, as if he doesn't believe what I'm saying. With my task momentarily forgotten, I place my hand on his shoulder. Reuben, she was so proud of how you used your gift. She would always talk to me about it, Talk about how many lives you must have saved?
She did?
I nod. She did. Promise. He shakes his head slightly, as if trying to make the words sink in.
She never said anything like that to me.
Probably to keep that giant ego of yours down. I grin.
Yeah, makes sense.
The laugh that leaves us is a mixture of humor and sadness. Reuben doesn't have enough arrogance to fill his little finger, and we both know that. Every bone in his body is pure kindness, just like Nolene's was. I'm just glad she's no longer in pain, no longer suffering. Okay, I say, drawing us back to the task at hand and pulling us out of the melancholy that threatens to claim us. Over to you. Remember, I still need the mossy. I just need it sterilized. That's all. Just like when he was drawing out the wood, Reuben's first attempt results in a pile of blackened, charred moss. His second attempt smokes lightly before also catching fire. It's all right, don't worry, I tell him, but he shakes his head.
Just give me a couple of minutes. I can do it right. I nearly had it.
This time, he holds it in his hand longer than the others, but there are no great waves of magic flowing from him. Instead, there's just a constant low buzz. When he's done, he blows it lightly to cool it down. When it's cool enough for me to handle, he passes it back to me.
That's as much as I can do without it turning crispy,
He says.
but I think I got it hot enough.
Thank you. The hopefully sterilized moss is still substantially hotter than I expected, and I'm forced to juggle it lightly between my hands for the first couple of moments to stop it from burning me. Thankfully, it doesn't take long for it to cool enough to let me squeeze it into 2 little balls. I hold them in my hands and let my magic flow into them, not to grow them or change them, but to tell the moss what I want of it. Silence. I release the moss from my power, unsure whether I've added a magical component to it or not. Locke, I call over to the older man. His eyes jerk towards me. I've got something for you. Try these in your ears. I've no idea if they'll work. After all, his hearing is magical, not just physical. But I think it's worth a shot. And clearly he does too, as he pushes them into his ear canals with eagerness. He instantly beams at me. Better? I ask.
Much better!
He yells, making me grin. Mission accomplished. Locke's pacing decreases, and while that allows Benny a little time to relax, it doesn't ease the tension in the camp the way I hoped it would. The direwolf's unusual behavior is making everyone nervous. Whatever's going on with her, I'm now pretty sure this isn't just about Kyor. It takes me a few minutes to build up the courage to do what I have to do. Hey. Kyor barely lifts his head to look at me, but he doesn't tell me to fuck off, so I carry on. What's wrong with Elska? She wasn't even this upset when we were racing to Galrek and you were dying on her back. Rather than responding, Kyor presses his lips together and takes a long inhale through his nose. I just want to help, I push. Finally, he offers a nod.
She's sensing pain, and she's desperate to go and ease it, but she won't leave me.
It's my turn to press my lips together, trying to ignore the lump that's building in my throat. Are you sure she's not talking about you? I ask. Your injury? And maybe about us? Your emotions must be... I trail off, not sure how to complete the sentence. For what feels like the first time in moons, he meets my eyes and gives me a rueful smile before rubbing a hand over his face.
Yeah,
He sighs.
But no.
The shake of his head is far more definitive than I expected.
No. Trust me, she's not happy about this.
He gestures to me and then points to Benny.
But this is definitely different. I've asked her whose pain it is, but it's like she's blocking me out. I don't know how to get through to her.
There's not just worry in his voice. There's fear. Fear that she might leave him? Surely not. I don't even know if that's possible. I always thought direwolves bonded for life. Has she done anything like this before? Acted like this before? I ask him.
No.
Again, Kyor replies with the same level of certainty.
Never.
So much for wanting to help her. If she won't even tell Kyor what's going on, there's no chance she's going to tell me. Does she want to look for this friend in pain? I ask. Does she want us to look for them? I don't want to do anything to delay this trip. Just the thought of it is enough to fill my mind with images of William's body. How much will the icy pattern have spread since my vision? Has he let Kay know? I'm sure if Jonas knew just how bad it was, he'd refuse to let him go out in public for fear of it being seen. But William probably knows that too, and has likely kept it to himself for that exact reason. I need to get to the Isin, but Elska is not in the best frame of mind, which could slow us down a lot more. Or worse, put us at risk if she's too distracted to hear a threat coming. Kyor licks his lips and admits,
She's not responding to me.
His eyes meet mine, and his anguish strikes me. Elska is the only one in his life who's never let him down. If something happens between the two of them now, it might just be the nail in the coffin for Kyor. Any hope of him ever forming a relationship, ever loving again, would be gone. Trying to disguise the anxiety that filters through me, I reach out and take his hand, half expecting him to pull away. I'm sorry. A pause drifts between us, and he lets me hold his hand for a few moments before he withdraws, physically and emotionally. His face is blank once more, devoid of the agony he allowed me to see only moments ago.
Thank you,
He says brusquely. He let me touch him, let me offer him comfort, if only for a moment. It's something. I nod and leave him to get ready for bed. None of us sleep well, except Locke with his modified earplugs. Elska's constant pacing is beyond unsettling. Every whine causes a shudder to ripple down my spine, and I know I'm not alone. Benny's body is so tense, I'm sure he's contemplated the same thought I had earlier. Just because Kyor didn't murder him in Galrek, it doesn't mean the wolf isn't going to rip his throat out at some point. That thought doesn't help me sleep either. If she does decide that killing Benny is going to go some way to easing this pain she's under, I need to be awake to stop that from happening. At some point in the night, after a couple of hours of restless tossing, my ears tune into Ruben's voice.
Let me take watch, buddy. You need some sleep.
Confusion flickers in my drowsy state. I thought Benny had already taken his shift, and I can't imagine who else Ruben would refer to like that. But then, the second voice replies sharply.
1, you and I aren't buddies. And 2, I'm fine.
The brittleness in Kyor's voice would be enough to make anyone slink back. And yet I'm not in the slightest bit surprised when Ruben stands his ground.
1, maybe not right now, but we will be. And 2, you're not fine. You're in pain and you're exhausted. If you don't rest, you're not going to help any of us. Not Rose, not Elska.
Kyor grunts, but he doesn't respond.
Just half an hour.
Ruben presses.
If you're not asleep, then you can take the watch back.
Another pause follows, before a low grunt rattles through the quiet.
Fine. 30 minutes.
When the weak-filtered morning light reaches us through the canopy, I stretch out, feeling even less rested than I did before I went to sleep. I can't have got more than a couple of hours at best. Yet as I roll over, a deep wave of gratitude floods through me. Kyor is there, asleep by the fire, and Ruben is rubbing his eyes as he remains in watch position. Thank you, I mouth to him, only for him to shrug like it's nothing. But it's not nothing. Not to me and not to Kyor either. I know the prince well enough for that. We should stick by the river, Thessa says as we pack our belongings and mount the horses. Oh, now you're giving us directions, Kaz teases. Thessa laughs, and I realize it's the first time I've heard her make such a sound. I could have easily believed that Sanrot didn't just take their magic from them, but also their ability for joy. Kaz catches my gaze, and the glimmer in her eyes is enough to warm my heart. Not directions, Thessa continues, but if the tide is good, we'll be able to fish in the river. At Thessa's behest, we point our horses towards the wide river. I have no idea what counts as a good tide, but what we find is a fairly low level of water, little more than hip deep, and Thessa seems pleased. The water is clear, and we can see the rocky riverbed below. Although it's barely been an hour since we started up, we drop from our horses and tether them to nearby trees, ready to follow the Sanning's instructions. "So, how did you say we do this?" Kaz asks Thessa, with more than a hint of excitement in her voice. "You need us all in the water, right?" "Yes, the cold will hurt, but it'll be worth it. But only step on the rocks, you hear? Only rocks. If you step into the mud..." A wave of fear and panic hits me so hard that it steals the air from my lungs. "The Rose?" Stide speaks behind me, but her voice barely registers. "I need to flee. I need to leave here. I have to get out. But I can't. This is my end." The miserable thought rattles over and over in my head. This is my end. Stuck here.
Rose.
The shake on my arm is just like the one that pulls me from my nightmares, and yet this time it has no effect. Because this isn't a nightmare. These feelings, that inability to escape, I felt something remarkably like it before. With the Kraken in the 4th trial. The fear is so overwhelming that it threatens to consume me entirely. But whose fear? The feeling surges again, and my knees buckle, but Kyor's there, catching me before I can fall.
Rose?
He asks.
Rose, what is it?
"He's so afraid," I blurt, and I'm shocked to feel tears slip from my eyes. "He doesn't want to die." And he is a he, I know it, though I have no idea how I know it.
Who?
Kyor asks.
Who's doing this to you?
I shake my head and dash the tears streaming from my eyes. This isn't his fault. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to die. Forcing myself to my feet, my gaze drifts upriver. And I am not alone. Both Elska and Locke are frozen, their attention fixed on the same point. With the rest of the group stopped by my panic, they follow the direction of our gazes.
Is that...
Benny whispers, his sight picking out what's there before the others can.
By all the gods.
Kyor murmurs back, his voice trembling in shock and horror. Without a word or a glance in my direction, he releases me from his grip. And before I can utter another word, he and Elska are sprinting, an unexpected name on his disbelieving lips.
Fen!
Chapter 46. Fen. Zell's direwolf. It's been many moons since the old commander met his fate at the hands of Benny's rebels. And from what Rhine said in Galrek, I assumed Fen would have already passed on. The bond between a direwolf and its knight is absolute. When one dies, the other follows. Not instantly, but in a slow fading as their soul, now split and unable to recover, loses its grip on mortality until mortadom claims them. I don't hesitate. The weakness of a moment ago forgotten as I bound onto the nearest horse and race after Elska and Kyor. At first, I can't make sense of what I'm seeing. They're stirring in the mud, but it's only when I'm close enough that I know they're right. A direwolf. Mud-coated and trapped in the center of the river. His reddish fur is almost entirely brown, and his shoulders move back and forth, as if he might somehow be able to claw himself out of the thick mud. But if anything, it's only making him sink deeper.
Elska, get away from the river now!
Kyor yells as Elska edges down the silt-covered riverbank.
Get away from there! You'll get trapped too!
His panicked shout sends birds flying from nearby trees, and I struggle to hold my horse still as she dances in place, nerves firing. The direwolf cannot be saved, Thessa says sadly from behind me, the others having galloped to my side. The Terran River does not give up its victims once captured. I told you, only step on the rocks. The Black Mire is certain death. When the tide comes in, I cannot listen to her explanation anymore. I don't need to. His fear, his panic, it was mine. For one raw heartbeat, it was me facing death. And I would no more let him die than I would willingly stop breathing. My skittering horse is not helping, so I slide off her back.
Here.
Reuben takes the reins from me without hesitation.
I've got her. You go.
I don't need him to tell me twice. Elska is padding closer and closer to the bank, whining softly as she tries to figure out a route into the river to Fen. But there is none, not for a wolf of her size. Not without her ending up just like Fen. Hold her, I snap at Kyor. Hold her in place with your magic. He grinds his teeth.
She won't forgive me. I've never used my magic on her. Against her.
Better angry than dead, I point out sharply. I've seen Kyor in impossible situations before. Defeating a giant on his own. Bringing an entire battle yard of retlings to their knees. But I've never seen him like this. Frozen by fear. Do it, I bite out. And he does. Elska lets out a snarl of pure fury as his magic clicks into place around her, holding her. Pain contorts Kyor's face, but Elska is safe, even if she doesn't want to be. That's one less thing to worry about. With her secure, I turn back to the others. I won't let Zell's wolf die like this, I tell them stubbornly. Without Zell's training, I'd have died in the Retterheld. I owe him. I look at Benny. You and your rebels are the reason he's out here. Will you help me?
Of course.
Benny says instantly, as if there was never any doubt. There is no getting him, the Rose, Stide says stubbornly. He is in the quagmire. Mortadem stalks him. Fuck Mortadem, I snap. Fen is not dying today. The tide is coming in and the water is rising. Fen is tiring and weak, his head dangerously close to dipping below the waterline. Gods know how long he's been struggling already. But he's not alone. Not anymore. I'll wade into the water and hold his head up, I begin, the plan already forming in my mind. But I'll stick to the rocks. I cut Stide off, already knowing what she was going to say. I'll stick to the rocks, hold his head up, and when he's not in immediate danger, I'll grow the vines from here. I point to a tree covered in thick, dense ivy. When the vines are long and thick enough, one of you will need to bring them to me in the river so I can tie them around him. I see the doubt lingering in the faces of the Sannings, but I'm done with the days of doubting myself. I'm the gifted. I've survived loss and pain and fought to get to where I am today. I can do this. I'll make them strong enough to hold his weight, I assure them. Strong enough that they won't snap. We can pull him out. I know we can. I just need you to do what I say and give it everything you've got.
Do it,
Benny says.
You grow the vine, Rose, and I'll bring it to you.
His eyes flick to Kyor, who stands alone, all his energy focused on holding Elska still against her will.
It's the least I can do.
Benny dismounts and hands his horse's reins to Locke. Then he joins me, looking into the river. He goes up a slope that's a fair bit steeper than the rest, climbs on top of a large rock resting at the apex, and then looks down into the raging waters.
Okay, Rose, step just where I tell you to.
Benny instructs.
I'll spot the safest path through.
Gratitude swamps me. Regardless of what reparations he needs to make with Kyor, I thank the gods for the day I met Benny. Just tell me where I need to go.
Enter there,
He says, pointing to a section where a tree bows low over the river.
Its roots are strong.
He tells me.
Hold on to its branches as you enter. There are plenty of rocks to stand on if you go in there.
I remove my dagger, only to momentarily contemplate whether it's safe to leave it in the Sanning's presence. We will not take it, Stide says, reading my thoughts. My eyes go to Kaz, who offers me a nod of assurance. Knowing it's safe, I take off my fur too and leave them both on the riverside, and then I follow Benny's instructions. I grasp the tree's nearest branch and gasp as I step into the freezing river. The water is cold enough that it rips my breath away, and for a beat or two I struggle to even breathe, let alone move.
Move, Rose!
Benny yells.
You need to move before the cold snaps your strength. It's only going to get harder if you linger.
It's hardly a tender word of encouragement, but it's what I need to get moving all the same. I know all about the bitter cold. I've survived it many times, and this will be no different. I recall the snap of the freezing water around the temple on the night I made my offering to Edda, and my determination to reach the temple no matter what. I use that same stubbornness now, as I inch further into the icy water. Fen must have tried to cross the Terran during low tide and got stuck in the sucking mud. He's been trapped ever since, cold and afraid. This is who Elska has been scared for, I realize belatedly. She's been feeling Fen. Maybe it's a trait of direwolves, to feel each other's pain the way they can with their bonded. It doesn't explain why I could feel his fear too, but right now, all I can do is add it to the long list of questions to find answers to. along with what's happening to William's skin, why Kay isn't showing powers, and how the heck to get mine under control. The whether I ever get to ask them depends on me actually surviving long enough to do so. The first few steps come easier than I expected. Yes, it's cold, but I know cold well. The stones under my feet sometimes rock and move, but Benny is there, ready to shout where I should move my feet next.
You need to go wide! Around to the left of him!
Benny yells from the riverbank. I do as he says, and thankfully find some more stable footing. But it's not just my feet I have to worry about now. The push of the tide is relentless, constantly threatening to sweep me away and downriver. My legs and stomach burn with the force of fighting against it as I wade through, muscles weakening with the constant shivering that grips my entire body. Finally, I reach the exhausted wolf. Hey, I say softly when I reach him. I know you don't know me, and I know you probably don't understand what I'm saying, but I was friends with Zell. His eyes widen at the mention of the old commander's name, and he lets out a slight whine. It's a tiny noise, barely audible, and yet it's enough to send Elska into a howling frenzy. In answer to her torment, Fen renews his struggles, only to sink deeper into the mire as a result of his thrashing. Kyor! I shout back to the bank. Keep her calm! She's making things worse!
You think I don't know that?
He yells, but he must manage to do something because her howls cease. I turn back to Fen and look into his intelligent green eyes. I'm going to hold your head up for you because I think you're real tired, big guy. So, do me a favor, and please don't bite my hands off, okay? I'm not going to be able to help you if you do that. I'm only half joking. Keeping my weight equally balanced, legs akimbo, I reach out and cup his chin, lifting it clear of the water. He's breathing heavily, but he's looking at me, willing me to help. Hope. His eyes are filled with hope, and I know exactly how dangerous that is. That's right, big guy. We're getting you out of here, I promise. His head is heavier than I expected, especially with waterlogged fur, and the shaking, whether from fear, cold, or pure exhaustion, makes holding it up even harder. If we don't get him out fast, he's not going to make it. I check my hands and make sure his head is positioned safely out of the water, then turn my attention to the riverbank. Closing my eyes, I call to my magic and pull at the ivy, entreating it to grow to me. It's too thin, Kaz yells out from where she holds the horses. It won't take his weight. You need to make it thicker. Thicker. Stronger.
Not too thick!
Benny shouts at me a second later.
Or I won't be able to fit my hands around it.
Klinos' voice threatens a pithy comeback in my mind, but I push it down. Now is not the time for ghosts when the living so clearly need me. Like me, Benny has taken off his fur and weapons. He picks up the vine and begins to coil it around his arm. Once enough is gathered, he lashes the coiled loops onto his shoulder, pulls them taut, and then begins to take the exact same steps I did from the riverbank. Unlike me, though, he blisters the air with swear words as he goes on and on about how cold it is. Nobles, I think to myself. Help is coming now, I say confidently to Fen. You're going to be okay. The tide is coming in, Thessa calls to us. Benny, you need to move faster.
I don't see you volunteering to wade in the bloody freezing river.
Benny shoots back. I ignore him. How long will it take for the tide to come in? I call back to Thessa. But it's Stide who replies. In half an hour the wolf will be dead, she says, offering the answer to the question I was too afraid to voice. In response to Stide's words, or maybe her ominous tone, Fen starts to thrash around, and I'm bombarded with his panic again. The fear is so thick I can hardly breathe, and I work hard to calm myself down and project that calm to Fen. Hey, it's going to be okay, I promise you. We're going to get you out. Just calm down, big guy. We need you to conserve your energy for when it's really go time. But Thessa is right. The water level is rising. I tip his chin up a little higher, and though it can't be comfortable, he doesn't complain. Instead, he stares at me with an expression I wish I could read. Unlike Elska, the wolf has no white rings around his eyes, and pure olive green meets my gaze. Presumably the rings faded away with Zell. Benny is slowly getting closer, his curses still coloring the air as his teeth chatter. Just take your time, I call out. The last thing I need is for him to get stuck too. If that happens, we're completely lost. Careful not to upset my footing, I adjust my grip a little beneath Fenn's chin. His eyes have calmed by a fraction, but he's still straining against the sucking mud, and it's drawing him back in tighter. I need to distract him. Zell saved me, you know, I say to the wolf, stroking my fingers against his muzzle as I hold him up. Not directly, I admit, but he helped me relearn how to fight, gave me the confidence to believe in myself. I pause, my voice caught on the lump forming at the back of my throat. He was a good man, one of the best, and that tells me you must be one of the best wolves. The wolf shivers beneath me, and I pull him a little closer as I flick my eyes back to Benny. Come on, Benny. It's not just about the water. I know what it looks like when someone has given up on life. I watched it happen to my father, saw the moment life slipped through his fingers and never quite returned. Fenn is teetering on the edge of it now, in that darkest of moments. The brief flare of hope gutters out as quickly as it formed. He can't see a reason to keep going, can't see anything beyond the weight of what he's lost. Just like my father. And perhaps it's the echoes of that, the feeling I have never quite shaken that somehow I let my father down too, that makes me refuse to let Fenn sink into this fucking mud. Gods, Zell was a stickler for perfect footwork, I continue. Though the muscles in my arms shake from the strain of holding him up for so long, I keep my voice soft and level. Even if the wolf can't understand my words, I'm hoping he can still be soothed by calm, steady speech. You have no idea the number of times he made me repeat these drills. It felt like it was dusk to dawn sometimes. I offer Fenn a wry smile as Benny wades closer. Those evenings, I ached so badly, and I wanted to yell at him. But he was right. His training worked. Made me a fighter again. And deep down, I was so grateful. Because he was the only one who didn't treat me like I was fragile. Like I shouldn't be there. And he told me about my parents, too. Did you know that? I paused to lift Fenn's head higher again. It's not just the tide that's the problem. My arms are bone-tired and aching. The weight of his head and the chill of the water, sapping what little strength I have left. Still, I will myself to carry on speaking, to distract myself as much as Fenn. I lost my parents, and I have memories of them, of course, but lots of them aren't the best. The majority of my memories were after we were cast out, you see, and it was hard for them to talk about the years before. But when Zell told me about my parents, it was the first time in years I had heard someone speak warmly of them. I don't think he even knew how much that meant to me. Or maybe he did. His heart was so big. I'm trembling with the cold, and my teeth chatter as I force myself to continue. Kaior misses him every day, too, you know. He loved him so much. More than anyone, I think. So you need to get through this, okay? Kaior and Elska need you. You're their last link to Zell. You matter, Fenn. We need you. For less than a breath, he wearily lifts his head up by himself and nuzzled into my cheek. And I feel warmth like the sun on the brightest summer's day. Inside and out, the blaze envelops me in stark contrast to the freezing cold. It makes no sense. Unless it's the cold claiming me as well as Fenn, of course.
The moon forgive me my selfishness, little raven.
A voice says in my mind.
But I cannot fight it any longer.
I blink. Yes, the cold is clearly addling my brain. It's not a good sign. We need to move faster. The water is coming in swifter now, too. It's already up to my ribs, and the shiver is constant. Does Fenn's fur make it better or worse for him? I don't know, but if Benny doesn't make it here soon, it's going to be too late. Thankfully, as I turn to head back to the riverbank, I see Benny only a meter away. Relief floods through me. It's okay, Fenn. We're going to get you out now. Any minute, I promise. We're going to get you out. I look at Benny. Can you tie it around him? He nods.
I've got it. You keep his head up.
Benny works for a few moments before he takes a deep breath and dives into the water, swimming to hold himself in place while trying to secure the vine around Fenn. He resurfaces with an explosive breath.
The vine's too thick, too slippery. I can't get it around him.
Benny bites out in frustration. I think furiously. Loop it around him, I instruct, and then hold it together. I'll secure it. He dives back down without question, and I can see him holding the vine under Fen just like I need him to. I pull my magic out, but it's sluggish and slow after so much expenditure. Fuse, I tell it. And the two parts of the vine join and fuse together, forming a tight loop around Fen. Benny breaks through the water.
It worked!
He shouts in triumph. My legs are losing feeling from the cold. My hands, too. I'm using every last scrap of energy I have to keep Fen's muzzle cupped and out of the water, but my arms hurt. It's not about me. It's about saving Fen, no matter the cost. Since I have control of the vine, I tell it to grow widthways around him, so it's not one single point of contact, but spread wide like a hammock. The last bits of my energy leave me, and I panic a little that I may have overdone it, may have drained my magic dry.
It's done.
Benny says triumphantly, calling to the others.
Go for it. Pull!
There's no one on the sidelines now. Even Stide is heaving on the vines from the riverbank. As the makeshift rope goes taut, Fen's body jerks upward, and hope jolts through me, before faltering and dying. Somehow, their combined strength isn't enough. Fen's paws are still trapped, the sucking mud clinging to him like it means to keep him forever. We need more, I shout. You need to pull harder. But they already are. I can see it in the strain of their bodies, the way their boots dig into the earth. We're too close, the words come from Stide. The Sanning's muscles are taut as she tries to lever the vines further away from the bank. We will not free him from here. The others follow her lead, shifting their grasps further back on the vines, but it makes no difference. My stomach sinks. Even if they pull until their arms break, Fen isn't coming out. Not like this. Maybe if we had an extra hour. Maybe if the tide wasn't already creeping higher around us, but we don't. The water is rising, and my arms are shaking as I fight to keep Fen's head above the surface. There has to be another way, there has to be. I won't give up now. Kyor looks at me, and I brace myself for him to say we've done everything we can. But he doesn't say that. Instead, his voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and authoritative.
Everyone let go of the vine.
We let go, the tide will take them all, Stide calls back.
Not if you do what I say now.
Kyor yells back. It's back, the commanding tone of one who knows how to ensure his people survive. Kyor, I call.
Can you make the vine taut?
He asks.
Strip out the slack. You can do that, right?
Yes, I say, though my voice, thick and slow, barely sounds like mine. Yes. Goddess help me, I entreat Edda. I don't know if I have the energy for more magic, but somehow I dig deep and find more. It's torpid, heavy. I've already spent so much, and the cold is burrowing deep, turning my limbs clumsy. Still, I push. I have to. All the while, Kyor is ensuring the vines secured to a thick ancient tree.
Rose is straining herself,
Benny yells out.
She needs to stop.
Just a bit more, I mutter back to him. Just a bit more.
That's enough,
He snaps, wading up beside me, his hands firm on my arms as if I'm the one about to sink.
That's enough, I've got you now.
I don't know if I let my magic pull away from the vines, or whether I have no more to give. But as it peters out into nothing, I know I've done all I can.
Move away from Fen!
Kyor calls to us urgently. No, I say weakly. I need to stay with him. My words slow.
It's the only way to save him!
Kyor roars.
It's this or he dies! Move!
Benny lifts me and puts me on his back like I'm a small child.
Hold on to my shoulders, Rose.
My hands are so cold I can barely get them to clamp around him. But somehow I do, and Benny begins hauling us back to the riverbank, one slow, safe step on the rocks at a time. We're so cold, I mutter, my mind blurring and my body unable to feel the water that continues to smash against me. We're so cold. Behind us, Fen's whine cuts through the rush of the water and panic grips me. I need to get to him. It's as though I can feel the water in his nostrils. Feel Mortadem's grip taking hold, awaiting one final tug to claim him as his own. I struggle to twist around, desperate to return to the wolf. Yet before I can move, Benny clamps his arms around me, holding me in place.
We're clear!
He hollers to Kyor.
Do it now!
Kyor hesitates, just a beat, but then he looks upwards and calls to the clouds boiling in the sky above. Lightning tears down, striking the thick tree at the base of its trunk with a crack that splits the air. The tree groans, wood screaming as it begins to topple. I see what Kyor's doing. The ancient falling tree becomes a lever, dragging the vines with its huge weight. Fenn's body lurches free as the mud finally loses its grip. And for the first time since this began, Mortadem loosens his hold on the wolf. Fenn takes in a ragged, relieved breath as his paws are freed from the sucking mud. And on the shoreline, Elska drops to her stomach in pure relief. He's free. I smile, even as a surge of water slams into me, knocking me sideways. Strong hands catch me before I can go under.
I've got you.
Benny says tightly.
I've got you, Rose.
Is he out? I gasp, my vision blurring as I let the cold finally win. Is he out? Is he okay? My teeth stop chattering, and I actually feel warm. Having lived in the cold my whole life, I know what that means. I'm in trouble. Real trouble. But at least Fenn will live.
Not without you, little raven.
His voice is rueful in my head, but I can feel his nearness and know he's coming closer. I look up from Benny's shoulder to see Fenn next to me swimming. He climbs out of the riverbed very carefully, paws touching naught but rocks. He's a smart wolf. He's learned his lesson. That's good. I didn't learn mine. I'm out of the water and everyone is shouting. Everything blurring into motion and noise. Voices, hands, the rush of the river. They're fussing over me. But all I can think about is Fenn. Is he out? Is he safe?
We'll both be fine.
A now familiar voice murmurs, close and steady.
Thanks to you, stubborn little raven.
The cold is everywhere now, creeping into my bones, my thoughts, and my eyelids are suddenly too heavy to lift. I need to rest. I deserve rest now. Rest for as long as it takes. The last thing I see before sleep claims me is a pair of olive green eyes ringed with white, steady and alive. Chapter 47. I can hear them talking about me, I think, but I don't have the strength or energy to even open my eyes, let alone respond. She's shaking. Her skin is as cold as ice. Stide's voice quivers with worry? Worry for me? Huh. The Sanning likes me. That's nice. My thoughts drift.
It's not just cold.
Benny says urgently.
I told you she was draining herself.
His teeth chatter as he talks.
Her magic. Do something.
Kyor's voice cuts through the rest.
That's what you do. You warn people, right? Do it.
Yeah, but...
Reuben's voice is hesitant.
Her clothes are soaked. It'll take forever to warm her like this, and she doesn't have time to wait.
Then we take them off her.
Kyor snaps. A second later, I feel hands fumbling over me, tugging at my clothes.
Rosie?
Reuben says a heartbeat later.
We're just taking off your clothes. You're soaked through and we need to get you dry and warm.
Cold air bites at my wet skin as they strip me down, and embarrassment tries to stir, but it can't find purchase through the exhaustion.
I'm going to have to be undressed too, or...
Reuben begins.
Do whatever you need to do.
Kyor's voice cuts in with an impatient growl, and it's followed by another noise that's remarkably similar. A growl, but one that's deeper than Elska's. Fenn's. I try to focus on the protective sound of it, on the strength of it. That means he's all right, doesn't it? Surely it must. Yet the question can't form. There's a fog filling my thoughts, my body. As I grapple to fight it, I'm struck with a sudden rush of warmth that seeps into my entire being. The heat reaches every cell within me, enveloping me. Leaning into the warmth, a familiar scent fills my nostrils as I recognize the touch and aroma of the man who has wrapped his arms around me. A moan of relief flurries from me. "Not now, Reuben," I murmur, lost in the memories of the last time I felt this touch. "I'm too tired." A half laugh judders out of him.
I know. It's okay. I'm just holding you. Let me hold you, Rosie. Everything will be all right.
Reuben whispers, his bare legs entwining with mine and warming my skin, his hands against my bare spine as he pulls me closer and soft furs are thrown over us. I can feel it's helping. His energy flows deep into my bones, offering me a flicker of strength. It's enough for me to blink open my heavy eyes and look around for him. But instead, impossibly, I meet bright blue eyes. Kyor. Why is it always Kyor? The ghosts of old memories fade, and my mind sharpens to the here and now. Kyor,
Thorn,
he says gruffly.
come on, love. You've got this. You've been through way too much to let a bit of cold water kill you.
He's kneeling by my side, crouching next to me as I sit there naked, with Reuben in a similar state of nudity, hugging me beneath the layer of furs that insulates us. That Reuben still breathes is a miracle as he runs his hands across my skin, warming every part of me. I meet his eyes momentarily, before my gaze shifts behind him to where a shaking Benny is pulling off his own wet clothes and determinedly pulling on dry ones with shaking hands, even as all eyes remain on me. Poor Benny. He's been a complete hero, and he's not getting any of the credit he deserves.
She needs dry clothes, preferably warm ones.
Reuben tells the group. "I'll grab some from her bag," Kaz says, "but I don't know how warm they'll be." A heartbeat later, a blast of thunder cracks through the air, and we're all hit by a sudden wall of heat.
You can warm the clothes on that.
Kyor says tightly. "You have to stop setting fire to things when you get jealous." The words croak from my throat, resulting in a laugh from Kyor. The belly-deep release is possibly the sweetest sound I've ever heard.
Yeah. Well, you're naked with another guy right in front of me. I think you can cut me a little slack.
I open my eyes long enough to see the grin on his face, but before I can speak again, the energy drains, and they fall closed again. I'm drifting, floating, so snugly. "Here, the clothes are warm now." Kaz's words cut through my consciousness. Kyor and Reuben work together, Reuben holding out my limbs as Kyor pulls clothing onto me. Dressed, I'm still cradled in Reuben's arms. His heating magic is still doing its thing, warming me, even through my clothes now that they're dry too. I open my eyes again.
Just to be clear,
Benny mutters,
I helped drag a direwolf out of a deadly mire, carried Rose out of a freezing river, and yet I remained tragically unhugged.
Abruptly, Kyor stands, stalks to Benny, and drags him forward by his shirt.
Hey,
Benny falls silent as Kyor throws his arms around him and hugs him fiercely. He holds Benny tightly, as if he might squeeze the life out of him. Then he releases him and shoves him away. Benny stands there for a second, stunned, then scrubs a hand over his face.
You're still not forgiven.
Kyor growls out and stalks back to me. He picks me up out of Reuben's warming arms and carries me closer to the fire.
Rest now, Thorn.
He murmurs for my ears alone. Well, and Locke's too.
I've got you now.
A gentle shake of my shoulder awakens me. "Here, drink this," Thessa says. "It will help stop a fever." If my brain were properly switched on, I would at least ask what it is she is handing me. But while my body may have its energy returning, my mind is still struggling to catch up. I take the proffered cup and sip. The instant the liquid touches my lips, I recognize some of the flavors. Fennel, mint. Not a tonic per se, but healing nonetheless. As the contents slip down my throat, The fog in my brain starts to clear. Hesitantly, I start to sit up.
Careful.
Kyor says, his hands steadying me as I move.
You've used a lot of magic, and you were in that water for a long time. Your body's going to need a chance to recover.
I'm okay, I think. My eyes open fully, and I can see that I'm sat in Kyor's arms, and my other friends are spread out around the fire. All eyes are on me in a way that makes me faintly uncomfortable. A thought hits me, like one of Kyor's lightning strikes, and I twist in his arms to seek out his eyes. When those pale cerulean irises meet mine, 1,000 emotions flood me, but only one word leaves my lips. Fen? I ask him. Kyor presses his lips together.
I assumed you'd already know the answer to that one.
I pinch the bridge of my nose, frowning. And then I remember ringed olive eyes.
Hello, little raven.
Fen's voice is warm in my mind as I gape. Fen and I, we've bonded? I reel in disbelief and wonder. It's the only explanation, no matter how impossible it is. How is it possible? Fen already bonded with Zell, and was destined for death. How can we have bonded instead?
You risked your life for me. The gods saw that as enough. Saw you as enough. As did I.
It shouldn't be possible. I say the words wonderingly to myself, or at least I assume I do until Fen's reply comes through.
All things are impossible until they are done once,
He says simply. This is insane. Insane, I mutter, eyes wide as I stare at Kyor.
Why does the fact that you are worthy of a bond surprise you?
His voice questions inside my head.
You are far more special than many of the knights of Rohelm.
He sniffs.
After all, I know there is at least one you never considered deserving of the honor.
Holden. He's right. Of course he is. Not once did I think Holden should have been bestowed with the honor of bonding with the direwolf. But the fact that Fen knows this? How much does he know of me? Of my life?
I know what touches you most deeply. The rest will come.
He replies before I've even asked a question.
As eventually you will know of me.
As I sit there, waves of grief and gratitude wash through me. But they aren't only my own. They're also Fen's. His loss, his relief, and his fierce, aching thankfulness press into me until I can't quite tell where his emotions end and mine begin. My chest tightens, and old grief claws its way back to the surface, dredged up by his echoing pain. It's too much. I'm swamped, drowning in a tide of feelings that don't belong solely to me.
Rose.
Kyor asks softly, his voice a steady line through the chaos. I drag in a shaky breath. It's so much to take in. He nods, understanding flickering across his face.
The emotions are overwhelming at first. Sharing the mental space. It's tougher than the physical side of it. You need to learn to compartmentalize. To sense him but not be submerged in his feelings.
Okay, I say, clinging to his words like a lifeline. And how exactly do I do that? Kyor shifts closer, his voice quiet and reassuring, as if he were leading me in a meditation.
Start by anchoring yourself. Focus on something that is yours alone. Your breath, your body, the feel of the ground beneath you. Fen will still be there, but you don't have to carry everything he's carrying. Your breath, your body. Take in a deep breath, Rose. Concentrate on the feeling of the air drawing in and then breathing it back out again.
I do as he suggests, taking in a deep breath and focusing on the sensation of my lungs rising with the new air before deflating with the expulsion of the old. It feels right to think of old and new, now that my fresh bond with Fen brings about a whole new future. I'm bonded. With a direwolf. I assumed my childhood dreams of bonding with a direwolf were exactly that. Childish. And by the time we sank into the slums, I'd let go of the idea, along with so much more. And now, it is my reality. Another gift from the goddess. A flicker of warmth brushes my mind. Careful this time. Gentle. A caress. An apology.
I forgot.
Fen says ruefully, his presence drawing back just a fraction.
Forgot how raw the beginning is.
I continue to breathe, to feel the movement of the air, and slowly the pressure eases, just enough that I can hear my own thoughts again. I can feel Fen, but there's a little distance between us now, like I need to reach out to touch him, rather than him taking up all the limited space in my mind.
That
Kyor says quietly, watching my face.
is what it feels like when you're doing it right. Just take your time. This is a gift.
For me? Undoubtedly, but for him? I murmur, scrubbing a hand across my lips as my heart sinks. The last thing Fen needs after losing Zal is to be bonded to someone like me. Kyor's expression pinches.
Rose, he chose you because of who you are. Besides, without this new bond, he would have died. And for what it's worth, I think Zal would be very proud of his decision.
Yeah, I say flatly. Better me than death. My voice comes out more bitter than intended.
Little Raven.
Fen whispers in my mind as if asking permission to speak to me. I grant it.
I have awaited death for these past moons, willing it to come. Confused when it did not. My loss burned through me, but it did not feel as others have described. As those who have been robbed of their bond have told me. I was grieving and lost, yes, but my limbs did not feel weak. I did not feel weak. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, every day, traveling.
He pauses before he admits.
I believed then that I was moving towards my death, but I do not believe that anymore. I was traveling towards you, little Raven. The gods chose you, and I chose you. I'm sorry if it is not what you would have chosen for yourself.
A lump lodges in my throat as I fight to believe I'm misunderstanding. The way that Fen speaks is almost as if he thinks he is unworthy of me. And nothing could be further from the truth. I would always choose you, I whisper back softly, the words as true as the air in my lungs. I would always choose you. Reassurance given, Fen's mind sinks away from mine again, and I take a few steadying breaths to help that distance grow. As my mind comes back to the moment, I notice the way Kyor's eyes are assessing me, not as a lover's, but as a commander's. He's done this before, helped new knights with their nascent bond. I clear my throat, unsure how to respond. I start in the only place that I can. Thank you for your help, and for letting Reuben help me. I smile and shoot for a little humor, and for still not killing Benny.
I haven't ruled that out yet,
He says, and though he flashes me a smile, the humor fades quickly.
I was scared, Rose. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. The fear.
I swallow. I want to reach out to him, but I know it's too soon, no matter how much my flesh aches for him. Kyor, you don't have to have all the answers all the time. A scoff crackles in the air.
I'm the Crown Prince of Morathka. I don't get to be fallible.
He shakes his head like he's annoyed with himself for saying even that much.
You're still exhausted. You need to rest now, Rose.
Never would I have thought my name could feel so hard. And though I know that's not the way he intended it to be, any name other than Thorn on his tongue feels like it's made of stone. Still, that he speaks to me at all feels like a miracle. In front of us, the fire spits, sending glowing embers into the sky as the warmth soaks slowly into my bones. The camp is quiet again. Reuben has his arms wrapped around Benny in the hug of warmth he well deserves. Kaz is helping Locke settle in for the night, as the Sannings take their places, exhaustion finally beginning to claim its due. Maybe I should move too. Claim my own space away from Kyor. As it is, he sits barely a hand away from me. Easy enough to reach out and place a hand against his thigh, or to lean forward and place my lips against his. Both actions would be beyond foolish. and yet words push themselves past the lump in my throat before I can stop them. "Kyor," I say, surprised by the fear that grips me as I speak. "Will you stay?" He looks at me for a long moment, something raw and unguarded in his eyes, as though we both know I'm not talking of just tonight.
I nearly lost you.
He whispers.
I can't do that again.
My heart throbs. Nearly lost me? Does he mean because of Benny? Or because of Fen? And does that mean I haven't lost him yet? Tears sting my eyes as I whisper the words again. Will you stay with me? This time, his lips press against the top of my head before he responds.
Always.
Chapter 48. When I awaken, my limbs feel heavy. My body wants me to turn over and go back to sleep, but the bustling of the camp around me tells me it's time to get moving. Reluctantly, I open my eyes and stretch. The sky is gray and heavy, the previously burning tree trunk now nothing more than a pile of ash. Sure enough, the others are up and packing their belongings, save for Kyor, who is still by my side, as if he feared leaving me sleeping for even a moment. As I sit up, I feel the rest of the group eyeing Kyor and me, noting our unusually close position. But even more intrusive than their speculative gazes is the new presence within me. In sleep, our minds became helplessly tangled again. Fen's joy at being reunited with Elska is sharp. His relief at being alive just as keen, and his guilt at feeling such joy while Zell is dead and gone sucker punches me. Trembling, I reach out and touch the earth next to me. Let my fingers curl into the cold, hard ground.
You got this?
Kyor asks, aware of exactly what I'm doing as I focus on breathing in and out. I nod once, and he rises, moving away, giving me space to disentangle my thoughts from Fen's. The process is gradual, and not something I intend to rush. Only when I'm sure he and I are two beings again do I hesitantly reach out to him. How are you feeling, big guy?
I am well.
His answer is flat and stubborn, as if he'll never give me any other answer to that question.
Do not call me big guy. I am no man.
Big wolf, I offer. He sniffs.
I am not a mere wolf, little raven. I am a dire wolf.
Well, if we're being technical about it, I'm not a raven.
Little raven is a dignified nickname.
He sniffs.
Big guy is a soldier with brawn and no brains, and a dick that scrapes on the ground.
The image makes me snicker aloud, as he no doubt intended. I decide to drop the apparently contentious subject of nicknames. Are you up for walking a bit today? A slight huff resonates through my skull.
Walking? I have braved the frozen fields of the Issen, pushed myself to the brink of starvation, spent days in the wilderness to the west, wandered.
So that's a yes, then? I cut in.
Of course it is.
He snippily replies.
Of course I can walk. I am a wolf.
A dire one, I amend cheekily, and I feel his shimmer of amusement before he draws away. Feeling buoyed by my first interaction of the day, I turn my attention to the rest of the group. Kyor has moved to stand with Reuben. As far as I can see, they seem to be having a perfectly civil conversation, but it's the remaining males, Benny and Locke, whom I choose to join.
Morning, Rose. How are you feeling?
Benny asks as he sees me approach.
We've just packed up some rabbit leftovers if you want something to eat.
I shake my head. Everyone is geared up and ready to move, and I don't want to delay them. Besides, I've been hungry plenty of times before. I can cope with the pangs until lunchtime. I'm fine for now, thank you, I say before glancing at Locke. He's not pacing the way he was before, but rocking back and forth, muttering to himself.
The stone is in the light. Oh, it should be dark, but it is light, light, light.
He's back to that rambling voice, and my stomach sinks. My moss earplugs might be doing something to help him, but I fear it's not enough. I lean into Benny, trying to hide my concern. How is he? I murmur.
He's doing okay,
Benny finally says. We both turn to gaze at the older islander, who's doing a great job at pretending like he's not listening. Maybe he isn't. Maybe there are too many other things within his range of hearing for him to be interested in our mutterings, including, apparently, sun-kissed rocks. We're not far from Rowell, I start. This is the closest we're going to get to a main city for the rest of the trip. We might pass a few small villages in Agoid, but they won't have the expertise to help Locke. I know how important he is to you. Locke is the last of the Eastern Isles Retlings. If anything happened to him, anything more than what has already left him in this state, Benny would be devastated. The future Duke doesn't respond at first. Doesn't want to. Instead, he lifts his arm to rub the back of his neck. I might not have the ability to hear his thoughts the way I do with Fen, but it's not hard to know what he's thinking, how he's weighing up what's best for him and for Locke. Silence starts to fill the space between us, and as much as I don't want to say the words that will mean my best friend has to leave me, I know I have to. Maybe you need to take him home, Ben. Instinctively, Benny shakes his head.
No, I don't know. Going to the Eastern Isles means heading to a port and getting on a busy boat. I don't think he'd cope with that right now. This is a small group. He's anchored with us for now. He was alone in the forest for a long time. It's just going to take a while for him to adjust. But he's getting better. I know he is.
As much as I want to share Benny's optimism, it's hard. Yes, Locke's been on his own for a long time, and I can't imagine the type of horrors he's faced. Not if the rottings are anything to go by. But he was already losing his grip on reality well before he disappeared in the trial. He and Siren were a matched pair, him with his mutterings, and her with her accidentally plunging us all into illusions at a whim. The abandonment may have exacerbated his condition, but it didn't start it. Okay, I say, drawing a breath, but we need to monitor him. If he's putting anyone at risk, and that includes himself.
Agreed.
Benny jumps in.
But he won't, I promise.
It feels like a promise he can't keep, but I don't call him on it. As we draw our conversation to an end, Kyor stalks over, some bread in his hand. He thrusts it at me.
Eat.
I blink and take the food. What?
I just offered her a rabbit.
Benny says, yet Kyor doesn't so much as glance at him.
Elska says you're hungry. Eat.
How does Elska know that?
Fen.
He grunts simply. He's cross with me again. I sigh.
If you're hungry,
Kyor snaps.
Fen feels it. It'll affect him too. You need to eat. If not for you, then for your dire wolf. You're bonded now. You need to remember that and act like it.
A moment later, he's striding away. It seems too early in the day for him to be mad at me, I say jokingly to Benny.
He cares about you, so he's annoyed you're not taking care of yourself.
He pauses.
I offered you food. Why didn't you take it?
I didn't want to slow us down. Besides, I'm just used to going without. His eyes soften.
Well, next time don't.
As the last of the provisions are sorted and packs are tightened, I realize how much things have changed. Now that he isn't soaking wet and is on firm land, I can see that Fen stands like a small horse in wolf form, all rough and shoulder and quiet authority. He's bigger than Elska by almost a foot, and she is huge for a direwolf. As much as he hates it, Big Guy totally works as a nickname.
It does not.
His protest is instant and makes me grin. Excuse me, can you at least tell me when you're going to be listening to my thoughts?
You want me to clear my throat every time I join our minds for me to communicate with you?
His voice is incredulous. Yes, please.
That is utterly absurd.
Fen huffs.
Just assume I'm always listening. That's probably the easiest thing to do.
Easiest for you. I look at my huge direwolf. By rights, I should be trembling in fear. But I know, with absolute certainty, that Fen would rip off his own paw before hurting me.
I would quite like to remain intact. However,
he notes dryly as he gently nuzzles my hand with his head, an unspoken reassurance that he would, of course, never harm me. I would prefer that too, I admit. Thanks to his size, Fen will have no problem carrying me and a raft of supplies, which would definitely ease some of the burden on the horses. Benny could then ride my horse, who is significantly less skittish than the mare he's been stuck with.
I'm sorry? Are you considering using me as a donkey?
Fen's outrage fires through me. No?
Rose? Are you okay?
I hear Reuben's voice, but I can't quite respond, my thoughts too busy sniping with Fen.
She's arguing with Fen.
Kyor grunts.
In her head?
Reuben questions.
That's how it works. That's amazing.
He's not thrilled about the idea of me riding him, I say aloud. I knew most direwolves don't let their bonded ride them. Most storm into battle next to their horse-mounted knight. It gives Marathka 2 soldiers instead of 1. Without a rider, a direwolf can leap and snap and snarl and claw and rip without regard for their bonded's safety. I knew all that, but having ridden Elska a number of times now, I had assumed wrongly. And I'm not the only one having trouble with my direwolf, it seems. Every time Kyor tries to mount Elska, she moves away by a few inches. He's getting exasperated.
I told you,
he says aloud.
Holding you with my magic was for your own sake. It kept you alive. I won't apologize for my actions.
He folds his arms and glares. Elska turns her back on him, her tail between her legs, and lies down pointedly. Kyor sighs. He tries to crouch next to her, but every time he gets close, she shifts away again.
Els,
he says softly.
I'm sorry. I was scared for you. I won't do it again.
For a moment, I think she won't relent, but finally she turns and licks his face. Then she drives her head into his chest in a headbutt, and Kyor meets her, his arms locking around her neck as the two of them wrestle. Did you want to do that? I ask Fen, unsure if such rambunctious play is required of me.
Absolutely not,
he replies aghast.
I'm not a pup.
Nor is Elska, I point out. She's having fun. His voice softens.
It is rare for her to play so. She feels the need to reestablish their closeness. She has been distressed.
Sympathy wells within me. Who knew Kyor's wolf was such a complex creature? Kyor is grinning broadly, his eyes flashing with joy. It's the happiest I've seen him in ages. Then he looks at Elska, and something wicked flashes across his face.
Els says you can ride with us, Rose. If Fen won't carry you.
I have a horse. I should ride the horse. That would be the sensible choice. Yet I can't resist the idea of feeling Kyor's arms around me for a few hours at least. Sure, I say against all better judgment. I load the bags onto the horse, and Kaz secures the mount to her own. She flashes me a broad grin and winks. I'd ride with him too. I ignore the wink and the teasing. There's nothing salacious about me riding Elska. It's just an opportunity to talk with Kyor about direwolf bonds. That's all. It's only sensible. Elska lowers herself down. I mount her and settle against Kyor's broad frame. It's heaven to be against him, even if only for snatched moments like this. Outrage slams into me.
You are not riding on another direwolf.
I do seem to be. I fire back as sagely as I can, though I know he'll feel my amusement all the same.
Get off Elska right now.
Elska's gait is comfier than a horse's, so I think I'll stay put. Silence. Heavy, grumpy silence. Then,
Fine. Climb upon my back if you must. It will restrict my ability to defend you, and I will be the laughingstock of the pack. But if your rear end must be comfortable, who am I to say otherwise?
He rumbles sulkily. Elska is not the laughingstock of the pack, I point out.
Her bonded can call down lightning. Only a fool would laugh at them. Can you call down lightning?
No, but as you saw, I can call vines.
Wonderful. You can grow our foes some flowers.
My ability saved your life, I snap. He softens, all outrage gone in an instant.
So it did.
Fen comes and stands next to Elska.
My apologies. Slide off my mate and climb upon me.
He instructs. I'm about to respond when the realization of his words strikes me fast enough to steal my breath. Your mate?
Don't know everything yet, do you, little raven?
Fen's smug amusement rattles through me.
Now, hop down.
His tone is entreating, but I don't do as he asks. Instead, I twist in Kyor's arms. Elska is Fen's mate? His lips purse, and he looks faintly nervous.
I promise I was going to tell you. I wasn't keeping it a secret. It was just difficult finding the right moment. It's why she was so distressed when Fen was in the water.
A smirk flickers on his lips.
Although in terms of your relationship with her, it's definitely helped. You know, if you're still worried about her wanting to kill you.
I know he's trying to inject some humor into the situation, and I find myself believing him when he says he was going to tell me. But still, I can't help but gape. They're mates? I repeat dumbly.
Indeed.
Kyor says. His smirk drops, and I can see he is less than thrilled about our current development. Stormy blue eyes meet mine.
We are as entangled as it is possible to be, Thorn.
You knew Fen wouldn't stand for me riding on Elska instead of him, I accuse.
I knew there was a fair chance.
He agrees. And if he had? Kyor flashes me an irresistible grin.
Then at least I would have had you in my arms for a few hours.
His words make my heart lift. We've not mentioned the words we shared before I fell asleep, so maybe it's time we do. As I dismount from Elska, I turn and look him in the eye. Just so we're clear, you don't have to wait until I'm half dead to pull me into your arms next time. He smiles, a true smile that reaches his eyes, and my heart aches to see it.
Good to know, Thorn.
He nods at Fen.
Good luck on your first solo ride.
Thanks. With one last flash of a grin, he and Elska lope off to scout ahead, leaving me with my own direwolf. My own direwolf. Of all the deluded events of the last 5 moons, defeating a Jotun, freeing a Kraken, winning the gifting, learning of my sister's accidental pregnancy and subsequent marriage to Jonas, and discovering that my brother yet lives, this somehow feels more implausible than them all. I am bonded not just to a direwolf, but to the most magnificent direwolf I have ever seen. Magnificence that radiates from more than just his height or build. Fen was bonded to a commander of the army, a warrior whose skill and strength in battle were only surpassed by his integrity and compassion outside of it. And now, I have that same bond. Nervous excitement flutters through my chest as I approach him, ready to mount. Yet Fen remains standing tall, looking at me impatiently. Well, crouch down, I say. Elska crouches down for me. He sniffs.
I said you could ride on me. I didn't say I'd make it easy for you.
The soaring pride and happiness of moments ago falters. He's not going to make it easy for me? I grind my teeth and hope my annoyance scorches through the bond. Of all the direwolves in the whole of the world, I had to land the most stubborn one.
Like calls to like, apparently.
He shoots back before relenting a little. Fen lowers himself just enough to make a point of how little effort he intends to expend to help me climb onto him. I eye the broad span of his back, the thick ruff of rust-colored fur bristling beneath my fingers. This is a terrible idea. I place one foot against his flank and attempt to haul myself up with what I hope passes for dignity. It does not. I slip, scrabble, and end up clutching a handful of fur as my boot skids uselessly. Fen does not move.
You're doing this wrong,
He observes coolly. Oh, am I? I gasp, hauling again. Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate the correct way.
I would never debase myself. I'm sure you'll grasp the basics shortly.
I swallow a growl of my own and manage to get one knee up only to promptly lose my balance and thump chest first against his back with an undignified huff. Somewhere behind me, I hear Benny choke on a laugh. I'm glad someone is having fun. Fen sighs, loudly, deeply, a sigh of long suffering.
At least you are light for one who makes so much fuss.
I finally swing my other leg over and collapse forward, arms wrapped around his neck, cheek buried in warm fur. There, mounted, I announce, breathless. Try not to shake me off. I don't want to break any bones.
You are stubborn, little raven,
He mutters, straightening at last, but his amusement hums faintly through the bond all the same. He talks as if he didn't just force me to wrestle him like an uncooperative mountain. In one smooth motion, Fen rises to his feet. The moment would have been elegant if I weren't still struggling to fix my grip. Instead, I wobble, windmill briefly, and then clamp down instinctively, my fingers fisting in his fur too hard. Fen stumbles half a step, catches himself, and freezes.
My fur is attached to me, little raven,
He says with icy restraint.
Do not rip it off. I would look absurd with bald patches.
Mortified, I loosen my grip at once. Sorry, I'm not used to this much wolf. His back is wider than Elska's, the muscles shifting differently beneath me, his gait longer and more powerful. Where Elska moves like lightning held in check, Fen is all steady momentum and coiled strength, each step rolling through his shoulders. Without Kyor's arms around me, there's nothing to anchor me but instinct and faith.
You are wiggling.
Fen informs me as we move forward. I am not wiggling.
You are absolutely wiggling.
I try to still myself, shifting my weight carefully. That only makes things worse. Fen's ears flick back, and he lets out a low, put-upon huff.
This is highly inefficient,
He mutters.
Wolves are not meant to be burdened with squirming.
You offered, I remind him.
You forced me to, and I did not anticipate this level of movement.
We make it another few steps before I slide sideways, overcompensating, and thump lightly against his shoulder. Fen stops dead.
If you fall,
He says calmly,
I will not catch you. That would encourage future recklessness.
I grin suddenly, because I can feel the lie in his words. You absolutely would catch me,
I would,
he admits with a huff.
but I would complain about it. A lot.
Despite myself, I laugh, the sound easing the knot of tension in my chest. I loosen my grip and focus again, breathing in time with his movement, letting my body follow the motion rather than fight it. Gradually, the rocking settles. Fen's stride evens out, and my balance finds its center.
Better.
He concedes after a moment. Thank you. We move on together then, still adjusting, still learning, but no longer quite so precarious. His warmth seeps into me, solid and reassuring, and I let myself trust the rhythm at last. This is amazing, I say. And it is. With my connection to Fen, I can feel the direction we're moving, brace the moment before he leaps over an obstacle, and revel in the moments he picks up speed. I don't need Kyor's arms anchoring me when I can anticipate what's coming. Don't need to fear abrupt twists and sharp turns. This is everything I thought bonding with a direwolf would be, and far, far more. Fen's pride rumbles through me, quiet and pleased. My heart lifts in response. I don't know what the future will bring for either of us, but I'm relieved we won't face it alone. Chapter 49. No matter how terrifying direwolves are, I'm sure that every Morathian child dreams of bonding with one at some point or another. It's certainly true of those who live in the slums. I saw them often enough, racing across the dirt-covered ground, the smallest of the group always charged with taking the roles of the animals and snapping and growling at the ankles of the adults they passed. Once or twice, I saw children take it a step further, walking with stray dogs at their sides, offering them tidbits of food they most certainly needed for themselves. Such dogs were almost certainly given a title befitting something far more grandiose than their scrawny, mange-riddled frames. Storm, Thunder, Killer. As for the Highhold, it was all we'd talk of as kids in the lulls between training. The thought that refused to sleep at the back of our minds, even when our bodies were too tired to lift a sword. Especially then. For how much stronger would we be with a wolf at our side? Our swords would not need to swing because their teeth and jaws possessed the power of a dozen blades. But whatever I imagined, whatever games Kay and I played, the reality is far beyond anything my imagination could have conjured. The way we move on silent paws, it's as though we've become part of the forest. Never have I felt so small, yet so wondrously powerful all at once. As we pass a yellow-flowered shrub, struggling to keep a bloom in the cold, my mind drifts again to Kay and William. My heart yearns for them to see me now. I might not know my brother the way I want to, but I can still imagine the excitement that would fill him at the sight of his sister bonded. As for Kay, I'm sure she would be equal parts proud and utterly horrified. My father, for all that he was an acclaimed warrior, never even attempted to bond with a wolf. Back then, he insisted he didn't want to, a fact I always considered pure insanity. Now, however, I wonder if it had more to do with his heritage, his mother and his lack of noble birth. The difficulties he struggled with in the court were apparent enough, but for him to be bonded would only have increased the level of jealousy among his peers. So perhaps that's why he chose to do without. Or perhaps, I think loudly, he knew that some direwolves could be testy.
I can throw you off my back,
Fen says.
You can think how testy I am as you roll around with a broken arm.
I'm grinning as I reply, "No, you're all right, thanks." I threw out the thought deliberately, wondering if he was still there. Separation, it seems, takes effort, but the rejoining of our minds is far more subconscious, occurring any time I let my guard down. Once again, I concentrate on my breathing, on gently detangling our minds. I want space to think of Kay, to let myself feel the pain of missing her as I wonder how she is, if her pregnancy is showing yet, if Jonas is treating her right. Apprehension gnaws at me, and the longing to see her gets worse. It's not just Fen I wish to tell her about, but also the Roddings, the Meaker, Locke. I wish to know how William is, to hear that our brother is safe. Without meaning to, my mind slips towards them and the world pinches in. My stomach drops, and I know immediately what's about to happen. It takes no time to recognize my surroundings, to clear my vision of hope and instead ascertain where I am, which is soaring above the rings of Rohelm. Unfettered and free. The highhold is but a single ring away, and I fold my body inwards and plummet low as I cross that final threshold. Though rather than steering towards the courtier's arc, I'm guided with a twist towards the palace. Below me, Kay and Jonas stand dressed for celebration, a world away from mud, blood, and wolves. A physical ache burns through me as tears threaten to blur my sight. But they do not, for it is better this way. Better that she is safe, not in danger. Kay and Jonas are not the only people gathered outside the palace, as a veritable queue weaves across the courtyard. Still, I am desperate to hear Kay's voice, and I fly as close as I can, taking a perch on a wall a few feet away. "You are certain you don't know what this ball is for?" Kay questions, her arm looped through Jonas's. "I don't know if my dress is appropriate."
Your dress is stunning.
Jonas responds.
You're stunning.
Her smile flickers, but it doesn't settle.
The king is celebrating some great victory.
Jonas comments neutrally.
We must celebrate with him.
Kay frowns, resting her hand on her abdomen. "But why will none tell us what the victory is?" She drops her voice, but her anxiety is clear all the same. "I heard some say it is to do with the power of Marathka. But what of it?" She drops her voice low. "Jonas, I worry about Rose." The line shuffles forward. Someone behind Kay steps too close, jostling her shoulder. I tense, instinctively bracing for her to lose her footing, but she doesn't. She shoots the shover an icy look I know well.
Not here, my love.
Jonas murmurs sharply, but to soften his words, he reaches out and strokes her face softly. She nuzzles into his hand, closing her eyes at the touch. It's not a moment meant to flaunt their relationship, to fortify the rumor that this was a match made for love, not for some other salacious reason. It is a moment for the two of them alone, and I feel blessed to have seen it. Seeing them together at ease makes me smile. Content that Kay is fine, I cast my eyes around for any sign of William. There are certainly men his age lined up, and yet there's no sign of my brother. Why is that? Worry grips me. Has the pattern on his skin spread so far that he fears even leaving the house? If that were the case, then surely Jonas and Kay would not be so at ease. So where is he? My body sweeps upwards, only for a cry to resonate through my skull.
Little Raven.
Fen's voice is loud in my ears.
You are needed here. There is danger.
The yank is sudden and brutal, and I jerk back into my own body, which is rocking and bouncing on the wolf beneath me. A split second is all it takes to steady myself. A single heartbeat, long enough to draw breath and taste the stench within the air. Rottings. The fetid odor hits the back of my throat, coppery and wrong. Rot layered over something sharp and acrid like burned meat. Fenn's muscles bunch beneath me as he skids to a halt, claws tearing into the dirt. They're close. Too close.
Get off! I can defend you better if you're not on my back.
Fenn's command is urgent, and I react without hesitation. He's right that we need him at full fighting capacity. My boots have barely touched the ground when a rotting lurches out between the trees. Its movements are jerky and wrong, limbs dragging as if it's forgotten how to use them. One leg is twisted at an impossible angle, yet it keeps coming. It doesn't even slow. Fenn lunges towards it, ripping its head from its shoulders. But more follow, their flesh putrid, the skin dappled green with mottled forest light as they peel out of the undergrowth. Many are missing chunks of flesh, or have skin scorched black. But none of it matters. They don't falter. They don't feel the injuries. They just keep coming. Mouths gaping, eyes unfocused and empty. No life, no soul. My stomach drops. There are too many of them. I look around the tree line, scouring for the Miyakur with its black steed, but I can't see it. A blessing? Or a curse still gathering its teeth?
Form a line!
Kaior roars, drawing his sword.
Shoulder to shoulder!
His face contorts as pain shoots through his wounded side, but his sword is at full height, ready to defend. As I follow his orders, Benny is already moving, heading to where a cluster of rottings stumble towards Kaz and Locke. Somehow, Kaz has ended up on the outside of the group, only feet away from one of the staggering monsters. Yet before she can even reach for her weapon, Benny shoves her back with one arm while drawing his sword with the other. The movement is one sweep, up and through the putrid flesh, which peels away from its bones like rancid meat. Yet the rotting doesn't utter a sound. Instead, it continues forward, swinging its festering fists wildly. Benny readies to strike again, but the rotting lurches, swiping across Benny's ribs hard enough that I hear the impact over the noise.
I'm okay.
Benny yells.
I'm not scratched. Just stay behind me.
His words are a snarl at Kaz and Locke as he refuses to give the monster an inch of ground despite the impact. Locke is rocking again, eyes wide, muttering to himself. "We need to go this way," Stide shouts as she jumps from her horse. "Lead them this way." "Kaior said to form a line," Kaz replies, gripping her own sword. "There is a Vata Hool nearby," Stide yells back. "If we lead them there, they will fall. It is best." We either stand and fight the rottings as they come, or hope Stide's plan works. I'm about to go for the latter when I'm beaten to it. "Do as she says," Thessa yells out from where she remains upon a horse, battling to keep it from bolting.
I'm coming!
Benny calls out as he races in the direction Stide has pointed.
The rest of you stay here. Deal with the others.
"You follow me, not one step off," Stide insists, and she disappears between the trees, leading Benny and several of the rottings out of sight.
Protect Locke!
Benny calls back to me, although Kaz has already taken up that role, though she struggles to keep the blade from trembling in her grasp. She's Marathkian, Eastern Isles born and raised with a blade in hand. And though she has long since relinquished weapons for quills, books, and her library, it doesn't stop her now. I stand shoulder to shoulder with her, protecting her and the frailest of our group.
Get the fuck off me!
Reuben screams to my left, fire darting from his hands as a rotting tackles him from his saddle. The smell of charred flesh mars the air as Reuben slams into the ground. He's not even able to right himself before another shape looms over him.
Fuck off!
He screams again, the fear rising in his voice. "Just keep going!" I yell at Kaz, twisting around and breaking our meager line as I race to Reuben. But Kaior beats me to it. Unlike me, he's remained mounted, and the sight of him and Elska is more than a little formidable. In one leap, the pair sweep through the air, Kaior's sword swinging with expert precision as it whistles through the first rotting in a clean, vicious arc, severing its head before rising up and doing the same to the second, and sending a bolt of lightning through its body just for good measure.
Thanks.
Reuben heaves as Kyor pulls him upright without a word before he peels away again, ready to face the next threat. Fear trembles through me, but I refuse to let it take hold. It's just another fight, and they're just another type of monster, no different from the murderous Retlings and the huge Jotner and more besides. I beat them when I wasn't bonded. Now I'm damned if I'm going to let these half-dead beasts scratch or hurt a single one of my friends. The cacophonous caw of crows rises, and I block it out, focusing on the foes before me. With my sword firm in my grasp, I spin around, trying to work out who to help first. Reuben is back on his feet, and Benny and Stide have returned.
We did everything we could.
Benny says breathlessly.
The broken earth will slow them,
But they're still coming. They're the words he doesn't say. There are still more coming. And the cawing rises still. Fen is moving nonstop, tearing down one rotting and then the next, throwing himself into the middle of the fray in a manner that makes my heart clench. I push down the fear clawing up through me. The Miakur is surely coming. Maybe we can flee before it reaches us. Kaz is struggling to keep Locke clear from the creatures, and Reuben is all but out of flames. I need to pick a front to fight with, I think, only for another thought to claim my mind. The rottings are in the forest, and the forest is my domain. I reach for my green magic, for that buzz around my ribs. The effect is instant as the rottings closest to us stumble and trip over vines that tangle their feet and legs. I'll hold them! You get them! I yell unnecessarily as swords cleave through the creatures one after another. But for all the ones that fall, more are still coming. Intent on harnessing the same power I used only minutes before, I pull at my magic, ready to hold the next wave of rottings in place. But nothing answers. No, no, no! I scream the words in my head. Maybe it's just taking a moment. Maybe it's the exhaustion from freeing Fen that means my magic requires longer to summon. I try again, wishing with every fiber in my body that this is the reason for the emptiness within me. And yet I know in truth that it's not. My magic is gone, and there's only one reason why that could be. The Miakur has found us once again. Chapter 50. The others have noticed, too. The crows are screeching at us, and since Kyor saved Reuben from the rottings, not a single bolt of lightning has crashed down from the sky. Not a single ball of fire has been hurled at the monsters. Their magic's gone, too. Rohan told Kaz that only 30 men from an entire battalion survived the Miakur he faced. The thought swims around in my head over and over. We've faced the Miakur once already, and there's no way that we can get that lucky again and walk out of here unscathed.
Little Raven, I did not find you just to lose you now.
Fen's voice comes through my mind, and with it a spark of confusion arises. Our magic is muted, yes, but the bond between Fen and me somehow remains, which can only mean that the Miakur is not all-powerful. "Rose, behind you!" Kaz yells out. Leveling my sword, I swing around with reckless abandon, and a sickening crunch meets my ears as the metal separates the vertebrae of a rotting. But there's no time for elation. A low hiss whistles through the air, and beneath my feet the ground withers. The Miakur's magic takes life, as surely as my green magic gifts it. Fen's fear rumbles through me. But that's a good thing, I tell myself. We can feel each other, I say to him. Focus on that. There's magic here. He's not taking it all. He's not unbeatable. Maybe there's also other magic he hasn't taken. Something else I can call upon. With a flurry of hope, I will the ice to my fingertip. Yet nothing but the biting cold meets my skin. "Come on!" I scream in frustration at the gods. "You want me angry to use my ice? I'm angry!" It's true, I'm fucking furious. I get one lousy day with my bonded wolf, and just a couple of days with my brother, and now my life is to end with me bitten and clawed at by rottings, all because of some mythical nightmare that decided it's going to stalk us through the woods. Fuck that. There's a way out of this. A way we all survive, I know there is. And yet the answer still evades me, as does my bloody ice magic. Stoked by my fury, I scan around me, continuing to swing my sword through encroaching rottings. As my blade cuts through the hinge of a jaw, my eyes fall on the Sannings. They're fighting with all their might, lunging at the Roddings and tearing their limbs from them with hand and spear. But they are the ones lunging, I realize, not the other way around. Whether it's the lack of magic, or their fox garbs, or something else, the Roddings are not attacking the Sannings at all. And maybe, if I can find the reason for that, I can stop them coming for us too. The thought has barely formed when a high-pitched howl screeches into the air. Fen. My whole body seethes with pain as I turn to see the direwolf hurling backward. The Miakur's steed's back legs fall to the ground as if it had just finished a buck. "Hey! Not my fucking direwolf!" I yell as the horse's glowing red eyes land on me. I charge towards it, fury whipping me at the feeling of Fen's pain, the action happening on instinct, long before conscious thought can catch up. My eyes lock on the flaring nostrils of the hell beast, and I hold my sword with both hands as I thrust it towards the animal's chest. The weapon slides in, and smoke bubbles out. Any doubt I had that it was not a normal horse evaporates as a freakish wail rips through the air. Low and piercing, it blows the hair from my face as the horse-like thing's knees buckle. But my mind has already moved past the injured steed and is now focused solely on the rider. The sight of the Miakur is enough to make my entire body want to recoil. Half shadow, its edges blur, as if reality can't quite agree on its shape, while beneath his hood is nothing but darkness. An abyss, an abomination, death made corporeal. Yet where Fen's fear should threaten to overwhelm me, it does the opposite. It steadies, reminds me of what I already know. It cannot control all magic. It can be defeated, and I'm happy to volunteer.
Don't let them scratch you!
Kyor urgently reminds us as the Roddings continue their gnashing and clawing. As he sends another head flying, I'm barely listening. Even as a Rodding snatches at the air a hair's breadth from my cheek, I slice through its arm with detachment. "They don't care how many limbs we chop off," I say. "They're not stopping. They won't stop." "Then we keep going until they are all dead," Stide replies as she lunges towards me, spear pointed towards a Rodding that has its eyes locked on me. Only as her blade pierces its skin does it swivel round and claw at her. My breath hitches, but there's no need. Before I even lift my blade, its head rolls to the ground. "Thanks," I mutter to Stide. "You're welcome, the Rose. I like you better breathing." I grin. "Back at you." The severed head on the ground snaps its teeth at my boot. I nudge it aside with my foot, still grumpy. "You would be too if someone ruined your day like that," Stide says, already turning to the next Rodding, her spear flashing with confidence. I cut down another Rodding, and my line of sight is once again cleared back through the Miakur, who now stands with his feet on the earth. His beast is next to it, already recovering from a wound that should have been fatal. They're both watching us now. Not attacking, not intervening, calmly observing, as though whether we live or die is of no consequence. Rage flares hot and sudden, burning through the fear. "Fuck you!" I scream at it. "You don't get to stand there in judgment. The goddess herself found me worthy." I raise my sword, only for a Rodding to step between the Miakur and me. The blade jams through its back and between its ribs. Yet as I go to pull it back out, it snags on something. Fabric? Tendon? Who knows? But at the angle I stand, pulling it out is only going to pull the Rodding closer towards me. So I don't. Instead, I kick it, pushing the Rodding away and freeing my sword. That's the plan, anyway. But my hands are slick from sweat and putrid Rodding, and the hilt releases from my grip and flies forward with the creature. For a split second, I consider going after it, pulling it out of the mottled flesh in which it is now sheathed, but I stop, my eye drawn back to the Miakur as my hand slips to my side and the dagger held there. It's the dagger Dina gave me, and twinned to the blade the High Priestess Mila used to judge us at the start of the Retterheld to assess if we were worthy. Those who weren't were left to bleed out on the floor of the sunken temple. So what are the chances that the gods are going to find this death-wielding cloaked fucker worthy? As I clench the hilt in my fist, the Miakur turns its head towards me, slow and deliberate. There are still meters between us, but its gaze does something that makes me feel as though I'm the plants withering beneath its feet. That's what it's trying to do to me. Make me wilt. Well, fuck that. I pull the blade clean from the sheath, only for a scream-inducing pressure to strike my skull. It's attacking me somehow, trying to defeat me without even fighting. Fucking coward. That's what it is. A fucking coward, letting the rottings do its work. Stealing our magic to stop a fair fight? It's a fucking bully, and I've put down more than one of those in my life. I am the fucking gifted! I scream the words, but they're as much for myself as for the Miyakur. I need the reminder that the goddess picked me once. Actually, more than once. And I don't think she did that just so I could die out here in the dark. A hiss rattles from beneath the hood as it takes a single step towards me. The pressure behind my skull increases to a crushing weight that makes my vision blur. But I have experienced hunger, starvation, cold, and deprivation. I have survived them all, and I will survive this. Gasping against the pain, I squeeze my eyes shut. Kyor, Kay, William, Fen, the baby. I say the words in my head. I will not be taken from them. Not now, not like this. Kyor, Kay, William, Fen, the baby. As the world narrows to breath and motion, the Miyakur takes another step. Only this one is closer to a leap. It lashes out, not with a blade, but with a fist that catches my cheekbone and sends me sprawling. Pain blooms across my face, sharp and distracting, but I roll and come up fast, dagger clenched tight. Still no magic, just me. I've been without magic before, and I was enough then. I am enough still. He gleams with something. Anticipation. He wants a fight, and a fight is what he's going to get. A harsh metallic screech tears into me as he withdraws his sword from its scabbard. So, it won't be a fist fight after all. Dagger versus sword is never a good move, but somehow it feels right. I don't second-guess myself. Instead, I shift my weight, just like Zell taught me, and I launch myself at the monster.
Rose!
Kyor's cry is strangled and full of panic. Before I can tell him not to, he is racing towards my side. I need to strike it with the dagger, I yell at him. The judgment! Like the trials! If Kyor thinks the idea is insanity, he doesn't say as much. Instead, he simply moves closer, trying to attract the Miyakur's attention to give me an opening. But it doesn't work, and its blade flashes towards me. Kyor is there to block it before I can begin to move. The block doesn't come without a cost, though, and Kyor cries out as his tortured shoulder screams in pain. But he holds his blade steady. The grating screech of metal against metal sets my teeth on edge, but I don't have time to be precious. The way Kyor keeps the Miyakur's sword locked has given me the perfect opening, and I don't plan on wasting it. Let the gods judge you, asshole! With every ounce of strength I have left, I slam the dagger into its chest, clenching and turning my head in anticipation of the blood that I expect to spurt from the wound. But instead, the blade sinks into something that resists like thick tar before giving way completely. And the Miyakur? Though I cannot see its face, I know somehow that it smiles. That it laughs. The sound is wrong. A tearing shriek that scrapes at the edges of my mind as it grows louder and louder. I wrench the blade free and stumble back, clasping my hands to my ears as the creature begins to convulse.
Thank you, child of 3, child of 4,
it says, the dissonant voice scraping along my nerves. As it shakes, the darkness sloughs away, the black of its cloak drifting into the ether like feathers? As the shroud of darkness yields, drifting up into the air, color bleeds into its form, and the shadowy form transforms into the solid, bright red foxstole of the Sannings. Great Mother, I breathe, goosebumps covering my skin as I watch on, transfixed as warm blonde hair spills from his temples, his forehead marked with the stone of priesthood. And there, around its neck, a single black feather hangs on a leather cord. A man. Not a monster, but simply a man? All this time?
Child of one, of two, of three, of four.
The nonsensical words continue to peel from his lips as he laughs again, pure joy ringing out. The sound echoes across the clearing, and dread coils tightly in my gut. I did not aim to kill a priest. I aimed to kill a monster. But the dagger is surely the god's judgment, so priest or not, this thing has been found wanting. The laughter breaks off in a wet gurgle as he slumps to the ground, and his life slips away. A moment later, there's nothing more than fabric sprawled on the withered grass. The hair on the back of my neck rises. Bodies don't just disappear. Is he dead? Did he portate? Where did it go? I stutter, my eyes darting to Kyor, not daring to take my attention from the husk for a moment longer in case the body returns as quickly as it vanished. He was a priest, I say in total confusion. Kyor snorts.
Fuck that. If that monster was ever a priest, it was a long, long time ago, Thorn. You made the right choice.
The 3 Vendari, Kaz breathes. I turn to look at her, but her gaze shifts from the stole upon the ground to Thessa beside her. Her tone is accusing when she speaks. Thessa, I read you the book. You told me the Vendari weren't real. I did not think they were, Thessa admits, eyes wide as she stares at the priest's ceremonial garb still crumpled on the ground. There's something you're not telling me, Thessa. I can feel it. I can hear the pain in Kaz's voice. The knowledge that the woman she cares for is hiding things from her is hurting her. These Vendari, I say, looking at Kaz. What are they? You said the word means they're protectors? That's what the name means, but did I kill some kind of fucking protector? I hear my voice rising. Kaz, what the fuck did I just do? I don't know. As she shakes her head, Kyor places his hand on my cheek, drawing my head around to face him.
Thorn, you killed a fucking Mirker. Not a priest. Not a whatever the fuck Vendari. A Mirker. One of the deadliest siphons to walk the earth. You accomplished something today that is literally the stuff of legends. They're going to sing songs about this for centuries to come. You're a living legend, Thorn. Fucking own it.
The look of pride on his face almost undoes me. As he brushes his fingers down to my jaw, it loosens something within me.
We're alive because of you.
He breathes.
What you did, it took huge courage. And I promise I'll show you my appreciation later. But for now, we need to get the fuck out of here.
With a final squeeze of my shoulder, he moves away. Despite his words, the feeling of wrongness still vibrates through me. Kyor's right. I did what needed to be done, didn't I? And it's not like I knew what the blade would do. It didn't cause so much as a scratch when it struck me. And yet the heaviness remains.
All is well, little raven.
Fen murmurs.
You did well.
Pride shines through in that simple sentence, and I can feel it in his chest bursting out of him. His bonded killed a Miakur. Thank you. I look around, relief surging through me as I can see that none of my friends are injured. Better yet, the Roddings haven't just left. They died. They finally stopped. Writhing limbs have stilled, and gnawing jaws are now blissfully motionless. And us? We're still living. In the silence, Fen presses closer to me, his breath a low, steady rhythm I didn't realize I was matching. My hands are trembling, and I bury them in his fur to hide it. But I can hide nothing from Fen.
You are safe now. I have you.
He reassures me gently. The words hit deep, in the best way. I lean forward and rest my forehead against the warmth of his neck. And for a heartbeat, I let myself be nothing but a body still breathing. Are you hurt? I ask, wishing the question had come from me sooner. But even as it fills my mind, I know the answer. There's no pain coming from him now.
I am fine.
I'm beginning to think you're always fine.
Because I am.
He shoots back, making me smile.
My hide is thick. I am strong.
You are, I agree. I let his certainty settle around me like a cloak, though my mind refuses to rest. Whatever the Miyakar was before his death, he was once something other than a being of darkness. In fact, what he was looked remarkably familiar. Silently, I walk over to where Thessa weaves between the dead rottings. Though rather than stopping when she sees me approaching, she continues. Thessa? I hasten to catch up with her, and begin talking to her back in the hope that she'll turn around and face me. What was that thing? He was dressed like you, like a Sanning. She stops, her back facing me. Slowly, she turns around, her lips pressed together, face solemn. I cannot tell you, the rose. A Vendari. That means a protector, right? That's what Kaz said. What was he protecting? Her lips press further still, tightening to such a thin line that they all but disappear. Then, without a word, the Sanning turns and walks to Stide, leaving me to watch her go. The two Sannings may not have magic, but they have knowledge. And right now, they're keeping it from me. But not for long. Not while my friends' lives are on the line. Chapter 51. A little way away, Reuben is crouching next to one of the rottings lying on the edge of the crumbled-in hool. My eyes bulge at the sight in front of me. Stide was right. Leading them over the unstable ground stopped dozens of them from reaching us. As I step a little further away from the burrows, Reuben turns the now still body over with a grim gentleness, as if the dead might still feel the indignity.
He's wearing a uniform,
he says, voice low.
He was a soldier before he was... that.
The words hit hard. A uniform is supposed to mean something. Order, duty, someone who belongs somewhere, to someone. It makes me think of Grenda and her sons. Kaior doesn't comment at first. He just stares down at the corpse, jaw tight, braced, as if he's waiting for the soldier to sit up and accuse him of ordering him to his death.
He was.
Kaior agrees finally, eyes tight.
One from Rohelm.
Reuben continues.
I bet he was from the Harathian Pass. Do you think that means we're getting close to the Isin?
I don't know, I reply truthfully, my mind skipping back to what Rhine said about the conflict with the Tauralians. Could this soldier have been here? Not battling the Isin, but the Tauralians? If so, his presence means we're no closer to Isin lands. Kaior looks away from the soldier's body. He swallows, hard.
I killed him.
He admits.
One of my own men.
Hey, you did the right thing, I tell him. I rest a hand on his good shoulder and feel the rigid line of him beneath my palm.
Did I?
The question is quiet, but it slices through me all the same. I don't answer straight away, because this isn't about right or wrong. Not really. I look at the body again, at the uniform, at what he was and what he became, at the way Kaior's jaw is locked tight. As if he loosens it even a fraction, something inside him will crack. He stopped being a man the moment he became a rotting, I say. You had no choice. My mind goes back to the Miyakar. Would I have plunged the dagger into it, knowing what existed beyond the shadowy self? Knowing he was a priest once? I think so. I don't see what choice I had. Kaior's gaze flicks to mine, sharp and wary. You did the right thing, I continue, pushing my thoughts away and focusing on him. His breath catches. It was the right call, I repeat. And then I throw his own words back at him. Fucking own it, Kaior. He shakes his head, eyes haunted.
They train you to make these decisions quickly,
he says, voice stripped bare.
But they never teach you how to live with them.
Kaior's jaw works, tension rippling through him. His voice drops, and when he speaks, his words are just a murmur, a confession.
There are men missing from my rolls who were never reported dead.
He looks at the soldier's Rohelm uniform, face tight.
I guess this answers what happened to them.
The prince stands abruptly, steps away from the circle and swings up onto Elska's back. He sits with his jaw clenched and his gaze fixed forward.
We need to leave.
He says abruptly,
Mount up and let's get the fuck out of here.
He and Elska surge away, and I watch them go. I know, with a cold certainty, that in his mind he's already added another tally to his wall. And I hope no one else saw the way his hands shook before he mounted Elska, or how he didn't look back. Not because he doesn't care, but because he cares too much. Fenn's ears flick back, tracking Kyor until he vanishes between the trees.
He carries ghosts with him,
Fenn says quietly. I swallow. So do I think, but I don't say it. Or I try not to, but Fenn may have heard the words all the same. I'm grateful for Fenn. His back is warm and his presence is comforting. For once, I don't try to disentangle my mind from his at all. I crave his closeness, like a child clinging to their parent after they discover that monsters are real. I killed a Miakur. Mere months ago, I thought them nothing more than a folk tale to scare naughty children into line. But now I know otherwise. They are more than myths, more than nightmares. Thank you. That was what it said to me. Why would a monster thank me for its death? As if death were what it craved. And what of those words it continued to say? The way it counted, child of 1, of 2? What did it mean? The child of 3 makes sense. Me, Kay, William. And everyone is born of 2 parents, right? But a child of 4? Of 1? I chew my lip, anxiety curling in my gut. Do I have another sibling out there? One I don't know of? A bastard of my father's? Surely my parents would have said something if they'd had another child together, stillborn or otherwise. But then again, my mother already hid one truth of herself, maintaining only enough knowledge of her Isin power to ensure her children took the tonic to keep them safe from it. Who's to say she didn't hide more from us? Didn't choose which parts of her past she wanted to hold on to and which she erased? Silence engulfs the group as we travel on, each of us lost in our own tenebrous thoughts. If I had known what this journey would bring, I wonder if I would have started it, or if I would have just hidden away for the rest of my life, a recluse forever in seclusion, like Jonas suggested. A longing for that life back in the Highhold spurs within me, but I know it's a dream. It isn't just a case of me being a liability there. I need to get William help, although now, more than ever, I'm glad I was firm with my decision to make him stay back. As I consider the magic swimming within my veins, I remember what Benny said about children on the Isles being born with less and less of it. Will some lucky child born right now have all the power of the Miakur within it? Or will Mortadem split the power up and distribute it among many children? It's not like we even know if that's possible. It's not as if the gods are forthcoming with their ways.
There's a clearing just ahead,
Kyor says as he and Elska reappear in front of us.
We can stop there for the night, assuming it's safe.
He adds with a querying glance at the Sannings. Stide nods. It is as safe a place as any in this area. Let us make camp there. No one argues. We're all tired. Broken in spirit, if not also in body. Victory's only euphoric if you don't consider the losses on the other side. So despite the fact that there is easily another hour of daylight, we're all happy to make camp now. No words are needed as we fall into what has become a routine. I grow a vine, and then give Reuben the gift of extra magic so he can start a fire from the wood Benny has collected. When the fire is roaring, Reuben moves on to the horses, brushing them down and picking out their hooves to ensure no unexpected injuries. Kaz and Thessa start serving out dry rations, and I ready the beds with Stide, who vaguely attempts to help, but she requires every bed to be just so, and as such takes a million years just to sort one bed space. Once again, I consider pressing her about the Vendari, about what she knows. But Kaz has the book, and something tells me we're best learning what we can from that first before pushing the Sannings so hard they refuse to tell us anything at all. While Kyor finds a spot to keep watch from, Locke walks in lazy circles. Generally, his role in setting up the camp varies between minimal effort and absolutely no effort. One night he stoked the fire, adding dried wood before helping Reuben brush down one of the mares. But mostly he just mutters to himself and paces, the way he's doing now. This evening, freedom is his word of choice.
Nearly free, nearly free.
He says the words over and over, and while I hope he's right, there's a trepidation in his tone that causes me more than a little unease. Sometimes I feel as if my unease comes from the unspoken words rather than the ones Locke mutters. After all, it's clear that the silence that encumbers our group comes from more than just exhaustion. It's caused by the fears swarming through our minds, the questions burning in our chests that we're too afraid to ask, for what terrors the answers may unleash. Reuben is the one who breaks the silence first, as if he can't stand the pressure any longer.
That soldier must have come from somewhere.
Reuben,
Benny says at once.
You're doing that thing where you poke the bruise and then act surprised when it hurts.
Reuben shoots him a look.
I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I'm trying to understand what the hell is going on.
Benny looks at Kyor, and then at me. He presses his lips together and says nothing.
I'm just saying.
Reuben continues.
Surely the prince should know where his own men are. You're the commander of the army.
Kyor's shoulders are tense.
It's not so straightforward.
He replies through gritted teeth.
Why not? Make me understand.
Reuben demands. Kyor's head turns just enough that the edge of his profile is visible.
Because the battles move. Fights move.
Benny agrees. He can't help but join in.
but the land doesn't exactly get up and relocate to another county. We're closer to Toralian territory here than Issen. What is a Rawhelm soldier doing here west of Ral? Ral is at the edge of our domain. There's no point trying to explain it to you.
Kyor hisses.
You're dodging.
Benny says flatly.
You always do it when there's something you don't want us to see.
My stomach drops. I can't bear another argument tonight. Not after seeing the way Kyor's hands trembled. Stop it, Benny, I snap. Haven't you done enough? I regret the words even as they whip out of me. I close my eyes for a moment and take a breath. Please, can we not do this right now? Benny's gaze flicks to me, then away. He's still simmering, but he swallows it down, for me. I wish it didn't make me feel so guilty. Today was tough on all of us, I add, forcing my voice to steady. We need to come together as a team, not fracture. Benny exhales through his nose.
Fine, I'm done.
But I know he's not. He isn't ever done. He fights for what he believes in, and that's one of the things I admire about him. But could he just not right now? I look to Thessa and Stide. The Roddings, I say. They didn't attack you. Why not? I noticed it last time, too. They moved around you, never targeted you.
They are the quiet ones,
Locke says pointedly.
They have no magic. Yes, thank you, Locke.
Reuben says.
We all know that. The Sannings don't have magic. Nor do the Toralians. They can hear you,
Locke replies in his sing-song voice.
Hear us all, but they're not happy.
Do they hear like you? I ask, suddenly curious. Maybe the they of which he speaks are people who could help him. People who could help us. The gods know we need all the help we can get.
Not ears.
Locke taps his forehead.
Not like me. Same, different.
I have nothing to say to that. The thought that people can hear us in a manner similar, albeit different, to Locke is unnerving. And I've got more than enough on my mind to add that to the list of things I don't want to think about. I let the matter drop. I've already had enough nightmare fuel for tonight. Kyor doesn't need to tell us he's going to take the first watch. There's something about the energy that's radiating from him that tells us all he's not going to let anyone else take it from him, so none of us even try. He keeps his back to the fire, face half in shadow. For a split second, his shoulders sag, but a moment later his posture is rigid. Too rigid. The kind of stillness that only comes from pain held in check by sheer stupid stubbornness. And tonight, I'm not having it. Hey, I say, moving across to him. You were fighting with your wounded shoulder earlier. A sigh escapes his lips.
Yeah, I think I fucked it up worse. It hurts like a son of a bitch.
I hesitate. Maybe some more of the Robards? He licks his lips and then nods. We both know it's addictive, which means he's in a serious amount of pain if he's willing to risk more. This is the 3rd day in a row he's needed it. But as much as I hate him taking it, we need Kyor functional, not distracted by pain. His magic is the deadliest of all of ours, so we can't afford to have him operating at less than full capacity. I get the vial from his bag and offer him some. 2 drops, I say as I hand it to him. Yet as he tips it onto his tongue, it's 4, if not 5 drops that land. Kyor!
It hurts a lot, Thorn.
The pain bleeds through in his voice despite his efforts to contain it. Fuck. It must be really bad. I put the vial away and then settle in to keep watch alongside him. Even 5 drops is far less than he took that time in the slums, but it's still enough to slow him down, and the Rotting's attack is too fresh in my mind to leave him alone. I sit on his left, where his arm is free to move, and while the invitation is only subtly implied, he takes it. His uninjured arm slowly rises and settles around my shoulders before he draws me into him. For a moment, that's all it is. Weight, warmth, the simple act of being held. But although I'm relaxing at his touch, his contrasting tension ripples through me. Not just pain, but restraint. His muscles are taut, and his heart is thudding too fast. You don't have to be strong all the time, I say quietly. Not with me. His breath hitches, barely noticeably, but I feel it where my temple rests against him.
I don't know how not to be,
He admits. My heart aches, and I tilt my head just enough to look up at him. His face is drawn, eyes shadowed, jaw tight with everything he hasn't said since the Miyakur fell. You don't have to carry it all alone, I whisper. You don't have to keep adding names to some invisible wall until it crushes you. His gaze drops to mine.
I killed one of my own men,
He says hoarsely. He presses his eyes closed for a beat.
I hate it.
And I killed a priest, I reply before letting out a sigh. We did what we had to. That man wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a Rotting, and you stopped him from killing us, the same way I stopped the Miyakur. The firmness in my tone is absolute, and I realize I'm saying the words as much for myself as for Kyor. Silence stretches between us. Heavy, but for once not hostile.
I was so scared I'd lose you.
He whispers.
When you went for it, I thought.
He breaks off, jaw flexing.
I won't survive losing you, Thorn.
The raw honesty steals my breath, and I shift closer, sliding my hand over his chest, feeling the frantic, very human beat of his heart beneath my palm.
I'm sorry.
He whispers.
I want to be able to tell you everything. I don't want there to be secrets between us.
But secrets keep people safe, right? As I meet his gaze, I see his relief. He believes I'm talking about him, not me. But I'm not. I want to give Kyor my all, but not enough to risk my brother's life. Do you know that mistletoe can't grow in soil by itself? I say the thought as it appears in my mind.
Mistletoe?
Kyor questions. I nod. It has to be attached to a tree to grow. It can't get nutrients otherwise. Can't survive. Sometimes I think that you and I are like that. Like we need to be together. Like we can't grow without each other there. He presses his lips together.
And which one am I?
He questions.
Am I the mistletoe or the tree?
I don't know, I reply truthfully. I don't think it matters. I close my eyes, pressing my brow to his. I don't need you to be perfect, Kyor. I just need you to be human, to let yourself feel things. And I need you to see this world around us as it really is, not as you desperately want it to be. I also need you to see me as I really am. And I need to know you won't abandon me again. Not for your father, not for anyone.
I have always seen you.
He whispers.
From that first night in the temple, I have always seen you.
His breath ghosts over my lips.
Rose.
This time, when he kisses me, it isn't desperate or wild, but careful, almost reverent, full of emotion that I don't dare name. Not yet. I kiss him back just as softly, one hand fisting in his tunic as the need to pull him closer to me takes control.
I'm the mistletoe.
He whispers softly.
I'm the one who can't grow alone. I need you more than you'll ever need me.
Behind us, Fen shifts, not withdrawing or intruding, simply giving us space. And his approval hums faintly through the bond between us, deep and steady. My body is still losing itself in Kyor's taste when he pulls back just enough to rest his forehead against mine again.
After all this,
He says quietly.
after we're safe, I want to talk about everything we can lay on the table. No more walls between us.
A smile tugs at my lips, small but real. Good, because while I'm pretty fucking good at climbing, I'd really rather you just let me in. Chapter 52. The morning starts well. Elska caught some sort of creature Kyor refuses to name, but which tastes good enough. Reuben's fire powers falter after lighting the morning fire, so I give him an extra-large power jolt, and then he goes around giving everyone their morning hugs. Kyor clears his throat.
I'll take one.
Reuben blinks.
One what? Don't make me say it. What?
Reuben repeats, appearing baffled. Kyor huffs.
A hug? Give me a goddamn hug.
Reuben doesn't mock Kyor, doesn't tease him. He just walks up to him and enfolds the Prince of Marathka in his arms.
Is this warm enough?
Reuben asks softly. Kyor nods tightly.
It's nice.
He stays in Reuben's arms, and Reuben carefully lays his hand over Kyor's injured shoulder, easing the stiffness there.
Thank you.
The prince says as he draws away, his voice barely above a whisper. Kyor looks around and freezes as he sees all eyes are on him.
What are you all staring at?
Benny smiles beatifically.
Progress? Pack up.
Kyor grunts.
It's time to move out.
We do as he requests, and before long we're on the road. We skit further west to find a path that Kyor promises will take us north. And the further we travel, the more the land changes. The forest thins and then disappears. The wild, open, dotted only with a sparse tree or two, feels raw and vulnerable after so much time under the dense canopy. The air sharper as the undergrowth grows sparse. Even the birds are quieter here, watching, waiting. The tension in Kyor's face tells us all that we're deep into disputed territory. This is exactly why he wanted us to ride east. But we chose west, and so here we are, filled with tension and an unceasing itch between my shoulder blades. I'm being watched. I'm sure of it. We ride on, and the feeling worsens. I feel Fenn's hackles rise.
We are not alone, little raven.
I know. I think back. I can feel them too. The sensation is familiar now, that press against the edge of my mind. Feelings rising that are not my own, almost as if I'm bonded to more than one wolf. I could have believed the sensations were Fenn's, were I not able to feel him so clearly now. Besides, the main emotion rolling off whoever is following us is very different to what I feel from my bond. Outrage, disgust, and under it all, anticipation and patience. It doesn't take a genius to guess who's stalking us. Terralians. Whether we're in their territory or not is certainly debatable, although I suspect they'd beg to differ. Hopefully, they're just watching us to ensure we don't go further towards their land. And hopefully, Kyor knows enough about the terrain to ensure we don't. Before I can warn the others, Benny speaks.
We're being followed.
He mutters, hand drifting casually to rest on his sword's hilt. Kyor doesn't bother to deny it, and it's clear Benny's comment is not new information to him, as evidenced by his rigid shoulders and the way his gaze scans the horizon with precision.
How many?
Reuben asks tightly. Kyor and Benny hesitate simultaneously, and both by just a fraction too long. That hesitation lands like a stone in my gut. Too many. That's the answer.
Enough.
Kyor says finally. Enough to be dangerous. My mind shifts back to what I've heard about the warriors before, about the way they attack in their thousands. If attacking is what they decide to do, there's no way we can survive numbers like that, even with dire wolves on our side. I'm twisting my neck, scanning the area for any sign of them, when the first arrow whistles past Kyor's ear. Elska surges sideways before he can fully react, her movement smooth and instinctive. Another arrow sings through the air, piercing the space where Kyor's head was a heartbeat before. My own heart stutters at how close he came to dying.
Down!
Kyor shouts, but he makes no move to duck. His arrogance riles the fear out of me. I'd hoped his shoulder wound would have taught him that he's not fucking invincible, but clearly not. They're everywhere! Kaz cries out as our attackers spring up out of the dusty earth. We're surrounded! She's right. There was no charging, no yelling of orders to get into place, and yet they appeared instantly as one, as if they portated here. But they have no magic, so that's not possible. Sandy-clad figures face us on all fronts with their weapons raised, all with garnet eyes that gleam unnaturally bright against their warm skin. Terralians. Not thousands, not even hundreds, thankfully. But with the synchronicity of their attack, it would be easy to believe there were 10 times more than the 24 that are now spread out around us in a perfect circle. How, though? How did they do it? I may not know how they achieved such a feat, but I know I was wrong about one thing. They weren't tracking us at all, weren't watching to see if we headed away. They were waiting, patient, ready. And we walked straight into their snare.
Square!
Kyor snaps at us, like we're his soldiers to command and obey. But we were not drilled for hours as a team. We're just a ragged group of friends, surviving by our wits, the grace of the gods and sheer dumb luck. I don't even know what the fucking command means. Square up to our attackers? Form a square? Square dance? Fen snarls, low and thunderous, his body angling to shield me without waiting for a command. But the Terralians don't aim for my wolf. They aim for me. Nets, not arrows, fly towards me. But Fen dodges, sweeping to the side as he leaps towards the boundary of their ring. And it's one hell of a fucking leap. I knew direwolves could jump, but the way he springs from the ground lifts us high enough that we could have cleared my and Kay's home in the slums. My stomach swoops as I flatten against his body, and as we vault over the armed Terralians, one of them reaches up and grabs my ankle, trying to yank me from Fen. No! I scream out as pain sears through me.
Not a chance.
Fen growls as his head snaps around to snarl at the woman, his teeth only millimeters away from her flesh. Whether he misses her through choice or restraint, I cannot tell, but she releases me all the same. A burning remains in my skull, and words echo in my head, the voice never touching my ears. Take her alive! Take her alive! The rest are expendable. Telepathy. The fucking Terralians have telepathy. No magic, my ass. As lightning flashes in the air above us, the pain I felt only moments ago is gone, replaced by outright fury. None of us are expendable. And whichever fucking woman just thought those words is about to learn that lesson real damn fast. A flash of ice blasts out from beneath me, but rather than heading towards the Terralian in a manner that is helpful, it fires backward, knocking Benny off his feet. Fuck, I say. Panic surges through me, but Fen's mind is there to calm me.
He's fine, little Raven. The Fire Weaver has him.
A single glance behind me is all it takes to see he's right. Benny is back on his feet, charging, blade flashing, while Reuben's fire ignites, not in a wild burst but a controlled arc that forces 3 of the Terralians back. It's oddly nice to hear Fen call him a fire weaver, when his whole life Reuben has just been a furnace. I'm absurdly grateful that I gave Reuben a decent power boost this morning. Steid and Thessa don't hesitate. The quiet ones fight together. The 2 women are silent and move with brutal precision and a synchronicity that tells of years of companionship, but always Steid has half an eye on protecting Thessa. Kaz is there too, battling one-on-one and winning. Arrows are great from a distance, but you're fucked if your opponents reach you before you're ready, as Kaz's adversary is finding out. As the speared tips fly through the air, I can't help but think of William. This is what he asked me to bring back for him. Not a cure for the affliction that threatens to destroy his life, but a Tyralian arrow. And I plan on keeping my promise. I just have to stay alive long enough to snag one, and hopefully not with my body. From the outside of the ring, it's easier to disrupt their lines. But whereas we are forced to anticipate each of their moves, for them it's like this has all been rehearsed, like a dance. No orders are shouted aloud, no directions given, and yet they regroup almost instantly. The majority of them once again encircling Fen and me.
Hold on, little raven.
Fen tells me as he lunges back and forth, leaping and clawing at the Tyralians as lightning continues to pelt the earth. My body moves and rolls with his movement. This isn't like the fight with the Rottings, where he knew we were safest separate. He saw the nets, and knows they're trying to entrap me, and keeping me on him is the best way, in his eyes, to ensure I remain safe. "Kaior, enough!" I yell at him, worried about him burning himself out. His injury is already sapping his energy, and if he doesn't stop, he could drain himself without even realizing. One last crash of thunder ricochets through the air just as a Tyralian leaps towards Fen, as if meeting the wolf in midair might help him win. He ducks under the wolf's claws an instant before contact is made, almost as if he knew which paw Fen was going to use to rip his limbs from his body. Frustration crackles along the bond between Fen and me. Fen does not miss. Not when he has a target in mind, and yet somehow the Tyralian can anticipate our every move. Disgusting. A woman's voice cuts through my thoughts, the same way Fen's so often has. She should feel ashamed, bound to a beast.
Beast?
Fen's outrage rolls through me, but it is nothing compared to the roar of my own. He is not a beast, I snarl aloud, my voice carrying further than it should. And of all the things I deserve to feel shame over, he will never be one of them. A laugh cracks in my skull. One of ours? Defiling yourself in such a manner? Maybe we should kill you now. I am not one of yours. Laughter again ripples, but this time it's not in my head, and it's not just one woman. All of them offer the same sharp, mocking snigger as they encircle me. You ride an animal, she replies aloud, drawing my attention to exactly which of the Tyralians it is who infiltrated my mind. Though now that I know, it's a wonder I didn't work it out for myself. Taller than Kaz, her movements are economical as she slings her bow across her back. You let an animal inside your mind, bonded with an animal. You are a disgrace to your power and your heritage. Heritage? The way she spits the word makes my skin crawl, as if I am beholden to it, to them. Fen bares his teeth.
Say the word, little raven, and I'll happily rip them to shreds.
Not yet, I respond, praying he can't hear the doubt in my voice. After all, we've just spent this entire fight trying to rip them to shreds, yet they evaded us, sank into my mind, and knew our every move. If I'm right, then the only way to defeat them will be to separate the bond between Fen and me. And right now, that's not something I'm willing to do. Not when I already know they consider him disposable. Instead, I meet the woman's gaze. Her garnet eyes cause a ghost of a memory to flicker somewhere in the back of my mind. You don't get to decide what I am, I spit. She scoffs as she tilts her head to the side. No, your blood does. Your Tyralian blood. The words hit like a strike between my ribs. To my right, a crash of thunder bellows through the air, and I twist to find Kaior there, well within hearing distance as he battles two Tyralians at once, although they seem to be striking him more to distract than to kill. Or perhaps they're just poorly trained, though that hardly fits with what William believed about their arrows that never miss, or the professional manner in which they surrounded us. You carry our blood, she continues directly in my mind, as her face twists in a moue of distaste. A quarter Tyralian, I suspect. It is enough to matter, enough to be our responsibility. No, I snarl aloud, I don't belong to you. Belonging is not a choice, she replies. It is a fact. Something ugly and furious coils in my chest. No, it's not. I belonged more in the slums than I ever did in the Highhold, despite being born there. And in the Redderheld, there were plenty who thought I didn't belong there either. And yet, it is their powers that were returned to mortaldom, not mine. Then try it, I say softly, meeting her gaze. Try to take me. She smiles. She doesn't raise her hand or call out. And yet in the same instant that her lips rise, the fighting explodes. Another 24 Terralian soldiers appear from the weathered landscape, moving seamlessly, covering one another and rotating positions without hesitation. Every strike is countered, every flame dodged. They know where we're going before we do. So much for the fallacy that the Terralians don't have magic. It might not be demonstrable, or seen or felt with the senses, but that makes it even more dangerous. Sickness curdles within me. They can read our minds, anticipate our moves, sense our feelings, just like I sensed the Kraken's emotions in the Redderheld. Just like I felt Fenn's distress long before I saw him. Just like my father took on a grief heavier than that of one person when Florian died. Goosebumps rise. Fenn is still leading and twisting as he evades the nets, yet I can barely even feel him as my mind struggles to accept the truth. If she's right, I'm not just part Isin. I'm part Terralian, too. You're an abomination, the leader spits into my head. There, even now, reading the thoughts the moment they form. Fuck you! I scream at her with all I have, and for the first time I see an effect as she flinches, recoiling away from me as she holds her head. Despite my warning, the lightning has started again. Kyor raises bolts from the ground, drawing on the charge within the earth and air as his blade continues to blur from one strike to the next. He fights them like he knows what to do. Because he does. He's fought the Terralians before, he must have. But when? And why? We are at war with the Isin, but never the Terralians. Or at least, that was what I believed. But everything I believed is falling into ash around me. As my gaze shifts towards the other bonded pair, Fenn takes an arrow to the shoulder. Yet rather than retreating, he winces once, then pushes any pain down before he tears through their line with brutal grace.
We need to think less and act more, little Raven.
For a moment, his words make no sense. After all, we're fighting for all we're worth to evade these fucking nets and stop any of the others taking an arrow to the chest. But then it clicks. Of course, if I can't anticipate what's going to happen, then neither can the Terralians. It's not like when I channeled the vines to grow to secure Fenn, or when I wrapped them around the Rotting's ankles before the Miakur siphoned my powers. This time is unlike any time I have ever used my magic before. All restraint is gone, and in its place there is only rampant recklessness. I tear at the ground and roots snap up, throwing the Terralians off balance. Then I will the weeds to explode with bristling thorns that twist this way and that without reason or direction. Such randomness ruptures the earth, taking even me by surprise. And that's a good thing. Because if I don't know where the plants are coming from, then they don't either.
Shit!
Reuben yells as a blade skims his ribs. Benny is there instantly, back to back with him. They're trying to box us in, Kaz shouts. Kyor fires back, and a thin streak of lightning bisects the sky. But it's too thin. He's running out of energy and needs to stop.
Rose!
He shouts.
They want you, but they're not here to kill you.
Really? I hadn't noticed. I shout back dryly.
They want to take you.
He looks across at me, eyes fiery with passion.
I won't let them.
Nor, I think, will I. A Terralian lunges for me, but Fenn intercepts, jaws closing inches from her throat. She stumbles back, horror etched across her face. They have never touched him, I realize. A flicker of hope sparking in me. They have shot arrows at him, tried to pull me off him, but never touched him physically or mentally. As if to touch his mind directly and not access his thoughts through my knowledge is something they cannot or will not do. Whichever it is, it doesn't matter. The wolves are our advantage. You sullied yourself for such a foul creature, the woman snarls at me. But I don't dignify her with a response. I'm going to disconnect from you, I warn Fenn, so they can't read your intent through me, through our bond. I feel his chagrin.
I should have done so already.
he says gruffly.
My apologies.
It's hardly the best situation within which to disentangle my mind. Steady breaths are never easy to take mounted on a moving direwolf, but definitely not one that is moving as erratically as he is. But this is it. This is our only chance. I don't have a choice. Trusting that he will keep me safe, I close my eyes, draw in the earthy aroma of the air around us, and disentangle my mind from Fenn's. I bury my hands into his fur and strengthen the grip of my legs around his body. "Attack them, Fenn!" I say aloud to my wolf. He needs no further command. He surges forward, causing my body to lurch and slam into his back. Without the connection, staying astride is 1,000 times harder. There's no way of knowing where his paws will land, or which direction he will twist his body in. But I cling on with determination as Fenn tears into our attackers with malicious glee. And they, unable to anticipate his moves through me, fall. Blood drips from his maw as he launches himself through them. The random turbulence is almost fluid, as if he too has fought them before, with Zell.
Give me space!
Kyor shouts from where he slices a sword through a Terralian just seconds before it fires at Kaz.
I need space!
No, you...
I've got this, Thorn. Trust me!
He yells. Fear grips me. If he overuses his magic, he'll be drained. Permanently. Unless I can stop that from happening. I don't give myself a chance to think, to second guess. Instead, I pull at the magic which lingers there in the twisted plant roots that burst through the earth. I drag it upwards, freeing it from its confines before I push the magical energy into Kyor. I don't want to do too much. He's already got so much power that giving him more could be just as detrimental. But just enough. Enough to stop him from draining himself. Because if he burns himself out, there'll be no coming back from it. No getting his power back. Ever. And even though I've given him a boost, with the huge amount of energy he's about to release, there's still the chance that he could drain himself dry. But he didn't hesitate when I asked him to trust me with the Miyakur, and I owe him the same level of trust now. My silence, he knows, is my acceptance. Kyor detonates. Chapter 53. Lightning tears the air apart. 100 forks, bright enough to dull even the sun as they dive across the sky before plummeting down and slamming into the ground between the Terralians and us with enough force to crack stone. My eyes squeeze shut, and my entire body clenches at the brightness and the sound that follows. Thunder bellows out with such a monstrous roar that Locke drops to the ground screaming. How anything that size could possibly be controlled seems beyond belief. But as I regain my sight from the blaze, I see it was exactly that. Controlled. Some forks struck the Terralians directly, their screeches barely audible beneath the lingering rumble of thunder before they fell silent, once and for all, their charred bodies littering the ground. Kyor? My heart stutters at the sight of him kneeling on the ground, but as he twists to face me, he raises his hand to show me the tiny sparks bouncing between his fingertips. He still has magic. He didn't drain himself. The relief that floods me is instant. Of course he didn't. He's a soldier, a commander. He knows exactly how far he can stretch himself. The lucky few Terralians who were not struck directly by lightning were blasted off their feet and are now scrambling as psychic orders are almost certainly screaming through their skulls to retreat. Among that final few is the woman who infiltrated my mind, who had the audacity to call Fenn a beast. With a sudden urge to take one more utterly deserving life, I take a single stride towards her, only to have my route blocked. Thank the gods, Rose! Kaz stands in front of me, bloodied but on her own 2 feet. And she's not the only one. Thessa and Reuben stride towards me, as do the rest of the group. Somehow we're all here. We're all still standing.
How the fuck are we still alive? Again?
Benny asks. I don't bother replying. None of us know. Instead, I turn to look at Kyor. After this, I say quietly, we will talk. He nods once. No defense, no excuses. But right now, I continue, I have something here I need to finish. Stepping away from the group, I pull at the magic simmering within me. Magic I may not accept, but will not deny. A magic I've only ever called on once, to speak to the Kraken. But I reckon if it could work on a fucking great mythical beast in pain and held against its will, it shouldn't be too hard to use on a patch of broken and beaten mortals. I raised my voice inside my mind and turned back to the Terralians. You don't get me. Not today nor any day. My voice is resonant, commanding, a warning that needs no vines or ice to validate it. And there's no doubt that my voice reaches them as fear flickers in their eyes. I will tell you this once, and only once. If you try to hunt me down, I'll see the rest of you dead, like your compatriots. I gesture to the bodies littering the ground. There will be no mercy beyond what I'm offering you now. Remember that. I offer you mercy, but I will only extend it once. Several heads bow, as if accepting my word, but one pair of garnet eyes refuses to fall. Not that it matters. She will not get the followers to take me again, and she and I both know it. Then, because it's what my little brother wanted, I bend down and pick up a single arrow from the ground. The first present I have got him for longer than I care to remember. With a confidence I'm not sure I feel, I turn back to the group. But before I move, I reach deep, not for my magic, but for something else. Something I choose. Fen.
Do I want to know what you said to them?
He asks, the joy at our minds' reunion buzzing in my veins. A threat I'm sure you would approve of. As I climb onto his shoulders, Reuben sidles up beside me.
I penned the horses in with flames.
He points to a ring of smoke rising in the distance.
Thought we might still need them. Assuming we got away alive, that is.
We're cockroaches, I say, feeling a smile on my lips as I say the words. We're a goddamn roach infestation. As we move forward, Fen sniffs beneath me.
I'm not sure I would consider myself in that category, but I understand the sentiment.
Don't worry, it'll grow on you, I promise. There's no need to run from my would-be captors. Instead, we stride, our fearlessness evident in the backs we clearly expose to them. To let a single arrow fly would be death to them all, and they know it. Still, as we reach the horses, I turn back to see them attending to their dead and injured, lifting the bodies, bandaging the cuts. All but one. Her gaze is locked on me with a stillness that implies it has been there all along. You can run, half-breed, she calls after me, but you cannot escape what you are. A hiss reverberates through the channels as I snarl my response back to her. Watch me. We ride hard, eager to put as much distance between the Terralians and us as we can. Those we left may be in no fit state to fight again, but they are almost certainly more close by, and to call them to attack would take little more than a thought in one of their minds. And so for a while, no one speaks. Reuben's fire pen cut all but one of the horses, and without question or conversation, Kaz and Thessa have doubled up, although even they are silent. It's not until several hours later, when there has still been no sign of pursuit, that the tension starts to release its grip on the group, although we maintain our pace. Better safe than sorry. As the stress fades, Kyor and Elska up their speed to scout ahead, while I remain at the back of the group, just in case I need to rip the earth up by the roots again. Although, it's not tree roots that steal my attention as we continue thundering along, but rather a branch. Or rather, what is on it? A stray raven. On impulse, I reach out to Fen. Slow down, I want to try something. Pull me back if I'm gone too long. I have too many powers that I cannot control, and I know I'll remain a liability if I do nothing about any of them. So before Fen can object, I deliberately thrust my awareness out towards the onyx corvid. The first try lasts a blink of an eye, that's it. And then I find myself back on Fen's back. But a blink of an eye is not nothing, and if I can achieve that, I can achieve more. Determined not to be defeated after my first attempt, I try again, this time focusing on the sensations that I have felt every time the slips happened before. The way my consciousness felt as if it slid out of my body and into somewhere anew. Somewhere I either wanted to be, like with Kay, or needed to be, like with the ring. The aim here is to move somewhere I want to be rather than need to be. And as I've done that more times than the other, it shouldn't be hard, should it? Softening my eyes and limbs, I draw in a low breath and let my mind slip away. The instant I open my eyes again, my view has changed. And it's more than a little disorienting to see myself still sat upon Fenn's back, with eyes white as pure ice. I understand now why the others were so concerned. It's definitely not normal, but I am well past the days of believing I can ever call myself that again. And with anticipation quivering within me, I launch myself into the air. Down below, Fenn lifts his head to see me soaring, dipping his chin in acknowledgement a moment later.
Enjoy your flight, little raven.
I let out a terrific screech in acknowledgement, making his ears flick at me.
Horrendous noise,
he mutters. This whole exercise is for safety as much as it is to test my new magic, I tell myself as I arc back towards the Terralians, wings slicing cleanly through the sky, wild and unbound, like I have slipped free of gravity's expectations entirely. The breeze does not buffet me, or try to throw me off course. It greets me, like an old friend, lifting me higher, carrying me forwards as if it knows exactly where I want to go. Below me, the world shrinks into something distant and manageable. Problems look smaller from up here. The sky opens wide, endless and inviting, and for a fleeting moment I allow myself to simply exist within it. No powers, no heritage, no enemies, just speed, height, and the intoxicating freedom of flight. I bank slightly, scanning the horizon, senses sharp even as my heart soars. There's no sign of the Terralians, but I must go further, make sure they're not regrouping to pursue us. Even that thought cannot quite smother the thrill. This is what freedom feels like, I think. True freedom, felt for the first time ever. And there's a possibility that I could remain a simple bird forever. Free, content in the wind. But lonely, I realize with a sigh, picking up speed to reach my new enemies faster. Even with my increased focus and speed, it still takes over an hour to reach the Terralians. But I'm happy when I see they're still in the same position we left them in. Their dead are now wrapped in white cloth. An odd choice, when so many of them are now stained red. But perhaps the ruination of the cloth does not matter, I think, as I noticed a funeral pyre built long and wide for all the bodies. I didn't realize they burned their dead, like the Eastern Islanders. Of the 4 dozen who attacked us, less than half survived, and as I swoop low, I see them in small clumps of 2s and 3s consoling each other. Guilt strikes hard. They've lost friends, family, loved ones. I know that grief. The pain of a life ended too soon, too cruelly. If any one of us had not made it today, my heart would have torn into 1,000 pieces. Well, maybe not if it was Stide or Thessa, unless my sadness was for Kaz, but the others? The thought alone is unbearable, and the Terralians have lost so many at our hands. I push the guilt down. They attacked us. We were just defending ourselves. Intruder! The voice pierces my skull as I sweep around to find the leader looking directly at my avian self. Heretic! Is there no low you will not stoop to? She says in outrage. Birds, too? Kill her! Destroy her! Another Terralian notches an arrow into their bow, draws back and lets loose. The black-fletched arrow cuts through the air, flying straight towards me. My small heart thumps a pitter-patter rhythm. I launch myself upwards and... Fenn rips me back into my body.
Little raven, I feel your panic. Are you well?
His nickname hits differently now that I have taken the body of a raven, which I may or may not have flown directly to his death. I hope the sharp movement I started was enough to save the poor bird from the path of the arrow. I'm all right, I say softly. The Terralians do not pursue us. We've put several hours between us, and they will continue to tend to their dead. I pause, aware of the arrow fletches that stick out of my satchel, drawing my thoughts to my family. It's now been over half a moon since we left. Almost a full moon since the goddess returned my powers. Surely some of Kay's Morathkian magic has manifested by now, even with the tonic. I only hope that Jonas is keeping her safe and away from prying eyes. Though if my previous vision of her waiting for a ball is anything to go by, then I doubt it. As fear for my family seeps in, I know there's another question I need to ask my wolf, even though I'm not certain I want to know his response. But I cannot afford secrets between Finn and me, not when we're bound this way, and so I push the thoughts of Kay and William aside. I return to the bond. The king says the war with the Turalians ended over a decade ago, but you fought them before. You have fought the Turalian, and so has Kyor, which means the king lied, I say, not bothering to pose it as a question, not when we both already know the truth.
Many times.
He agrees.
I should have told you to disconnect your mind from mine. And I should have told you to sing your favorite song loudly in your head. That was always what Zell did as he fought them.
His tone is mournful.
Zell especially enjoyed singing rude songs.
He sighs.
The one with the cork was his favorite. Let's stop here.
Kyor calls from up ahead.
It's getting dark, and we've most certainly put a great deal of distance between us and them, even if they are pursuing us.
A shiver runs through me. I know they're not, but telling him that means admitting to using a magic when I have no idea where it comes from. Isin? It can't be Turalian, not from the disgust they showed towards me, so it must be Isin. Yet the feeling doesn't settle quite right. Still, it doesn't change the fact that I need to tell the others the truth. They've risked their lives too many times for them not to know this, and the knowledge causes no immediate harm to anyone. I flew back as a raven, I admit. They're not pursuing us. Reuben's mouth tightens.
Are you sure using your power is wise?
No, I say honestly. But I'm sick of not having a handle on any of this. Stein and Thessa exchange glances, but do not weigh in. I suppose, in a discussion of magical powers, they have little to add. Kyor's voice cuts through my thoughts.
Regardless of whether those Turalians are following us, everyone needs to stay sharp on watch tonight. We're in disputed lands. Elska will go hunting and see if she can find something fresh for us to eat. I'll go with Els.
Fen suggests casually.
The pair of us hunt well together.
Sure, I agree easily. Enjoy the hunt. I can feel the anticipation humming through him as he sets off. We make the camp quickly, the routine helping settle us as we do our respective chores with ease. Hey, I say to Kyor. Fen said Zell used to sing a song in his head to distract the Turalians. He smirks suddenly.
The one with the cork?
You know it? Will you sing it to me? I thought Fen might like it if I learned it for him. You know, to show that Zell will always matter. Heat suddenly flushes his cheeks.
It's a sweet idea, but it's not really suitable for ladies' ears.
Kyor, I lived in the slums. There is nothing you can say that will shock me. He shrugs, face still warm.
I can't really remember it, sorry.
He pointedly turns back to the fire. Now my interest is well and truly sparked. One way or another, I'm learning that song. But I let it go, for now. I have other things to worry about. Once the fire is blazing, I confront the monster in the room. So apparently I'm a little bit Turalian too.
It changes nothing.
Reuben says instantly.
You're you. That's all that matters. They have magic.
Benny notes, his voice slightly disbelieving.
The Turalians have magic.
Reuben frowns.
What do you mean? They didn't do any magic at all.
Mental magic, I explain. They can talk to one another silently in their heads, coordinate effortlessly, and apparently, they can read our minds.
It's how you could communicate with the Kraken,
Benny says, looking at me as things click into place for him.
Residual magic, my ass.
I smile faintly at that. Sorry, we had to bullshit you back then. But if it's any consolation, we didn't know what the fuck was going on. besides the fact that I developed the ability to talk to a kraken. Stide's eyes go wide. The Rose, you spoke to a kraken? It was a pretty one-sided conversation, I admit wryly. Anyway, I think I get the telepathy from my father. He could always tell when Mother was just around the corner. Always knew when Kay and I were up to mischief. Could follow us in the woods no matter where we went. And his emotions... I close my eyes. Because now the implications hit me fully. Did he lose his Turalian magic with his Marathkian powers? Were both ripped away? Or only the ones the High Priestess knew of? Because if he could still read our minds, or even just feel the emotions flooding us, then he would have known my thoughts. Known the times I needed him to come back for us and battled the sting of disappointment when he couldn't. Known the times I wished he was dead. Wished he wasn't a burden. I feel sick. With the horror, with the guilt. Thoughts aren't meant to be heard, and feelings not meant to be felt by others. They're private. That is why we have speech. The time it takes for thoughts to get from brain to mouth is used to soften and modulate the harsh realities of our feelings, which are far more basic and primitive than anyone would ever admit to. Excuse me, I mutter, suddenly overwhelmed by the need for space. Without so much as a backward glance, I stride away from the relative safety of the fire and closer to the tug in me which says Fen. I'll never know for sure, I realize. I'll never know if Father still had his Turalian magic. But he gambled sometimes. And he won when he did. He didn't play frequently, but when he did, he always won. I swallow hard. And if he still had his Turalian magic, then did Mother still have her Isin powers? She certainly didn't stop making the health tonic and making us take it religiously. I struggle with her choice to do that to us. Surely even Isin magic would have been better than no magic? No, that's foolishness. A flash of ice, and we would have been devoured by a direwolf. Besides, no one in the slums needs to be colder. I try to think back to those dark times, to the dark thoughts I had then. Thoughts my father might have lived with as much as his own. A chill runs down my spine. Gods. Did he drink not just for the agony of losing Florian, but to silence the despair of all the people around him? The despair of the slums? My despair?
Rose!
Kyor calls after me as I stumble forward. Ignoring him, I stride deeper into the trees. My father. He might have heard every negative thought I ever had of him. And at the end of his days, there were many. Gods, so many.
Thorn!
Kyor reaches me and tugs my arm, forcing me to stop. His eyes scan mine.
Talk to me. What's going on?
His eyes are so full of worry that I can't stop the words from spilling out of me. In the end, my father was a drunkard, a wastrel, another pressure on the family, another mouth to feed. After the stripping, he worked as a laborer on his good days, but drank most of his earnings away on the bad ones. His depression was so sharp. I felt like Kay and I weren't enough for him to live for once Mother... I shake my head. Try again. And if he could hear my thoughts all that time... A tear slips down my cheek as my throat constricts. Just one tear, but then another. And then they're freely flowing as Kyor pulls me into his arms.
I'm sorry,
he says tightly. And I don't know if he's apologizing for getting us cast out, or just that I had to live through it. I suppose it doesn't even matter. It takes a long time for me to sob my heart out. But when I'm done, I feel calmer.
Not all powers are equal.
He offers gently as he dries my tears.
Not everyone with cyclone powers can lift the whole garrison of soldiers, as your father could. He was so strong in that magic. Maybe his Turalian magic was far weaker. Those with a few powers normally have a dominant one. And maybe his Turalian magic was stripped. He might never have heard your thoughts.
I nod and cling to the hope he offers me. Maybe. And you're right. Mother could grow plants like me, but her dominant magic was encouraging flow and healing. I press the heels of my hands to my burning eyes. I feel like I was just wrapping my head around maybe having some Isin heritage. And now I find out I'm related to those bastards too? And they're not magicless at all. They've got power, which means I've got power. What if I lose control of that too? What if Kay and...
Rose, you need to calm down, okay? We'll work through this, I promise.
That's not a promise you can keep. I throw my hands up into the air, aware of the icy rage that fills me. Icy rage I thought I had control of, but how can I? How can I have control of anything when every time I get my head straight, I'm struck by another power? This isn't the way it's meant to be. Everyone should only have one power. One. Perhaps a facet of two, but no one wants the melting pot I seem to be.
Rose, love?
Kyor's eyes widen.
Your eyes. You need to calm down. Focus on something else. You can do this.
And what do you suggest I focus on? I spit out, trying to claw back my anger at the injustice of it all and push it down, but I'm failing. Dangerously so. It's roaring in my veins, and something within me is trembling too close to the surface. But he's right, I can feel it in me. But there's not a damn thing I can do to stop it. Not a single distraction that's going to stop this from happening. What the fuck can I focus on? I repeat, not expecting an answer, only for him to offer one all the same.
This,
he says, and presses his lips to mine. Chapter 54. For half a heartbeat, I don't react. My mind stutters, outraged and breathless all at once. That taste, the firmness. His mouth moves against mine with purpose, commanding and unyielding as if he's daring me to pull away. I don't. Etta, help me, I can't. The world narrows to heat and pressure, and the way his hand tightens on my arm, steadying, anchoring. Still holding me firm, he runs his fingers down towards my hand, then slides across to the small of my back. At the firmness of his touch, the chaos inside me recoils, the magic skittering back like a fire that's been put out. A gasp escapes me, and Kyor deepens the kiss instinctively. Soft snow falls all around us, gentle flakes settling on my hair, my skin. And all the while he builds a fire inside me with the delicious, deliberate stroke of his tongue against mine. Was it snowing before? I don't know, nor do I care. He is warm, insistent, and tastes of everything I have ever needed. Each moment of touch makes me want him more deeply and fully. And from the way his mouth plunders mine so ruthlessly, he feels the same.
Thorn.
My name is barely a mumble on his lips, but it's enough to have me dripping with need, the heat in my stomach rising. Wordlessly, his forehead drops briefly to mine, before his hand drops from my back and his grip loosens, though he doesn't let go of me entirely.
You're calm now,
he says quietly, his voice rough around the edges. Apparently so. My own voice is husky, breathless. Without his touch to distract me, the horror of my thoughts begins to seep back in. Seeing it, Kyor gathers me into his arms, brushing his hand across my jaw.
We will find the Isin, and they will train you so that you can train Kay. And then once you can safely control your magic, we'll leave.
I laugh at how easily he makes it sound, only to still immediately after. Wait, you're supposed to stop at the Harathian Pass, not come with us into Isin? He shrugs and offers me a lopsided grin.
I was always coming with you, Rose. I'm with you until the end.
The words hit me like a punch. He's with me until the end. But what end? The end of this journey? Or the end of our lives? From somewhere in the distance comes the sound of the camp. Benny and Reuben's laughter drifting into the ether like smoke in the wind. But all I can see, all I can hear, all I need is right in front of me. Desire swells, sharp and heady. There's still so much bullshit between us, so much I still don't know, and secrets of my own that I cannot share. But it doesn't matter how many lies still breathe the air we share. This hunger for him is one truth I know, for both of us. Which is why I push my lips to his. I might not be able to tell which of us is the mistletoe, but maybe it's because we go deeper than that. We are the roots of the tree, tangled beneath the surface of the earth. 1,000 strands, so entwined that any attempt at separation causes the other irrevocable damage. Maybe that is who we're meant to be, holding each other steady, while also capable of bringing one another toppling to the earth. For Heartbeat Kyor is utterly still, as though he's debating whether we're as inevitable as he claimed. But I'm not hesitating now. Doomed or not, right now, I need him and want him entirely, and he knows it. He has to know it. In the space of one sharp breath, he's crushing me to his chest, arms pinning me to him, desperate to pull me as close as he possibly can. And the feeling is mutual. Any space between us is too much right now, and so I fist his hair and pull him closer to me, determined to close even the tiniest of gaps. The kiss is hot, consuming, all heat and hunger and everything we've been circling for too long.
Rose.
He breathes raggedly, my name sounding like a warning, yet it only serves to elicit broken gasps against his mouth, which he answers with a growl, hands sliding up my back. Magic prickles faintly along my skin, sparks skating deliciously against my flesh where his touch lingers too long. Then the magic trails down across my stomach towards the heat that pools between my legs. With every sensation, the desperation inside me grows. My fingers clutch at his shirt, tugging him closer, closer, as if I could anchor myself in him and make the world stop spinning. His mouth drifts from mine, along my jaw, my throat, leaving heat behind that makes my knees weak. But I don't plan on staying standing for long. Not unless I can find myself a tree to pin him up against. The thought is overwhelming, and it's my turn for wandering hands. With our lips still carving out silent promises, my palms reach under his shirt and meet the bare touch of his skin, tracing a line lower and lower, chasing the contact, the promise of more. Yet as my fingertips encroach on his waistband, his entire body freezes. In one stumbling step, he darts away from me as if burned. Pain and confusion course through me as he drags both hands through his hair, his eyes dark and wild as his breath comes fast and shallow.
Fuck,
he mutters, squeezing his eyes shut, jaw clenched as if he's having to force himself to stay where he is. Still aching with need, I reach for him. Kyor, I want this,
No, it's the wolves,
he says hoarsely.
They're mating.
It's the wolves? The word hits like cold water. The heat doesn't vanish, but understanding crashes in, hot and embarrassing. I can feel it now, faint but unmistakable. Fenn's own urgency bleeding through the bond. By the gods! I tear my mind away from Fenn's, mortified, heat flooding my cheeks. The space between Kyor and me is suddenly too loud, too exposed. So much for Fenn and Elska hunting.
I'm sorry,
Kyor says quietly, regret etched across his face.
I should have stopped sooner. I should have.
I shake my head, swallowing. No, we both. I thought. I trailed off, the rest too tangled to say. The moment hangs between us, unfinished and charged. Finally, I manage a weak breath of a laugh. We should go back, I say, hearing the hesitance in my voice. I'm untangled from Fenn now, free to act of my own volition, and I know what I want, just as I know what he wants. But as our eyes meet, Kyor nods once. So that's it. It's over. Without another word, I turn back to the camp, and he follows me in silence. Chapter 55. The camp falls quiet when I walk in. Whatever they were discussing, I was clearly at the heart of it. So much for subtlety.
So,
Benny says baldly.
How about this weather we're having?
Kaz cracks a smile. Reuben ignores Benny, his attention solely on me.
You okay?
He whispers.
Do I need to beat him up?
He adds with a nod towards Kyor. A sad chuckle rises from me. That Reuben still thinks he could manage to beat up Kyor is adorably delusional. Although, maybe with Kyor's busted shoulder, it would be a far more even match than the prince would like. I'm good. I tell Reuben. Just a lot to unpack, that's all. He nods in understanding. A few minutes later, Reuben moves towards the tree line when Fen appears, half carrying and half dragging a deer carcass behind him.
Any chance you want to help me with this one, Ben?
Reuben asks.
I don't know. Any chance you want to offer me goodnight hugs as well as morning ones?
Reuben rolls his eyes.
You know, you repeatedly asking that comes across as desperate. And?
Laughter crackles from Reuben as Benny pulls himself onto his feet and ambles across to him. As the wolf drops the carcass, I reach out to him, still feeling acutely embarrassed about the whole thing. Warn me next time you're going to get frisky with Elska.
You have no door for me to hang a sock upon.
He shrugs.
That's what I did with Zell.
The visual of the huge wolf delicately hanging a sock on a door handle is enough to make me snicker. Happiness and contentment wash over me. Fenn's, not mine. It's nice. One of us should be happy at least. Any remaining irritation I may have had with him fades away, but sensing it probably requires another conversation to clear the air, I head over to Kyor. So that's another new thing for me to get used to, I say. Mating wolves.
Yeah, I guess it's harder to tell when
we want to rip off one another's clothes anyway. I'm pretty sure that's what he was going to say, so I nod in agreement, not trusting myself to give any more of an answer. Well, I told Fen to warn me next time, and he told me he used to hang a sock on Zell's door. As I chuckle once again at the absurdity of the remark, I expect him to do the same, but instead his brows pinch.
What do you mean he told you?
He frowns. I blink. He just, told me. Spoke to me in my mind, like Elska can do with you. Kyor shakes his head slowly.
Rose, I told you it doesn't work like that. Elska and I communicate with images, feelings, not actual words.
He looks at me wide-eyed.
You can speak with words to Fen?
I balk. Could Zell not? He blows out a breath.
Fuck no. No one can.
The worry in his eyes deepens.
This has to be linked with your Tauralian heritage. Rose, I don't know if you should be sharing this with anyone. All these powers. I worry about people knowing.
Except those in the circle of trust.
Locke says loudly, gesturing to the group.
You can share anything with us. We're your circle. Lucky Rose to have a circle. Rings within rings, just like Warhelm. We'll need them when he's free.
The last thing I can deal with at this moment is Locke's babbling, not when I need answers. Still, I send him a warm smile for his support, as odd as it is, before I block out his continued mumbles and reach out to Fen. Why didn't you tell me it was weird that we could talk?
You did not ask.
He sniffs back. Why would I? I didn't realize I was different. Again.
Different is not bad. I do not feel talking with you is a bad thing. I am pleased by our development.
A warm female mind touches mine. He really is. He wouldn't stop going on about it. Rose and I this, Rose and I that. He's very proud of you. It's adorable. Almost as cute as when he ripped into those Tauralians. A gasp shoots uncontrollably from me. Elska! Yes? Why can I hear you? Can you speak to Kyor now? No. Regret tinges her voice. And as for why, I do not know. But it seems only fair that my maid is not the only one to have such fun. I gape at Kyor's wolf.
You're speaking to her.
There's no jealousy in Kyor's voice. Just wonder.
You spoke to her with words? And you can tell her things? Like how much?
He falters.
Like how much I love her?
A gruff laugh resonates from Elska. There's no need to tell me what he asked of you. I can feel it with him. I can always feel it within. I'm sure he knows that, I reply, but he wanted me to tell you he loves you all the same. I have loved him from the first kick to the commander's shins, she relays back. Perhaps longer still. I turn back to Kyor, still struggling to believe that it is not my mind playing tricks on me. She says she loves you from the first kick to the commander's shins, I tell him. Perhaps longer still. His jaw is slack.
It was terrible fighting. Dirty, scrappy. but I refuse to let Zell win. And she remembers that?
Apparently so.
Fuck.
His attention is no longer on me as he strides over to Elska, throws his arms around her, mindful of his injured shoulder, and murmurs something I'm careful not to hear. My eyes feel hot at the sweetness of their emotional moment, and I'm absurdly pleased that I helped facilitate it. The gods know Kyor's had precious little love in his life. He deserves more. Benny rubs his chin.
Important question. Can you ask them if they're judging us? Because I don't like the idea of being silently peer-reviewed by apex predators.
Oh, we're all judging you, Ben.
Reuben says coyly.
Every one of us.
Yeah, but you're not exactly a predator, are you?
Benny shrugs. Reuben pauses mid-gutting the deer, raising a bloody knife.
You really want to say that to a man with a blade in his hand?
Depends. Will you tend to my wounds after you injure me? I can manage a couple of stitches, depending on where they are, of course.
You never give up, do you?
Reuben laughs. As the boys continue their easy flirting, Kaz, Thessa, and Stide sit close to the fire, its flames snapping softly as sparks curl into the night air. I'm looking at the group when suddenly I frown. Something is wrong with Stide. Even in the firelight, she looks drawn, her skin too pale, a faint sheen of sweat clinging to her brow. She's wrapped in her cloak, yet her shoulders hunch as though the warmth cannot quite reach her. Stide, you okay? As I move across to talk to her, she lifts her head slowly, as if the effort costs her. Her eyes are glassy, unfocused, and when she speaks, her voice lacks its usual strength. The rose, I feel cold. The word jars. The air is freezing. It's almost certainly the coldest night we have encountered so far, but she's layered thoroughly, and the fire is blazing. Yet she still shivers, teeth catching faintly as another tremor runs through her. And it's not just the shiver. Now that I'm paying attention to her, it's clear that she's swaying slightly, sweat beading on her brow as she blinks repeatedly. Almost as though she's struggling to focus, as if the world will not stay still. The heat of the flames paints her in gold and shadow, but it only seems to emphasize how wrong she looks. Feverish, fragile, and very much not herself. Stide is indomitable, not frail, never that. Hey. I walk over and touch her forehead, only to snatch my hand straight off her. Oof, that's a wicked fever you've got. Let me get you something to lower it. I scramble around my saddlebags to find a potion I had the forethought to take from Mother's supplies. Fevers go hand in hand with infections, so it seemed like an essential tonic to carry with me. How long have you been feeling like this? I ask as I pour out a spoonful of the tincture. A little while, she responds vaguely. Well, tell me if you're not feeling any better in an hour or so. If this doesn't work, we'll need to try something different. Her teeth are fully chattering now, but she manages a small nod as she pulls her red cloak even tighter around her. As I move away to rinse the spoon, Thessa speaks to her fellow Sanning. Why didn't you say you were feeling unwell? You were talking to Caroline. I did not wish to interrupt. A warmth flurries within me. Stide has never come across as the most amiable of traveling companions, but there is no doubt she's been of help to us on this trip, especially when it came to the Vata. It's equally clear that she feels deep affection for Thessa, always guarding her, always fetching her food. I've often wondered what the relationship between the two of them is. Stide seems completely aware that there's something going on between Kaz and Thessa, though how she feels about that, I'm not quite sure. Thessa's brow crinkles. I always have time for you, Stide. Always. Next time, tell me. As you wish. As the pair shift a little closer together, Kaz shuffles awkwardly. Leaving them to their own dynamics, I take the tonic back to my bag, only for my eyes to catch Benny's en route. A smirk flickers on his lips as he makes the symbol of the triangle with his fingers, and for once, it raises the tiniest of chuckles in me. Reuben is quick to thump him on the arm. Benny winces.
What was that for?
You know what it was for.
Reuben replies.
Because you can't keep your hands off me, but aren't ready to admit this insane attraction between us?
Benny offers. quirking his lips into his ineffably charming grin. With a roll of his eyes, Reuben looks at me.
How exactly did you end up being friends with him?
He asks. Slim pickings, I reply, although my attention is already back on the women in the group. I never once saw anything between Thessa and Stide that made me think they were anything other than good friends. But then again, I know how easy it is for that line of friendship to blur, as I suspect it may be beginning to blur between Benny and Reuben. The jovial flirting could be nothing more than harmless teasing, but I've spied a few speculative, lingering glances on both their parts. As the deer meat roasts on the fire, Stide's temperature holds fast, but I maintain hope that it will start to drop after we've eaten. When it doesn't, I give her another spoonful of the tonic, but it's hard to ignore the niggling in my gut. The first spoonful should have done something by now, but she's still burning up as much as before. Sleep will help, won't it? Thessa asks, fear and hope mingling in her voice. I'll check on her through the night, I answer, not ready to make promises I can't keep. As I go to slink away, Stide's eyes flicker up to Thessa. If I were half the woman you are, she says lightly, forcing a smile, I'd be unstoppable. Oh, hush. Thessa's smile does little to mask the worry that fills her eyes. You'll be fine. You're always fine. You're as unstoppable as the sun. Stide smiles. You have always been my dawn.
It's too late.
Locke mutters.
Too late. With magic, without magic, doesn't matter. It's too late.
What's too late? I ask Locke. I swallow hard and drop my voice to a whisper. Is Mortadem close? There was a woman in the slums whose magic, people said, was to hear the whisper of Mortadem encroaching. I don't know if it was true or not, but something tells me that if his footsteps make any sound at all, Locke would hear them.
Life and death. We worry about the wrong ones, don't we? Gods, 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 they know which to fear.
He taps his head knowingly, and goosebumps rise upon my arms, but I try to push them down. It's the rambling of a madman, nothing more. Locke's delusions are growing worse, not better. Benny clearly feels the same, for he shoots me a worried look and wraps an arm around Locke's shoulders.
Come on, let's settle you down over here. Nice and near the fire.
It's warm. It's warm by the fire.
I know, buddy. I know.
Stide isn't the only one we'll worry about tonight. The fire crackles low, throwing thin light across the camp, and the darkness beyond it feels thicker than it should. Whether it's Locke's words or something else, dread curls slowly in my stomach. Sleep takes a long time to come. And when it finally does, it's shallow and uneasy, as though some part of me is still listening for death's footsteps in the dark. Through the night, I give Stide spoonful after spoonful of tincture, yet nothing seems to be helping. The quantity I've given her is enough to dull the fevers of a dozen people, and my only hope is that perhaps it's not as potent as I thought. That perhaps the magic waned after all that time stuck in my mother's cupboard. Yet I know in my heart that I felt the power within it. Something is wrong, and it's not the potency of the tonic. When I take my turn on watch, it's hard to keep my eyes trained on our surroundings. I want to linger over Stide and Locke and ignore the hopelessness taking hold inside me. The morning brings no relief. Though Stide tosses and turns beneath her blanket, she doesn't awaken with the rest of us.
We can get everything packed up first,
Reuben says, already tending to the horses.
She clearly needs the rest. We'll wake her when we're ready to go.
None of us disagree, but I feel the unspoken thought whirring between us. He's right. Sickness so often needs rest, but we have no time for it. We're still another 2 days from the base of the Colton Mountains, which mark the edge of the Isin territory, and the weather is likely to get worse and worse. Moving too slowly will get us killed in this cold. We must keep warm or keep moving. Those are our only choices. And the thought of further delay chafes at me. I cannot stop picturing the lacy ice pattern on William's skin. When we're all ready, Thessa and I make our way over to wake the Sanning. Her tossing has lessened, and she's curled on her side, head buried beneath the blanket. How she withstood the heat from the fever that burned her up in the night is a mystery. As I wait with the last of the ineffectual tonic, Thessa gives Stide a gentle shake, and then a firmer one. "Stide," she calls softly. "It's time to get up." She shakes her again, this time pulling her slightly so the blanket falls away. As her face is revealed, we lurch back. "No." Thessa's voice is a whisper, heartbreak on a breath. Tears sting my eyes as Stide struggles to sit, exposing more and more mottled green skin. "Thessa?" Stide asks. So many questions hang in her single word. But as my heart lodges in my throat, I know I'm not going to be the one to answer any of them. "Your skin," Thessa tries, as tears begin to stream down her face. You're turning." Stide's eyes fall shut. "It was such a small scratch. I hoped. As she trails off, Thessa leans tentatively forward, tugging open the layers of her clothes. As Stide's left arm falls free, we see that the mottled skin there is darker still. No sign of life left within it. Nothing but the green veins of the rottings. And at the center, a tiny mark, less than a fingernail's width in length. That is all it took. Kaz appears behind us, stifling a cry at the sight of the green-webbed death sentence. "Thessa, what do we do?" I ask, my voice determined. The Sannings have far greater experience with the rottings than we do. They must know what can be done. The infection is not complete yet. It can't be. Not if she can still speak and still move without lurching towards us. "How do we stop it?" I press. "Halt its progression." The Sanning offers no reply beyond her sobbing, which grows more ragged as her chest heaves in desperate breaths that bring no relief, no matter how deeply she inhales. "We do not," Stide says simply. "It cannot be halted, the rose." I can feel the others gathering around us now. Silent sentinels, watching and waiting for a verdict that none of us wants to accept, even if Stide herself is willing to admit the truth.
"There is only one way this process goes,"
Kaior confirms softly.
Stide knows it. We all know it.
"No," Kaz mumbles, wiping the tears as they roll down her cheek. "No, she cannot be rotting," Thessa sobs softly. "She cannot. It's wrong." The words fracture as they leave her mouth. It is wrong. None of us bother to deny it. All of this is so very, very wrong. And yet here we are. Continuing to shiver through the fever, Stide lifts her gaze to Kaior. If she feels fear, I cannot see it on her face. "A bolt to the heart would be quick and painless. If you would, Wolfman." "No!" Thessa cries before Kaior can answer. The word tears out of her, raw and ragged, as she drops to her knees beside Stide, clutching her hand as though she can anchor her to this world by sheer force of will. "Lightning will hurt. I will not have your last moments be in pain." Her bottom lip trembles violently. "I won't have it." Stide's gaze softens as it shifts to Thessa. There is so much in that look, and my heart aches for them both. I've seen it before, in Klinos' eyes as she gazed at Kaz right at the end. Gratitude, love, regret, the things never said. "How you still hate to see hurt," Stide murmurs gently. "Even though it is everywhere. When will you learn? Pain is an essential part of life. It teaches us lessons we should not ignore." Thessa lets out a broken sound, halfway between a laugh and a sob. "You're impossible," she whispers. "Even now." A wraith-like smile flickers on Stide's lips before it fades. Her eyes darken. "Help me. Let me reach martyrdom before it's too late. Before I become something that will hurt you." We wait in silence, knowing it is not our place to speak. Not our place to offer empty words of reassurance to a woman whose life has been forfeited because she chose to walk this path with us, chose to help fight the monster that wanted us because she knew we needed to survive. As the air holds still, Thessa bows her head, her shoulders shaking. A flurry of self-loathing strikes me. I was worried that Stide's sickness would slow us down, would endanger us and delay my reaching the Isin. What I would give to take those thoughts back. I would go as slowly as we needed to keep that mottled green of the rotting from claiming her. But such wishes are futile. When Thessa finally looks up, her eyes are red-rimmed and resolute, the agonizing decision carved into her face. "I won't let you become a rotting," she promises hoarsely. "I swear it." She goes to her pack and returns moments later with a drawstring bag. Her fingers tremble as she fumbles with the string. Finally, she opens it, and she hesitates only a second before drawing out a small vial, the liquid inside dark and still. It reminds me of a similar potion I made once. Hemlock that I distilled for a similarly deadly purpose. "It's fast," Thessa whispers, as though confessing a secret. "I've carried it for emergencies. For mercy." Her voice breaks. "I never thought—" She can't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. Stide's lips curve into a faint, grateful smile. "You're prepared," she says softly. "Always prepared. I love that about you." She smiles even as she shakes, her teeth chattering. "And I love so much about you, Thessarok. I hope you know that. You're my dawn. For me, it has always been you. It always will be you." Thessa chokes, pressing her forehead briefly to Stide's hand before she straightens, wiping her tears with the heel of her palm. "I love you too, my very dearest friend." Stide smiles. "Thank you. Now do it. Do it before it is too late to save my soul." "I won't leave you," Thessa promises, forcing steadiness into her voice. "Not for a moment." Thessa uncorks the vial with shaking hands and brings it to Stide's lips. Her strength is seeping from her body, and yet the quiet one swallows without hesitation, her gaze never leaving Thessa's face. Almost instantly, it seems as though her chest becomes thick and heavy, her breathing labored, and now pain rises in me. It's too much, too similar to Chinos's last moments, and I know I'm not alone in feeling it. Wordlessly, I fumble my way to Kaz and lace my fingers through hers, feeling her pain in the force of her grip. Another friend, lost before our eyes. Another casualty that will be added to the litany of scars that mar my heart. "Find happiness, my Thessa," Stide whispers, her gaze sliding to us and lingering on Kaz, who sobs with hurt, past and present. Benny's arm wraps around her as his own eyes glisten with unshed tears, his other hand gripping Reuben's. Pain swells in the air as Thessa leans down, pressing her forehead to Stide's. The vial slips from her fingers. "I love you, my friend," Thessa repeats. "I'll miss you so much. You know that, don't you? You know how much I'll miss you. I'll miss you forever." But no answer comes from the quiet one. No sound will ever come from her again. She's gone. Chapter 56. We unpack and rebuild the camp. There will be no progress today. We're not fit to journey, not fit to fight. Besides, there are tasks to do. The body needs to be prepared for death, the way the Sannings deem it right to meet the gods. Thessa directs us quietly. We need to cleanse Stide's body, lay out her weapons by her side, and offer her back to the earth from which she came. We all do our part. The wolves and Kyor dig the final resting place. Reuben, Benny, and Locke collect the rocks to mark the land, and I seek out flowers, gathering wild thyme and rosemary that Thessa will place on the body once she and Kaz have cleaned it from the stains of mortal life. By the time all is done and the body is safe beneath the ground, no one has the strength or inclination to ride. Today, we are mired in grief, and it paralyzes us all. And so Reuben relights the fire, and we gather around it in silence. There is nothing that can be said. I haven't even known Stide for a full moon, and that can't be enough to say I knew her. Yet I knew enough of the woman that she was. She risked her life with me, for me, not once but countless times. She put the happiness of the one she loved far above her own, and every time it mattered, she was there. And now she's gone. The pain is a sharp stab in my sternum, and without warning, the fire becomes too hot. I rise to my feet, trying to shake away the clawing that grips at my insides. I don't want this. Don't want to be stifled, sweating the way Stide was, even as her body shook with cold. And so I turn and walk away. I walk until the firelight dims behind me, until the crackle of the flames is lost to the calls of the night birds and the serration of the wind. I need to walk, to move, to do something. It comes as no surprise when I sense him behind me, and the moment I stop, he does too. You don't have to hover, I say tiredly. I wasn't running. Not really.
I know.
When I turn to face him, he looks older in the darkness, the firelight not reaching us here. Not weaker, but worn, as though something has finally cracked beneath the armor.
I don't know how to do this.
He says quietly.
How to grieve properly.
There's no handbook on it, Kyor, I say. Though I suspect Kaz would prove me wrong in short order. If there were such a text, she would find it. You just need to let yourself feel. Acknowledge the pain. He shakes his head.
I'm sick of pain, Thorn. Here.
He gestures to his injured shoulder.
And here.
He points to his heart. He looks at me desperately.
I don't know how to fix us, Rose. Properly. For good. I don't know how to promise you a future when neither of us knows what that entails.
Then don't make promises, I say simply. Just speak to me, Kyor. And for the mother's sake, tell the truth. He flinches but nods.
I was raised to believe that withholding information was not a lie.
He offers.
It was a necessary omission. Silence is a strategy. Protection. I was taught that love is proved through endurance, through tests. Honesty never factored into love.
And do you still believe that?
No.
His answer is immediate.
No, I don't. But unlearning the habits of a lifetime is hard.
A sad laugh breaks free.
Harder than I expected.
He takes a step towards me.
There are still things I cannot tell you. You know that. But I wish I didn't have to keep any secrets from you.
In that, at least, I can see his desperate honesty. There's no deflection in his gaze, no charm, no bullshit. Do you trust me with this truth? I ask, knowing there's only one answer he can give that will give us a future. Would you trust me with it if you could?
I trust you with my life.
He replies instantly.
I trust you with Elska's life. I trust you more than any other human alive.
He pauses, a muscle feathering in his jaw. He's evading my answer, and he knows it.
There is more than our happiness at stake here, Thorn. Believe me. Please.
I do. And as much as the pain of his avoidance stings, I try to bite it down. He's not the only one who's holding secrets, who has skeletons in his closet. Every time we grow close again, it deepens the ache of my own hypocrisy. I still haven't told him of William's existence, of the reason this trip cannot be slowed. So what does that say about our relationship? That our trust is frayed, tethered, and so it can only stretch so far. Is that even trust at all? How can I trust someone who is bound by a vow to keep something from me? How can he trust a woman whose deepest joy, her own brother, she cannot risk sharing with him? Yet despite it all, I need him. We stand in silence, the night pressing in as close as the secrets we cling to our chests. And I have to try. There are things about me, Kyor, about who I am. My voice cracks as I shake my head. My lips try to move, but no sound comes out. There is no vow on me, yet I cannot make myself speak of it. I look at him in hopelessness, and he sighs. He scrubs a hand over his face.
Maybe talking isn't what we should be doing,
He suggests. Every rational instinct I possess tells me this is a mistake, that grief and exhaustion are poor foundations for anything. But I'm tired of pretending restraint is the same as strength. I have strength. I'm simply done using it to hold myself still. And so I close the gap between us.
Thorn.
No promises, I whisper. No conversations about the future, just the here and now. Still he waits, as though afraid I'll change my mind. And so I reach for him, clutching the fabric at his chest and expelling my breath as if this touch is the first freedom I have ever felt. His hands come up to frame my face, reverent, almost hesitant, as he searches my expression one last time.
It's not the walls this time.
A smile quirks his lips. No, I agree. It's not. These bad choices are all ours, and I'm going to fucking own them.
Tell me to stop.
He murmurs a hair's breadth from my lips. The taste of his breath in the air is almost too much to stand. Don't you fucking dare. The crash of his lips against mine steals the air from my lungs. There is nothing gentle here, only desperation and urgency in their rawest form. And the need to wrap my arms around him and pull him closer nearly overwhelms me. He pulls at the fabric of my top and traces a line of kisses across my collarbone.
This won't fix things.
He warns between the gasps that cause me to tilt my head back to the sky. I know, I replied, but I'm tired. I'm so tired of fighting this.
I surrendered long ago.
He murmurs. We're far from the fire, trading warmth for privacy, but I would suffer the frozen lakes again rather than stop this. Between the kisses, we pull one another out of our clothes, his thick fingers fumbling with my buttons as the garments fall to the ground in a makeshift bed. There's no time to luxuriate in the brush of fingers against skin and scars as the cold brings its own fury, a desperation that matches the urgency burning inside us. Without hesitation, I drop to the ground, pulling him down on top of me. But while his hand cradles the back of my neck, holding me close for kisses, mine reaches down to the fabric of his trousers. My palm lingers there, on the surface, for barely a moment before sliding inside. A new throbbing pulses in me at the touch of his cock, and I try to steady myself as I wrap my fingers around his girth. I barely even squeeze before his eyes roll backward.
God's Thorn.
He gasps as his hips roll into the rhythm of my movement, his pace increasing, seemingly involuntarily.
Oh, gods help me.
With each thrust, he slides his cock faster and faster in my hand while a crescendo of heat rises within me. How can we be so close to tipping over the edge when we've barely even placed a hand on one another? I don't know, nor do I care. All that matters right now is this. Us, our bodies, our flesh, our pleasure. He shifts his hand downwards, sending a skittering of sparks along my spine, and my back arches upwards in response as I try to conceal my groan in a clenched fist. But there are no concealments between us in this moment, and Kyor makes no attempt to quiet my rising pleasure. Instead, he splays my shirt open, and before I can draw breath, his mouth is hot on my breast. Yet more moans rise shamelessly from my throat as I desperately work to free his length from his trousers. I need more, now. I need it all. As I fight my shallowing breaths for some semblance of control, he pulls my trousers and knickers down to my knees, just enough to give him access. The cold bites across my fevered skin, but within a heartbeat, his hands are there, pouring heat into every part of me. With his cock now free too, I return to it, wrapping my hands around its hardness. Soft as velvet, yet unyielding underneath. Just the touch is enough to cause wetness to swell inside me. A stifled gasp catches in Kyor's throat, a quiet sound that sends a tremor through me. A tremor met by the thickness of his fingers as they push inside me. Gods! The sound is a rasp as my body clenches, craving it all, craving so much more. His fingers work gently inside me, but I don't want gentle. Not now. Harder, I urge. And he obeys, pumping his fingers in and out of me with an urgency that makes me groan low in my throat. Fingers still thrusting rhythmically into me, his mouth returns to my jaw and my throat. His kisses no longer reverent but hungry, lingering and open-mouthed. I tilt my head back, breath stuttering as sensation blooms, my body responding without restraint. Yet as I clench my eyes against the rising pleasure, he pulls his cock out of my grasp, removing his fingers from my hot wetness and lining his cock up with my entrance instead. His eyes lock on mine.
Are you sure?
He asks. Gods, yes. The words leave my mouth with unfettered desperation, which only increases at the sight of the satisfaction that glimmers in his eyes. Such beautiful fucking eyes. At this moment, they're enough to make me forget everything else. For one excruciating moment, he stays there on the edge of everything we need. And then, in one fluid stroke, he pushes his length into me. Gods help me! I can't hide the gasp this time, and my fingers claw at his skin. It may have only been a few days since Galrek, but somehow in that time I have forgotten how thick he is, how utterly he stretches me. I moan at the rush of sensation, the sound low and deep.
Too much?
He questions as he starts to pull out of me, but I'm not having it. My hips thrust against him, pressing him deeper still and giving him all the answers he needs. My breath is seized within me as he keeps his motions torturously slow, rocking in and out, inch by inch, letting me adjust to his size. But I don't want to be coddled now. I want to hurt tomorrow. Not too much, I pant. More. Fuck me so I'll feel it tomorrow.
Oh, gods. You're so fucking tight, love.
He groans.
So wet. So tight. Such a good girl for me, Rose. Aren't you such a good girl?
My mind goes deliciously blank. Yes, I manage. Please.
Please what?
He teases. More, faster, harder.
Your wish is my command.
This time he pulls back fully and thrusts into me deeply. I cry out, skin slapping against skin as he fills me completely.
Oh, gods. You're perfect.
He groans.
So fucking perfect for me, Thorn. Take it all now, sweetheart.
Each delicious inch fills my contours as if he were made for me, and the world narrows to slick warmth and delicious friction, to the way we fit together. I raise my hips to meet him, thrust for thrust and heat for heat as my body grows slick with sweat.
You will always be my distraction.
He groans as his fingers toy with my clit. Sparks ripple over the sensitive skin, bringing me perilously close to the edge. I'm almost there, I pant. So close.
Not yet, Thorn.
He snatches his fingers away.
Not until I say you can.
The frustration burns within me. I need to unravel. And whatever modicum of restraint he's showing, I know it's only moments away from fraying too as he murmurs my name low and rough, as though it's being pulled from him against his will. Please! I don't care that I'm begging. Don't even care how quiet or loud my voice is. And it's with fervent relief that his fingers return to my skin. With them comes a new pace, more urgent and fervent than ever before. I can feel it building within him, too, that need to release.
Now, come for me now, Thorn. Let me hear you scream.
Even if I wanted to disobey him, I couldn't. His magic sparks on my clit, sending me tumbling over the edge as he too falls past the point of any restraint. My muscles clench and spasm, and the pleasure that surges through me is bolstered by the groan that tears from his throat and vibrates through every part of me. He clasps my body to his, the heat and urgency of the moment refusing to subside as one tremor after another rolls through us both, pushing us as close together as physically possible. Thunder cracks above us, and lightning strikes illuminate the sky. Finally, the quakes abate, and the sky above us steadies, though my legs are still trembling, and my breathing is ragged as he sinks down beside me and pulls me into his arms. Warmth on warmth. Secrets on secrets. Chapter 57. I let myself lie in his arms too long, and we both know it. The silence that started warm and needy becomes more pronounced and awkward with every inhale and exhale. Do you know what would make this better? I ask, needing to break the rising tension.
What?
Reuben. He instantly scatters sparks across my skin, making me laugh even as I complain. Ow! I just mean because he's warm and I'm fucking cold.
I will forgive you for speaking his name,
he murmurs dangerously to me.
but only because I know you can still feel me inside you. And I will make it my life's mission to make sure you never, ever think of him before, during, or after sex ever again.
Oh, yeah? I arch an eyebrow. What am I supposed to think of, then? It's hard to keep the grin from my lips as his eyes darken further still.
Me.
He growls.
Only ever me.
Interesting. I allow the grin to flicker in my eyes, tempting him back towards me, yet as he leans over, a throat clears in my mind.
Not interrupting, are we?
I jolt so sharply that Kyor's face freezes only inches from mine. Oh, for the love of... I hiss aloud. Kyor's eyes narrow as he backs away.
Fen?
Yeah. In the darkness, 2 pairs of ringed eyes gleam, and though I wouldn't have thought it possible, I swear there's a smugness to their gazes. I guess we're busted, I whisper to Kyor as he reaches down to pull me to my feet.
It was always going to happen,
He replies, ensuring I'm upright before he reaches down, picks up my furs, and hands them to me. Both of us ignore the pointed looks of our mated direwolves as we pull our clothes back on and brush them down before walking in silence back to the camp and its welcome warmth.
You okay?
Reuben asks as I silently take a seat next to the fire.
You got a load of twigs in your hair. Did you trip? Yeah.
Benny snorts.
Onto Kyo's cock.
A crack of laughter breaks from Kaz's throat, a heartbeat before she reaches out and hits Benny on the shoulder.
What? She did. And you found it funny. You laughed.
I got something stuck in my throat, she lies before turning her attention to me. Why don't you have some food? She suggests.
Yeah, to recover your energy.
Reuben finishes for her, smirking. I study my friend, but when I meet his gaze, there's nothing but his usual ineffable warmth shining through. So apparently he's okay with taking the piss now, too. My feelings are mixed on that score. I'm glad he's not hurting, but I also don't need someone else to join Benny in his salacious banter. I look towards Thessa. She's wrapped in her blankets on the ground, facing away from us, and I worry that our idiocy has bothered her. Kaz reads the worry in my eyes. She took a potion, she murmurs, to help her sleep. She's out for the night. I nod in relief.
Caroline is correct. You should eat.
Fenn's voice murmurs in my mind.
Build your strength. Your kind values stamina. And that mating was somewhat short, was it not? I'm surprised you could have found such enjoyment in so brief an interaction.
My face goes hot enough to ignite another tree trunk. Privacy, I say to my wolf huffily. It's a concept. Look it up. Fenn's amusement hums, but thankfully he remains silent. Conversation is sparse as we eat, and as the temperature drops, the camp settles into uneasy stillness.
It's a cold one tonight,
Reuben says as he feeds the flames with his power.
Anyone need a hug before we bed down? I guess it'd be rude to say no.
Benny replies, immediately on his feet. Kaz's gaze shifts to slumbering Thessa. If anyone needs warmth, it is her, but Reuben isn't going to wake her. I don't know if he's ever offered either of the Sannings his furnace power before, and a sadness sweeps in as I think of Stide's body, now cold beneath the earth. It's not comforting, knowing she cannot feel the chill of the night anymore. Not at all. As Reuben takes the first watch, I deliberately bed down between Kaz and Benny. Sex with Kyor was exactly what I needed in the moment, but I don't want to signal everything is perfect by snuggling up to him by the firelight. Things are still so far from perfect, and my heart is heavy. In my head, I knew the chances of all of us surviving the journey were less than slim, and yet I allowed my friends to come with me. Worse, I wanted them to. How fucking selfish can one person be that they would let their loved ones risk their lives for them? And worse still, I know if they offered again, I would make the same choice. Because it's hard. So damned hard to be alone. Grief and guilt tangle inside me, an impossible knot that grows tighter with every thought. Every memory, every truth, both past and future, pulls the thread more and more taut. If I believed my time with Kyor would offer anything more than a moment's respite for the torments that maul my heart, I would have been very, very wrong. When night fully claims the land, Fen rises without a word. He pads across the camp on silent paws, his massive form a dark shadow against the night. He does not hesitate, does not look back, and it's without a single word or feeling passing between us that I know where he's heading, to lie beside Stide's grave, guarding her last rest as though it is an act he has done before, and one he fears he will do again. Morning brings no respite from the grief. As the pale light filters through the mist-laden air, we pack up our things, though none of us make the call to move out. It's not our choice when we go today, and so we wait. Thessa kneels at the edge of Stide's grave, her fingers brushing the cold stones. It is the same place I found her when we woke, the same place she's been since dawn, I suspect. We wait at a distance and watch as her lips move. I cannot hear what she says, and I don't try to. Kaz stays close, one hand hovering as though ready to catch Thessa if she falls. Is this what our life is to be like now? Never on an even footing, always ready to catch the next one of us that might fall? It's an existence no different from the life in the slums, no different to watching my mother's breaths grow thinner and weaker with every passing day, while my father drank himself into oblivion. When? I want to scream out as tears sting my eyes. When do I get a life that's not filled with pain and hurt? Maybe I never will. As hopelessness threatens to claim me, my thoughts drift unbidden to the single reason I can't give up, the reason I have pushed through all of this. My family. Kay. William. This journey was never about me. Not once I saw those markings. It's about them. Him. I will not get my brother back only to lose him, and I will not have Kay's child be born into a life of fear. If this is the price I have to pay for their future and their safety, for their lives to remain free from pain and suffering, then I will do it 100 times over. Homesickness hits like rocks to my ribs. The need to be there with them, far from hard earth and broken bodies, and the unending cold that seeps into bone and soul alike. It's wrong, I know, but while Thessa grieves and the others watch on, I push myself away. I open my eyes and find myself surrounded by darkness, and what begins as relief at escape is quickly submerged in fear. Darkness? I shouldn't be in darkness. Where are my wings? Where is my freedom? I thought I understood how this raven thing worked. Me slipping into the body of a corvid at the same time of day, just in another location. Ideally, one of my choosing, but that's not what's happening here. It was a bright morning when I left Kyor and the others. Here it's dark, pitch black, darker than the forest in the dead of night. How can that be? Unless more has changed than I realize. Gods, maybe I know next to nothing about this power, too. Knowing that the easiest way to learn where I am is with an aerial view, I prepare to fly. But my feet have barely lifted from the ground when I change my mind. I can't see any stars above me, not even the flickering canopy of trees moving in an infinitesimal breeze. The air is completely still. So if I'm not outside, where the fuck am I? For the first time, I allow myself to look down. There, I see the shadows of bird-shaped feet. I am still Little Raven. At least that's right. Still, if I can't risk flying, then I hope these little feet have it in them to walk. I move forward, aware of the bounce of my body and the touch of cold stone beneath me. Is that what I'm surrounded by? Stone? Am I in a tunnel of some sort? As my avian form continues its swaggering motion, I'm struck by a vague sense of déjà vu. I've been in tunnels before. Tunnels in the sunken temple. Tunnels in the caves of the Ophir. I conquered those things, won those trials, and I can do so again. Even if I'm not sure what success looks like here. Surviving, I suppose. Getting out of the tunnel alive. With no real desire to return to the camp just yet, I lean into the vision. There must be a reason why I was brought here. So despite my apprehension, I continue on. Just like during the last trial in the Retterheld, I'm frequently forced to make decisions about where to go. More than once, I come to staircases, steps carved into the stone that lead up towards freedom, towards ground level and the ability to fly. Taking them would be the sensible choice, but I don't. Instead, I go down, guided by some other need or instinct. Only when the staircases stop appearing do I realize that carrying on in this manner might have been a mistake. After all, perhaps I've been brought here because Ravenme got stuck in the tunnels and needs guiding out, in which case I should turn around and fly up those steps. And yet, it feels like it's the Raven's need guiding me as much as my own, and both of us want to keep moving inwards, into the bowels of the earth. Only a moment later, I step into a large open space, and, for the first time, find myself too stunned to carry on. After all the dark, cramped tunnels, the cavernous space is overwhelming. It's easily as big as the bottom of the sunken temple, but unlike the arena where our Retterheld vows were taken, this does not open up to the sky, and there are no layered seats for spectators. It is cut off from the outside world, and the stench is vile. But unlike the rest of the tunnels I've walked through, there are half a dozen lanterns fixed to the walls that cast a faint light over the shadowed shapes below. Pillars of some sort. Pillars over 10 times my raven height, and made of a material I don't recognize. I hop along the floor, moving towards one of the closest columns, my eyes still locked on it when all the heat drains from my body. Yes, the pillars are mammoth to me, but that's only because I'm so diminished in size. The air quivers in my lungs. If I were still in my human body, I would have seen it sooner. I'm not looking at pillars, but people. Not ordinary people, I realize in terror as I look at the one closest to me. The skin of its face and limbs is mottled green. Rottings. An absolute fuck ton of rottings. Instinctively, I feel for my dagger, but there's nothing at my side other than a mass of feathers. Of course I don't have my weapon. I'm a goddamn bird right now. Panic swells through me, and for the first time since I slipped here, I am desperate to be back with the others. Wake up! Wake up! I shout in my mind, trying to command myself even though I know this isn't a dream. Come on, Fen, I urge. Call me back. My heart is hammering against my hollow ribs hard enough to crack them. But it makes no difference. Nothing happens. I don't know how long I stand there, waiting for my direwolf to yank me back to my body, or for the rottings to awaken and tear me feathered limb from limb. But nothing happens. Fen does not call me back, and the rottings remain utterly stationary, exactly as when I entered. Motionless. Pillars of rotting human flesh. With my pulse still rattling, I debate what to do. I should head back into the tunnels, find the staircases, and not stop until I see daylight. That's what I should do. And yet I can't seem to draw myself away from the cavern. Whatever the gods want from me, I haven't achieved it yet. And so I move forward, walking between the pillars. It's easier to think of them as that. I weave a path through the figures, and not a single rotting moves. Not so much as a tilt of their head in my direction, or anyone else's. If I couldn't hear the gentle wheezes of their breath, I would think them dead. But they do breathe, do live, though to call it that makes the bar indescribably low. With no direction set in mind, I quickly find myself lost in the labyrinth of effigies. But as I turn around to decide which way to go, something makes me stop, and for a reason I can't fathom, I lift my head upward. I look up and gaze upon a familiar face. No. No sound leaves my lungs, but my heart clenches with such force I feel pain spear through my entire frame as tears blur my eyes. I shake my head in denial, praying that somehow I'm wrong. But I know in my heart that I'm not mistaken. Nolene. Reuben's mother is here. Her eyes open, her lips parted, her skin mottled green. How? How is Nolene here? The priestesses took her, said she was hours away from passing, that she would be buried, and yet here she is. Galvanized by what I have seen, I leap up into the air and sweep low between the statue shapes, searching for more familiar faces. And I find one. Evelina. My old neighbor. Fresh tears clog my throat. She doesn't deserve this fate. No one does. How is this possible? Why are they here? Why? The question rips from my throat in something close to a scream, and I bolt upright and realize with heart-stopping relief that I'm no longer in my borrowed avian form.
I could not pull you back, little raven,
Fen says, and I can feel the echoes of his panic that he could not reach me. I'm okay.
I felt your fear, your horror.
I bury my hands in his fur, unable to even express to him what I saw. How can I, when I barely understand it myself? Kyor is beside me in a blink.
Rose, are you okay?
I shake my head once, twice, like that might knock the images loose, make me unsee the horrors I saw. Rottings, I manage. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, too high and thin. It was a room, a huge underground cavern like the sunken temple, full of them. Benny's face hardens.
How many?
Too many, I whisper. They weren't moving, they were standing like statues. Reuben steps closer, eyes sharp with dread.
What do you mean?
My throat tightens. They were there, but not there. Not talking, not eating, not living. Just columns of flesh. Waiting. I shudder. Waiting for what? Kaz asks. I don't know. But they came from Rohelm, I tell her. At least some of them did. My old neighbor was there, Evelina. Reuben gasps. I thought the priestess had taken her, I continue. They did take her. But she was there, and she wasn't alone. The single consonant flies from my tongue before I can stop it, and silence drops like a blade. Reuben's face drains of color so fast it's like watching a candle go out.
My mother? Nolene? You were going to say Nolene.
He shakes his head as he shifts back away from me.
No, that's not possible. She can't be.
I know, I say hoarsely. I know it shouldn't be, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but it was her. I'm sure it was. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't sure, Reuben. Kyor's hand tightens around mine, grounding me, but even his touch can't warm the cold that crawls under my skin.
Why?
Reuben's voice cracks.
Why would she be there? Why would she be one of them?
I have no answer. Only the image I cannot stop seeing, and the certainty that something is terribly wrong, and we have somehow walked into the thick of it. It was an army, I whisper. The rest of the words are swallowed up, the fear of what they mean too terrifying to consider, let alone say aloud. Because armies are only ever needed for one thing. For war. Chapter 58. No one questions what I saw. No one doubts that my mind, my visions, somehow took me to an army of rottings. Not aloud, anyway. And part of me wishes they would. Maybe if they questioned my sanity, it would make me do the same. Do we need to go back? Kaz suggests. You said it looked like the sunken temple. Should we be heading back there? Maybe that vision has the answer to... It's as if the word is stuck in her throat. She lifts her hand to her neck, her eyes meeting mine as clarity dawns, followed almost immediately by an expression of horror. William. That was what she was going to say. Maybe the vision has the answer to what's happening with William. But apparently the vow doesn't like to be broken. Thankfully so, since Kyor is standing only a couple of feet from her.
To controlling your powers.
Benny finishes for her. Right, yes, that's what I was going to say. Kaz nods her head vigorously. To controlling your powers. Thankfully, Kyor doesn't seem to notice, although I suspect Reuben, like Benny, is well aware of what she was about to say.
Maybe the Isin are behind the rottings?
Reuben tries, backing up Kaz.
Maybe going back isn't a bad idea.
I've barely even contemplated the question when the pressure hits. this time accompanied by an icy burn on my middle finger. My eyes shoot down to my ring. No, I say with a conviction that comes more from the item than myself. We can't have come this far just to turn back. The mountains are only a couple of days away. We find the Isin, just like we planned. Silence follows my words, but Kaior quickly breaks it.
You heard her.
He says, moving towards Elska.
The weather's going to get worse from here on out. We should make the most of these last few hours of daylight.
No one objects again. We get moving.
I'm not the only one who can't feel my toes, right?
Benny asks as we trudge through the snow. We have no idea exactly where we are, all having agreed that staying away from the front lines was the sensible thing to do. While there are undoubtedly routes to the Isin lands from the battlefields, there's also the distinct possibility of us getting killed trying to get through. In a mountain range the size of this one, it makes sense that there's more than one place to pass through. And we're hoping to find a ravine or valley so we don't have to risk summiting one of the mountains. If we even reach the damn things. The visibility has been decreasing with every passing hour. And for the last 4 hours, we've been without the horses. Though they're better equipped to handle the freezing temperatures than we are, the terrain means they would only slow us down. It feels like every 10 minutes we're switching between clambering upwards, scrambling on our hands and knees over sharp rocks, or wading through the snow, and we've not even reached the base of the mountain range. After my slippage to the Cavern of Rottings, we picked up our pace, yet we barely managed 4 hours of walking the day of my vision before we had to give up. Yesterday was little better, as we held out leaving camp, hoping the weather would clear, only for it to get worse. And even though we've traveled since dawn this morning, progress is slower than I'd like. From the occasional grunts and remarks from Fen, I'd say the wolves are struggling almost as much as we are, though I know there's no chance of Fen admitting it.
And the tops of my ears, too.
Benny continues to whine.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose them soon. You can still hear without the tops of your ears, right?
Don't worry. We'll set up camp as soon as we find somewhere appropriate.
Reuben replies.
I'll get you warm then. I think I might have to jump the queue on that one.
Kaior replies.
Benny got more hugs last night than I did, and he's not alone with the ear issue. Is this a hug with you and Rose, or just you by yourself?
Reuben replies.
Just checking, as I'm open to either.
A bolt of lightning flashes across the sky, but it's barely a crackle compared to what Kaior's capable of.
Okay, I get it. You want me to yourself.
Reuben grins, and though Kaior rolls his eyes, I see the humor dancing there.
Any chance that the next friends you make could be slightly less dickish?
Kaior asks. Maybe, but I doubt it, I respond, grateful for the smile I feel tugging at my lips. Grateful for the way my friends are trying to make this feel like some fun adventure, rather than the worst thing we've endured since the rudder held. Still, there's no doubt I feel a sense of warmth that Kaior and Reuben's relationship has shifted so much that they're now joking and teasing. For 2 days now, the temperatures have continued to plummet, and we still have no idea how far we have to go. It's why we all value Reuben's hugs more than ever. They're hugs for survival now, not a frivolity, not a luxury. The Harathian path ended almost half a day ago, Kaz says, her mind on the same matter as mine as she scans the area around her as if she's actually able to see anything other than white snow. There has to be a route into the Isin territory somewhere. Yeah.
There is,
Benny replies.
over those damn mountains. You know, it's unfair that the gods made them so big. I keep feeling like any second we're going to be right there at the base. But nope, they're still there, freaking miles away.
I know exactly what he means. Every now and then, when the weather clears and the view becomes visible, we glimpse the looming range rising above us. The peaks above the mountains are lost in the clouds, but there has to be some way through it. When we set up camp, we can look at the map, Kaz says. There has to be something on there, a clue. I copied it exactly. And the Isin get through into our territory, right? They can't climb over the mountains every time, surely. There has to be a pass through them. I'm sure she's right. There has to be some sort of ravine or passage cutting through the range and taking us into Isin territory. But where the hell it is, and whether we find it before we freeze to death, are other matters entirely. Not to mention, I was the one who finished the map. And as diligent as I was, there's a good chance I missed something. After all, it wasn't like I had much sleep the night before my experiment with cartography. Not with what happened with Kaior.
I can get everyone warm too.
Reuben says.
If you can give me a boost, Rose.
It's how we've survived since the weather and terrain got decidedly worse. His power has saved our lives. But I'm not ignorant of the fact that that's not the only reason he's doing it. I saw his mother, there in the Rodding's army, hovering in place between life and death, and no matter how much he tries to distract himself, either by helping us or flirting with Benny, I know it must be filling his mind. I can't imagine how I would feel if it were a member of my family. So if he wants the distraction of helping people, then I'm all for it. Still, warming all 6 of us in temperatures like these is likely using more of his magic than he's ever expended before, and the last thing he needs is to drain himself. But no matter how much pain he's going through, Reuben's got a good head on his shoulders. He wouldn't let that happen.
There's a small cave up ahead, little Raven.
Finn's voice comes through in my mind.
We can shelter there for the night.
Small will do, I think to myself. Less effort to keep the space warm, though less privacy too. Kaior and I seem to have reached an unspoken agreement not to talk about what happened the other night. But it's safe to say that it wasn't a one-off. Not after Galrek. Not to mention how we've spent each night curled up next to one another, while Kaz continues to comfort Thessa over the loss of Stide. And Benny and Reuben? Well, I'm still not exactly sure what's going on there, but there's definitely something. Something far more than just the shared caring of Locke in his continually variable states. The opportunity to discuss it hasn't exactly presented itself, and if this cave Finn is talking about is as small as I'm thinking, then tonight's not going to be the ideal time to raise it either.
Elska has found the husk of a hare.
Finn's voice comes through me again.
She is already going to hunt. I will join her after bringing you to the cave.
I'm glad he's staying close, not least because it offers me the occasional opportunity to bury my hands into his fur and warm them just a fraction. Finn found us a cave. He's going to lead us to while Elska hunts, I tell the others. It isn't too far away. Not even an hour, I don't think.
Hunt?
I can hear the question in Benny's voice before he's even finished.
Is there even anything to hunt here?
He says there are hares.
We better ration it.
Reuben replies.
I'm sure it's going to get harder to find things, even for the wolves.
I don't disagree, although my head is filled with thoughts of the Isin. They have to eat, so there has to be food here. But maybe the terrain is different on the other side of the mountain range. Lower, warmer, less sparse. Although the chance of them laying out a banquet for us upon arrival feels slim. By the time we reach the cave, my eyes are stinging from the cold. Well, the first thing we want to do is light a fire. It's not exactly easy with limited wood, and even that is damp with snow. We're going to have to find something, though, so we can cook the hares and not freeze to death overnight. You get the others warm, Kaz says to Reuben. Thessa and I will see what we can find to add to the fair bit of kindling we picked up before we left camp last night. You did? That's smart. So smart, I wish I'd been sensible enough to think of it. I can see from the smile on Kaz's face that she appreciates the compliment, and I can't help but think back to what she said in Galrek, about feeling like she was finding herself on the trip. She definitely is. The cave is far larger than I expected from Finn's comments, certainly large enough to get a decent fire going, provided we have the wood, and for each of us to have a little bit of privacy, including the wolves. Moving towards the entrance, I kick at the snow, flecks of green appearing beneath my feet. There are some shrubs just here, I say with some excitement. I can build them up once we're all inside for the night. Make a wall. It should shield us from any wind or snow that comes. Smart, Kaz fires back at me, drawing a reciprocal smile. Assuming it's not too green, might make us an easy target for any of the Isin. She's right. And once again, I wish I'd thought of it. But it won't take too much snow to offer us some camouflage. And with one of us on watch and the wolves alert, it should be all right. The snow mostly stopped by the time we got here, but I'm sure it'll start again soon enough. I'll go find that wood, Kaz says again, bringing me back to the moment. I guess you should get in the queue for your hugs. I turn around to see what she's talking about. Both Reuben and Kyor are standing at the back of the cave unbuttoning their shirts. Skin on skin has always been the best way for Reuben to transfer his heat to someone, the same way he did with me when I rescued Fen. But this is the first time I've seen Kyor accept one of Reuben's hugs with his shirt off. That's definitely something new.
Come on, be honest. You've dreamed about this too.
Benny whispers in my ear as he sidles up beside me. I move to elbow him in the side, but he shifts away, his eyes meeting mine with rare seriousness.
So, about Reuben,
he says tentatively. As I glance around, I see that Kaz and Thessa are already gone. You like him? I finish, trying to speed the conversation along.
Right. And I think he might like me too.
I glance back at Reuben, who is now topless and wrapping his arms around Kyor. Yep, that's definitely an image I didn't expect to see on the trip. And it's one that's surprisingly difficult to draw my eyes away from. Okay, I say, finally looking back at Benny. So, what's the problem? If you're worried about Reuben and me...
No, that's not it.
Benny says remarkably quickly.
I know how much he loved you and everything, but I think he started to let go of that idea when you entered the Redderheld. He knew you'd win. Knew you'd go on to bigger, brighter things and leave him behind. When you reconnected, it rekindled that hope a little, I think. But it didn't take much to snuff it out. He's realized you and Kyor are meant to be. No, the issue isn't with him. It's with me.
With you? I question, ignoring the meant-to-be comment. With a slight sniff, Benny bites down on his bottom lip.
Okay, so I should probably admit I've never had a relationship before. Well, I've had relationships.
He uses his fingers as air quotes.
I've had plenty of those. Like loads and loads. Too many to even...
I get the idea. I cut across him.
Right.
His feet shift slightly on the stone floor of the cave.
It's just... he's special, right?
Warmth floods my cheeks as I turn back to Reuben, who's finally moving away from Kyor. Yeah, he is.
And I don't want to screw it up. And there are so many reasons it would be a disaster in the making. I mean, with my position, he and I, long term, it's just...
Facing Benny once more, I place my hands on his shoulders, stopping his rambling. You know what? I don't think it's me you need to be telling this to, I say, glancing back at the other two. This time, Reuben's eyes flicker across to us.
Hey, so the precious princeling is all warmed up.
He teases, voice warm.
Which one of you two is next?
Rather than answering, Benny looks at me, something almost like fear in his eyes. I respond to it with the only thing I can. A smile, which remains on my face as I turn back and look at Reuben. That'll be Benny, I say, slapping my friend on the arm before whispering in his ear, You've got this, buddy. With a glance at Kyor, I raise my voice. Hey, Kyor, want to help me find some wood? I say as he strides across to me. You too, Locke. While Locke, who was running his hands over the stone walls, immediately vacates the cave, no doubt having heard the conversation between Benny and me. A frown creases the prince's face.
I thought the others had gone to do that.
He questions. Yes, I press the word pointedly, but we could always do with more.
Really? I was going to...
Any time now would be great. I offer him my most withering glare before skirting my eyes across to Benny and Reuben. Finally getting it, Kyor gapes slightly before he clamps his jaw shut and moves to join me.
You know, I've only just got warm,
he says as we head back out of the cave, Locke ambling in front of us.
And now you're making me get cold again just so they can get some alone time?
That's exactly what I'm doing, I respond. As soon as we step outside, my eyes are drawn to the sky and the bright blue expanse that's been revealed. The weather changes so quickly here, I say aloud.
Yes, I don't think the mountains have ever looked so clear.
He's right. Not only that, but we're much closer to the base and hopefully a passageway through than I thought. Any vague inclination I might have had to actually fetch wood is gone as I stare at the steep peaks. The sweeping lines cut through the cerulean sky, some sharper and angrier, others far softer, smoothed by snow and centuries of wind and rain. My eyes catch on one particular peak, and I notice something, a slight shimmering of purple. The movement of it reminds me of something Stide taught me, and that makes my heart pang all over again. "Kyor," I say, already moving closer towards the range, trying to get a different view, a clearer view. "Can you see that?"
What is it?
"The mountains." I point unnecessarily at the beasts that rise through the air. "Look at them."
It's pretty hard not to. They fill the entire view.
"No, look at them. Really look at them." I feel him frowning at me, but I don't so much as glance in his direction. I can't. All my attention is back on the slopes, at the same one I was staring at before, with the wide, sharp ledge. "There!" I practically jump on the spot. "Did you see it?"
See what?
Kyor asks. "The color, it flickered, changed."
It's probably the sunlight?
He suggests.
Or the snow drifting?
"No, it wasn't that. I promise, please. Look again. Pick a point and focus. It's not the sun. I know it's not." I check above me just to be sure, but there's not so much as a single cloud in the sky now, and the sun sits low. Whatever I saw, it wasn't because of the light. The silence is taut with anticipation, and all I can hear is my heart drumming in my chest as I stare once again at the peaks. This time, the shimmer is even more pronounced, with flecks of gold and brown. I spin around and look at Kyor. "Did you see it that time?" My voice is almost begging. "Tell me you saw it that time."
Words, but not what he wants to say.
Locke is rambling beside me, but I try to block him out, looking only at Kyor as I repeat myself. "Tell me you saw it," I plead.
Maybe? I'm not sure. What am I supposed to be seeing again?
My frustration is close to boiling over. I'm right. I know I am. I just wish he could see it too. "There," I say, pointing to a narrow ridge on the mountainside. "Just look there. Don't take your eyes off it no matter what, okay? Don't take your eyes off it until—" "Rose!" Kaz's voice cuts through the air, and I spin around, distracted and annoyed, desperate for Kyor to see what I'm sure I've spotted. As she races towards me, her face is a mixture of excitement and fear. My heart lurches. "Rose, Thessa said she saw something. The mountain, she said—" I rush towards the Sanning, nearly breathless. "You saw it too? I'm not imagining it?" "No," she shakes her head. "No, you are not the Rose. I saw it too."
Saw what?
Kyor questions, frustration bleeding into his voice.
What is it you saw?
My eyes remain on Thessa a moment longer, needing her reassurance that what I saw wasn't because of exhaustion, not because of fading light or snowdrifts. It was because of what Stide taught me all those weeks ago. The Sanning who lost her life for us, and yet may have just saved us once again. With my heart tight with uncertainty and joy, I look back at Kyor, unable to stop the grin on my lips. "The mountain range," I tell him. "It's an illusion. That's our way through. It's all an illusion." Chapter 59. By the time we return to the cave, the wolves have finished their hunt, and Reuben and Benny are already skinning the first of the hares. From the pile that sits on the cave floor, it doesn't look like Elska and Fen left many in the vicinity. When Benny meets my eyes, he offers a quick shake of his head, followed by a glance at Elska, which I assume means the wolves returned before he got his confession out. Given how, as far as I'm aware, they can't directly understand anyone except me, I consider it a weak excuse. And if what I had to say wasn't so damned important, I'd make another excuse for us to disappear and take the wolves with us. But there's no way it can wait, and from the way Reuben tilts his head as he looks at me, he can see that.
You okay?
He asks.
You look excited.
"The mountains are an illusion," I tell him, my voice still breathless with the enormity of what I've discovered.
What?
Their jaws drop with amusing synchronicity.
You're sure?
I nod. Yes. At first, I thought it was just the light, just moving shadows. But there was something off about the colors, so I kept looking, kept doing what Stide taught me. And then Thessa, she saw it too. I look at the Sanning, who offers a nod of assurance. She's right, it's an illusion. At least one, maybe more. Like the Vata maid, only bigger. Much, much bigger. Benny's eyes widen, and he stares at me for a moment, his look conveying everything he needs to say.
If there was something off about them, I should have been able to tell.
But only if you were looking, right? It's not like the weathers even let us see this part of the range before. His jaw works slightly before he speaks again.
Which one?
He says.
Which one do you think is an illusion?
It's one of the tall ones, I tell him unhelpfully. With a large gray ridge, steep edges. It's hardly the most useful description, but a second later he is bounding out of the cave.
You really think that's possible?
Reuben says.
That the mountains are an illusion?
The fact that he believes I saw his mother as a rotting in a cave with an army of other half-dead, but doubts what I saw in the mountains, should probably make me doubt myself. But I don't. Not the entire range, I tell him, just small areas. Maybe it's just that one I saw, but there could be more. He still doesn't look convinced.
What exactly did you see that made you think this?
My hands flex, and impatience rises within me. But before I can repeat myself, Benny rushes back into the cave, shaking his head.
You're right. I don't know how I missed it. It's here and there, all across the mountain range. Maybe half a dozen peaks, maybe more. I don't know how I missed them. I guess you've been a little distracted,
Kyor says, shooting a look at Reuben while making a triangle sign with his fingers. We all ignore him, not just because he's missed the point of that hand gesture entirely, but because we're all too focused on what to do next. So what does it mean? Kaz is the first to voice the question on all our minds. And why would they make an illusion that big?
Because no army in their right mind would try to cross it.
Kyor answers, back in focused mode now that his joke has fallen flat.
Trust me, the number of times I've looked at those peaks, the number of meetings I've been in when generals suggested marching a full battalion over them, every time we come to the same conclusion. The loss of life would be too great. But some have crossed them, right?
Benny asks.
Surely.
Kyor shrugs.
We've sent small groups out. Small groups who've never come back. We just assumed that the Isin killed them or they died on the climb over.
For a second, I can't respond. I'm too busy marveling at the perfection of it. With so many genuine mountains, there's a good chance the soldiers sent did die out on the range. But there's also the slim possibility that they slipped through the illusions. And when that happened, well, I'm willing to bet there were hordes of Isin on the other side, waiting to pick them off. Meaning the secret gaps of their fortress have remained safe, and they can cross into Marathka with ease whenever they want, because they know exactly where their own illusions are.
But illusion isn't a magic of the Isin, is it?
Reuben questions.
It's ice only.
You mean, just like the Turalians don't have magic? The Sannings don't exist, and Miakur and Vata are things of myths? I question.
Good point.
He concedes. Okay, so what does this mean? Kaz asks, her eyes locked on me. What do we do now? Now? I let out a quivering breath trying to ease the racing of my heart. Now, we eat, rest, and get a good night's sleep. Because tomorrow, we're finding what those illusions are covering. And my guess is, we're going to be heading directly into Isin territory. We stand at the base of the mountains. 1 Sanning, 5 Marathkians, 2 dire wolves, and whatever the fuck I am. All there in shared silence. Kyor is the one to break it.
It looks like pretty solid rock to me,
He says finally.
Me too.
Reuben replies. It might be, I say. Most of the range is real, but some parts definitely aren't. The problem is we don't know if all the illusions lead to a crossing.
Well, no time like the present.
Kyor says, striding forward, his hand outstretched. When he reaches the rock face, his palm flexes and he slaps the stone, the soft thud causing snow to flutter down from above.
This part's definitely real,
He says.
There's no chance of walking through this.
So I guess we just head to each of the illusions and hope there's a crossing? My voice lifts in question. If any of the others have better solutions, I'm more than willing to hear them. After all, the range stretches for miles in either direction. If we pick the wrong lead, it could add days to our search. And with the clouds once again low and covering the mountain, both real and illusory, even Benny's struggling to see where the Phantom Mountains are. What if we go in different directions? Kaz suggests. 3 one way and 4 the other, with a wolf accompanying each group. If you and Fen went in different directions, we'd be able to contact each other if we found something, right? Logically, it's a good idea, and yet it causes a queasiness within me. I don't want to be separated from Fen, and I certainly don't want to be without him when we finally find the Isin. I wouldn't have survived the Terralians without him, and I'm not going to take that chance here either.
You do not give yourself enough credit, little Raven.
Fen's voice tells me. It must be a sign of just how distracted and fearful I am that I hadn't noticed our bond was open.
You've survived worse than them before. You have a great strength.
Maybe I do, I respond, but I don't want to be separated from you. No, I say firmly. We've got this far together. We do this together. I look to the left and the right, trying to decide which way to go. What I need is a sign, but currently it's lacking. Knowing that I need to make a decision, I start to walk left, only for a pressure to strike at the base of my spine. But does that mean I'm going the right way, or not?
Rose?
Kyor questions.
You okay?
Maybe? I glance down at my ring as I continue in the direction I was heading, only for the pressure to deepen, almost to a point of pain. The minute I switch back and go in the other direction, it stops. This way, I say, pointing in front of me. The others exchange a series of looks that they don't even bother hiding from me.
You want to tell us what made you change your mind?
Kyor asks, but I shake my head. No, not at the minute, I say. I am not going to tell them the ring is picking our direction. I speed up, aware of the release in my spine as I head in the right direction. We don't talk, not about the cold that bites our skin, not about the warriors we are about to meet. Instead, our eyes remain on the rock faces. Occasionally, one of us will move forward and touch the rocks, and for a little while, Locke walks with his hand dragging along the stone. But the rock is always solid, and the longer it remains, the more doubt claws at the back of my mind. After all, maybe the pressure I felt was a sign we should have been going in that direction. And maybe it was just a delusion caused by weeks on the road and more magic in my veins than any one person should have. But I don't believe that.
It will not be long, little Raven.
Fen's voice shifts into my mind as I try the base of another mountain and find it solid.
Look at what you have done. How far you have come. It will not be long now until you have what you need.
What I need? What is that? A cure for William. A way to control my powers. To know who I am. A way to convince the Isin that I'm not a threat and they don't need to kill me the instant they see me. I'm working on quite the list, and the latter is probably the most important one, and I have no way to ensure that won't happen. But we didn't come this far, battle whatever the fuck that Miakur was, and lose Stide to fail now. Not a chance. Locke is once again dragging his hand against the rocks when a mountain up ahead of us shimmers ever so slightly. My eyes immediately go to Benny. He nods.
Yep, I saw it,
He says.
I thought I spotted it before, but I didn't want to say anything unless I was sure.
But now you are, I question?
As sure as I can be. I mean, this is crazy magic. Better than even Siren's illusions. The type of power that must be required to do that.
He shudders rather than finishing his sentence, and I get it. The thought that one person could have enough power to sustain an illusion like this is truly terrifying. Almost as terrifying as knowing that any minute now, there's a good chance we will face them. The tension of the group builds further still, all of us afraid to even speak. The wolves walk out in front of us, and when I open my mind to Fen, he doesn't offer a response. All his focus on what's to come. A small spinney of trees blocks the path in front of us, but rather than moving to go around it, I stop. It's in there, I say, pointing through the rock face, which is barely visible through the brittle, bare branches. That's where the illusion is. That's where we need to go. No one argues. No one questions. Kyor steps forward.
Elska and I will go first.
He says.
You and Fen follow behind me.
No. I place my hand on his shoulder, stopping him before he can move. It needs to be me. I need to go first. I glance down at my ring as if it might offer a sign of agreement, but there's nothing. No tug moving me forward. no pain telling me to retreat. Nothing but my own self-assurance. "You'll be right beside me, right?" I ask Fen, trying but failing to hide the fear that flickers in my voice.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
Drawing in a deep breath, I take my first step forward towards the spinney. The trees look real enough, and when I step into them, they hold fast. Not an illusion at all. But the mountain base in front of me, that I'm not so sure about. My breath trembles as I approach the rock face, my fingers twitching at my side, ready to stretch out and touch it.
At least take your dagger out. Arm yourself,
Kyor says. I look back at him, only to see the entire group staring at me with the same sense of trepidation. Unsheathe my dagger, turn back around, and close my eyes. With my breath held, I take one step forward, and then another. Only after the third step do I open my eyes. Chapter 60. "You're seeing this, right?" Kaz's voice is the first thing I hear. "This is real, right?"
Yes, this is definitely real.
Benny is the one who responds. They must have followed me straight through the illusion, not waiting even a second, and every one of them has a weapon in their hand. Although, like me, those hands mostly hang by their sides. The shock of what we are seeing is too great to keep them up.
How?
Kyor's voice is low, resonant with disbelief.
How did we not know?
The illusion masked a ravine, a gap within the mountains through which we can pass. But it's what is at the edge of that ravine that has stolen our voices. Slowly, I take a few steps forward with Fen by my side, feeling the others following me. My hand trembles as I try to move my dagger out in front of me. Dina told me to show the blade, and I'm not foolish enough to disregard her advice, though it feels utterly unnecessary. I stop close to the edge of the ledge we stand on. It leads down to a great valley unlike any place I have ever seen before. The land is white with snow, and a wide river weaves through it, pure blue and glistening. It's not the landscape itself, but rather what sits upon it that has stolen my breath. There, on the edge of the river, is the most beautiful city I have ever seen. From this height, every building appears to be a miniature work of art. Sculptural in form, their glass roofs catch the light and scatter it across the city. No, not glass, I realize. Ice. Perfectly carved ice. Sunbeams strike and refract them into thousands of prisms, which sparkle and shimmer in the air around them.
It's not an illusion,
Benny whispers, as if he knows the thought before it has even entered my mind.
the city is real.
It's beautiful. This is the home of the Isin? This? The home of the vile, barbaric warriors? Because that is what we've been led to believe the Isin are. But this is not a city of barbarians. Even from this distance, I can see the roads that weave in between the buildings. This is masterful. Elegant. Beautiful. Did you know? My voice echoes through to Fen's mind. Did you know such a place existed?
No, little raven.
He whispers back, his voice filled with awe.
No, I did not.
The group huddles close, and I know they're waiting for me to respond, to act, to lead. But how can I? I came here expecting a fight, to find myself face to face with angry warriors. And instead, I am here staring at a view I could lose myself in for a lifetime. But I don't have a lifetime. Not when William is still in danger in Rohelm. Not when that pattern still grows across his skin. The thought is enough to spur me on. We should go down, I say, as much to myself as to the others. Find someone who can help us.
Perhaps I should go first, little raven. Elska and I can check for risks.
I shake my head before I respond to him. No, we don't know how they'll respond to direwolves. They might be like the Terralians. I want you by my side the entire time.
Then that is where I shall be,
He says simply. With my mind made up, I steel myself and turn back to look at the group. You don't have to do this, I say to them. I've asked so much of you already. You've brought me this far, and if you want to leave now, I understand completely.
Leave?
Reuben says the word as if my comment is the most absurd thing he's ever heard.
We're not leaving you now. Not here.
You have to be realistic. I try again. I pray to the gods that the Isin will help us. But the truth is, we don't know what we're going to find down there. For all its beauty, we could all end up being arrested or even killed. I warn darkly. I look at Kyor next, but his eyes lock on mine with unwavering certainty.
I told you, Thorn. I'm with you to the end.
Warmth floods my heart, but I don't have time to bask in it. My attention moves next to Kaz, who offers a shrug. Bit silly to turn back now, isn't it? She says. Only then do I notice how her hand clasps Thessa's. They are together in this, then. Together in this with me. I look to Locke. He's rocking a little.
Off we go, ice and snow.
He hums a little ditty.
Off we go, ice and snow.
Are you coming, Locke? I ask gently.
Ice and snow.
He nods.
Off we go.
Right then. My eyes shift to Benny, but unlike the rest of the group, he's not looking at me, nor is he looking down at the city. Instead, his attention is sweeping around us to the rock face that we just walked through and the edges of the ravine. Benny, if you want to go now, you can take Locke back to the Eastern Isles.
Shh,
he whispers.
Look.
Benny? His eyes widen, flashing me a look of fear as he meets my gaze. There's no hint of his usual smile on his face, and my pulse skitters as I tighten my grip on my dagger. Static hums in the air as Kyor reads my action. Benny, what is it? I ask again.
The rock face,
he says.
The edge of the ravine. I don't think they're real.
My brow pinches. What do you mean? They're part of the illusion? I don't know why he looks so fearful of this. After all, we all just walked through what appeared to be a solid mountain to get here. It's not that surprising that there would be more illusions inside. And yet, before I can say as much, a collective gasp sounds out from the group. We're surrounded. 12 men with pale, icy, lace-lined skin stand around us. They are dressed identically, in dark robes that only highlight the paleness of their faces, and their eyes are locked on us. A crack of thunder rumbles through the sky. A warning from Kyor.
They're unarmed.
Reuben hisses.
They don't need weapons.
Kyor snaps back. He's right. I killed Oki with nothing more than ice that I drew from the air, with no skill or experience. I suspect it would take nothing more than a blink of an eye for these men to send shards through every one of our hearts. And yet they haven't. Instead, they're standing, staring, as if they're waiting.
I take it you do not want me to rip out their throats?
Fenn's voice comes through my head. Not if we want them to help us, no, I respond. I need them to actually speak to us.
Thorn.
Kyor whispers. I've got this, I say, turning in one direction and then the next, trying to work out to whom I should address my question, only to notice the way in which they are staring at the dagger in my hand. They need a sign, one that tells them I come in peace. As slowly as I can, I twist my hand, tilting the dagger so that it lies flat on my palm. Then kneel down and place it on the ground, all while keeping my eyes locked on the closest Isin to me. My name is Rose Cultivaris, I say, fighting the tremble in my voice. I believe I am part Isin. I come here not to fight or for war, but to... Before I can finish, he drops to the ground, his head bowed as he lands on one knee.
Thorn?
Kyor says it as a question. And as I twist to look at him, I see the reason why. The Isin I was speaking to is not the only one who has knelt on the ground. Every one of them has taken the same stance.
Your Highness.
One of them speaks, his voice a low rasp.
We have been waiting for you.
His bow deepens even further until his arms are stretched out on the earth in front of him. I look to Kyor, to the prince, the question etched in every line of my face. They were expecting you? I ask. His face pales as he turns slowly, taking in the Isin who surround us, every one of them now bowed low on the ground.
I don't think it's me they were expecting,
he says.
Thorn, look.
Goosebumps rise on my arms, on my neck, on every patch of skin on my body. Every pair of Isin eyes, every Isin hand is reaching out in the same direction, reaching out towards one member of our group. Towards me.
It's you, little raven.
Fenn's voice echoes in my head.
You are the one they've been waiting for.